Chapter 450. As expected, it was her again. A Stone Clan elder clenched his fists tightly, his senile appearance swept away, an incomparably terrifying aura seeping out from his body. This was actually a self-severing realm sect master-level expert. 10,000 years ago, my son ignited his divine flame, just becoming number one in Imperial Pass younger generation, and then he was forcefully sent to the very front lines, only later on being killed by the foreign villain. Back then, that decree also came from Jin Taijuan's mouth. The elder's words carried killing intent, his anger overflowing as he stared at Jin Zhifei, veins bulging. Just when will your Jin family let my Stone Clan go? Has our clan not withered enough yet? As long as a freak with exceptional talent appears, you all have to think of a way to kill him in the cradle. When they heard the elder's words, Doutai King, Old Celestial, and the other experts who had just been recruited looked at each other, their eyes carrying sympathy, but no one spoke up for him. Stone Clan was a sinner's blood clan, so the other Emperor clans in Imperial Pass naturally weren't willing to see Stone Clan's experts rise up. After all, for the latter, this was a hidden danger. 10,000 years ago, you didn't dare resist. Could it be that you want to resist this time? Jin Zhifei sneered, his eyes sweeping over the Stone Clan members, disdain between his brows. Listen to the decree, even if you have to die, only that little fella will die. If you defy the decree, your entire Stone Clan will be removed from Imperial Pass today. When Cold in the Forest's threatening voice sounded, Jin Zhifei stood up, a great halberd appearing in his hands, terrifying aura spreading outwards. He was Jin family's enforcer, a powerful existence at the peak of self-severing realm. You bully others too far. Jin Zhifei's threatening voice sounded by their ears. The elder, Shi Tian, and the others' eyes became bloodshot, the killing intent in their eyes wishing they could hack the other party to pieces. Just bring me away. Shi Yu walked towards Jin Zhifei. When he passed by Shi Tian's side, he said, "Father, I cannot drag down all of Stone Clan. Perhaps when we reach the battlefield, my life can be exchanged for the lives of 10, 100 foreign creatures. Child, father will go with you." Shi Tian grabbed Shi Yu's hand. After saying this, they walked towards Jin Zhifei together. "Since you also want to die, then I'll bring you with me." Jin Zhifei released a cold snort. It seems like there is no need for Jin family to continue existing in Imperial Pass. Right at this moment, a faint sigh drifted through the air and lingered in the ears of every cultivator present for a long time. The moment the voice rang out, Shi Tian and his son, who were originally heading towards Jin Zhifei, were inexplicably pulled back by an invisible force. How arrogant! Who dares to be so arrogant? Truly savage. Jin Zhifei's face darkened. Lord Enforcer, he was the one who disregarded the dignity of the Jin family and killed 3 of my subordinate. At this time, one of the warriors behind Jin Zhifei pointed his finger at Chu Bei. It was one of the 3 warriors that Chu Bei had let go of. "I am still too merciful." Chu Bei shook his head. His voice was as calm as water without any emotion. Then, he glanced at the warrior who spoke. Bang! In an instant, the expressions of the 3 warriors twisted. They were in extreme pain, and before they could even scream, they exploded with a bang. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. "Damn it! You actually dare kill my Jin family's people in front of my face." Jin Zhifei was shocked. When he snapped back to reality, his cold eyes stared at Chu Bei like a viper. Immediately afterwards, his entire body erupted with shocking radiance, especially the space between his brows. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if a sun rose, illuminating the heavens. Benefactor, this Jin Zhifei's luck is deep, previously obtaining great natural luck. When he was young, he accidentally ate a rare soul-nurturing divine grass in the Great Wastelands. Later on, he made it through the divine medicine's effects, surviving. Moreover, under the help of the clan's experts, he refined his soul in every possible way, making his primordial spirit especially powerful. Stone Clan's elder walked up, giving Jin Zhifei a serious look. At the same time, he reminded Chu Bei, because of this, he is proficient in using his primordial spirit to kill. Your respected self has to be careful of his soul attacks. Those who humiliate my Jin family, die. When the cold voice sounded, a little figure walked out from between Jin Jifei's brows. It was resplendent and dazzling, bathed in divine and blazing radiance, as if a heavenly sun was surging. Hong! The little figure trembled, immediately bringing about an intense rumbling sound. The void was torn apart, and a black hole appeared. The scene was horrifying. Just how powerful is this primordial spirit? With just a single thought, it can actually bring about such destructive result. If we resist, I fear that he can wipe out our entire clan by himself. Stone Clan's experts all looked at Jin Jifei in horror. The other party was too domineering, actually directly bringing out his primordial spirit. The little figure swayed slightly, bringing about dong-dong sounds. It was as if the immortal court's war drums were being beaten, intimidating everyone. The faces of those with weaker cultivations immediately paled, their souls suffering from an attack. Compared to the Stone Clan's people, the demon leader king, old celestial being, and the other experts all looked at the Jin family's law enforcer with ridicule, their eyes carrying pity and sympathy. Hurry and look, he really turned into a sun. This is the embodiment of a perfect primordial spirit. The most domineering and young, powerful beyond compare. The Stone Clan's people's faces became increasingly heavy. Under their gazes, Jin Jifei's little primordial spirit melted, turning into a sun. It slowly rose, making everyone feel an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. This was one of several legendary phenomena. Turning into a sun meant that Jin Jifei's primordial spirit was extremely domineering and powerful. Few people could compare to it. It could be said that Jin Jifei's primordial spirit was the most perfect primordial spirit phenomenon of the self-severing realm. Kill. As the cold syllable fell, Jin Jifei's primordial spirit condensed a soul spear. With a whoosh, it shot directly towards Chu Bei's forehead. Wherever the soul spear passed, a terrifying domain was formed, invisibly distorting space and time. How terrifying! Will our benefactor be able to take it? The Stone Clan's elder's face was pale, and he trembled as he looked at Chu Bei, deep worry on his face. Looking back at Chu Bei, he had been very relaxed from beginning to end. There was still a smile at the corner of his lips, because this Jin Jifei was no different from an ant to him. He didn't need to store up power. He just casually reached out, and with a light wave, the chaotic battle-axe easily shattered the soul spear. Then, under the disbelieving gazes of the countless golden-armored knights, it chopped down on Jin Jifei's body. Peng! Before that confident Jin Jifei's expression could change, his flesh and primordial spirit exploded at the same time, directly turning into nothingness. How is this possible? When they saw this scene, the expressions of the remaining Jin family knights changed greatly, fear surging within them. However, before they could flee, that battle-axe smashed into their bodies. Now, it seems like the first thing this one did after coming to Desolate Border was to wash away this sinner's blood name. As for this Jin family, if they are wiped out, then so be it. An indifferent voice sounded from Chu Bei's mouth, not only echoing through Stone Clan tribe, but also resounding through all of Imperial Pass. When these words fell, Imperial Pass erupted into commotion. Did you all hear that? Whose voice is this? Who is speaking? Has the one who spoke gone mad? The matter of Sinner's blood has already become a taboo topic in the pass, yet he is actually saying that he is going to absolve the sinner. What is even crazier is that he is actually saying that he is going to wipe out Jin family. Jin family is Imperial Pass Emperor clan, a long-life family overseen by an unmatched supreme being. Just what kind of background does this person have? Provoking Jin family. Is he tired of living? Within the several tens of thousands of li of Imperial Pass City, Chu Bei's indifferent voice echoed. In that instant, all of the tribes became noisy, cultivators discussing spiritedly one after another, their faces full of shock, carrying shock. They didn't dare believe that there was actually someone who dared challenge Jin family's dignity in Imperial Pass City. In Stone Clan tribe, the Stone Clansmen's expressions were stupefied, a bit stupefied as they looked at Chu Bei. Apart from gratitude, there was even more shock. Their shock didn't only come from the other party's terrifying strength of casually killing the self-severing realm Jin Jifei, it was even more so because of the other party's indifferent words that drifted into the distance. Devil Leader King, Doutai King, Old Celestial, and the other self-release realm cultivators also revealed expressions of disbelief. They never would have thought that this boss Chu would actually stir up such a huge commotion as soon as he arrived in Imperial Pass City. Not only did he want to wipe out the sinner's blood, he even directly said that he was going to wipe out Jin family. Benefactor, the sinner's blood descendant matter has already been decided, we have also accepted this result. Your respected self cannot make those long-life families your enemy for us. Their backing is too terrifying. Stone Clan's elder walked up, bowing towards Chu Bei. What this great one is doing isn't only for you all, but even more so for the lower realm, for Xin province, for my precious disciple. Chu Bei smiled calmly, patting Shahao's little head. Old ancestor, this Jin family has an important position in Imperial Pass, an indispensable power in Desolate Border. Your respected self cannot be rash. Different from Stone Clan's worries, Devil Leader King and the other sect masters seemed to be more worried that Chu Bei would weaken the 9 Heavens 10 Earth's defensive power. If what this great one said is correct, they have never fought on the front lines, right? They are only flaunting their might in Imperial Pass. What is the point of having this type of family? Nothing more than a vermin. If the top-level fighting strength isn't enough, then this great one will replace this Jin Taijuan's position. As for the sinner's blood matter, it is time to obtain justice for those little fellas from back then. Chu Bei's eyes calmly swept forward, full of unmatched dignity. When these indifferent words sounded, with a wave of his sleeve, primal chaos rippled outwards. In the blink of an eye, including Devil Leader King and the other sect masters, Stone Clan's elder, everyone disappeared. Emperor City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city was gathered in the form of tribes, thousands of different surname tribes of different sizes living here. Meanwhile, the inner city, compared to the outer city, even though it was much smaller, there were several emperor clans living here, no lack of long-life families. Because the descendants of those unmatched primogenitors lived in the inner city since birth, the inner city was far more bustling than the outer city. There were many open markets, bustling with activity. Great winds roared, stirring up Imperial Pass winds and cloud. Chu Bei brought Devil Leader King and the others, crossing 10,000 li with a single step. Wherever they passed, fragments would fly about, the sun, moon, and stellar streams moving, the scene grand, aura boundless. Benefactor, your respected self, what cultivation realm are you at exactly? Stone Clan's elder was stuttering. The other party actually created such a shocking scene with just a single step. In the blink of an eye, their group appeared above a boundless great earth in the inner city. Below, dragons and snakes rose from the land, killins crouching on the mountains, phoenixes flying on the cliffs, auspicious energy surging. Of course, the so-called dragons and snakes weren't true dragons, but rather giant mountains. Those giant mountain ranges that were like the backbone of heaven and earth wriggled about one after another, side by side, swirling with immortal white mist, as if dragons and snakes were rising together. As for those great peaks, they were like killins, purple energy rising in spirals, dense mists rising, covered in zorizir, full of auspicious and divine feeling. The cliffs were precipitous, as if phoenixes were flying one after another, carrying a transcendent feeling. This was especially the case with some caves on the cliffs that released multicolored light, as if wings were unfolding. This was one of Imperial Pass' most well-known Emperor Clan caves. It belonged to Jin family, known as Long Life Golden Manor. In the past, there were long-life beings who emerged here, unbreakable through all tribulations, eternally undying. In immortal ancient great era, this family was powerful to the extreme, still glorious and brilliant even in this age. After endless time passed, no one dared to behave atrociously, not even emperor clans willing to provoke them. Senior, please think thrice before you act. Jin family is a long-life family. The demon leader king stood behind Chu Bei, continuously advising. The great earth was boundless, ancient trees towering into the heavens, all types of divine birds and vicious beasts moving about. In the skies, there were even more divine birds and demonic birds spreading their wings, dancing together. Demon Leader King, you actually dare trespass into Jin family's territory. Do you want to die? At this time, a deep and cold shout sounded from the mountain range below. They only saw a purple-gold violent ape that was 100 jong tall, in its hands a war spear, jumping out from the mountain forest below. The great earth immediately began to shake. This violent ape's entire body's purple fur was shining, as if cast from metal, extremely ferocious. This was, without a doubt, a great wasteland descendant, extremely powerful. Right now, its large eyes were coldly staring at the demon leader king, killing intent surging. Senior, it is Jin family's guardian beast. The demon leader king shot the purple-gold violent ape a look, and then said respectfully to Chu Bei. Chu Bei nodded slightly, calmly looking forward. There was an ancient great defensive formation there, surrounding Jin family's core region. Trespassers must all die. Realizing that it was being ignored, the purple-gold violent ape roared in anger. After its violent roar, the purple-gold violent ape punched through the void towards Chu Bei's group. Chu Bei glanced at the purple-gold violent ape. Without saying anything, he waved his sleeve. Then, his 18th level Xiao Hei's strength was still there. This was equivalent to a real immortal's strength. Immediately, a shrill cry filled the sky. The powerful violent ape puked out blood, its entire body cracked, and with a boom, it was flung out for thousands of miles, disappearing into the sky. Oh my god, what kind of old monster is here? That is Jin family's guardian beast. Rumor has it that it has been at the peak of the self-severing realm for a long time and is about to break through. But before this person, it was flung away like a puppet. What kind of difference is this? The difference between cloud and mud. Just who is he? Could it be that he was the one who threatened to destroy Jin family? The ones following behind him seemed to be extremely powerful as well. Apart from the demon leader king, there seemed to be 8 other terrifying self-release realm existences. Could it be that these people came from another long-life family? If this really is the case, then Imperial Pass is going to change. Outside the mountain range, powerful cultivators stuck their heads out one after another, their faces carrying expressions of shock. Their eyes landed on Chu Bei's group, sizing them up. Chu Bei didn't pay these surrounding people any attention. After casually eliminating the purple-gold violent ape, he appeared in front of the ancient Great Formation. Chapter 451. Honglong. Chu Bei expressionlessly swept his eyes over the ancient Great Formation. Then, his fists accumulated power, terrifying irregular scenes appearing on his fists. Chaotic ripples turned into endless ancient divine beasts, surging outwards. Immediately afterwards, a sky-shocking explosion sounded, carrying continuous clear catcher sounds. The ancient Great Formation exploded. Stop cultivating, hurry to Jin family's cave. Something big happened there. Jin family? Could it be related to that indistinct voice from just now? Right, that person already slaughtered his way into Jin family's cave with a wave of people. Moreover, he even killed Jin family's guardian beast, breaking through the defensive formation. What? That's but a great formation arranged by a true immortal. It was actually broken through by someone. Inside Imperial Pass, more and more experts rushed towards Jin family's cave, watching from the distance. There was no lack of cultivators from other emperor clans among them. Cultivators' eyes landed on Chu Bei's body one after another, discussing spiritedly, guessing at his identity and origins. After breaking through Jin family's ancient Great Formation, Chu Bei continued forward, tearing through everything along the way. Large amounts of symbols flickered beneath his feet, incomparably profound and complex. Wherever he passed, endless void cracks erupted, formless terrifying power directly blasting the heavens, breaking apart the heavens, scattering the clouds, as if doomsday arrived. Behind Chu Bei, the continuous mountain range below collapsed, underground magma turning into several thousand jong tall red waves, rushing into the sky, dyeing everything scarlet red. At this moment, all types of vicious beasts roared, vicious birds crying out. Just what kind of grudge does that person have with Jin family? More and more cultivators' eyes locked onto Chu Bei's body in alarm, carrying confusion. Sigh, now, there really is no way to reconcile. While looking at the collapsing mountain range, Demon Leader King continuously sighed. The group of Stone Clan people looked at each other in dismay, momentarily not knowing what to say. They could only silently follow behind Chu Bei. Truly quite daring. Breaking my Jin family's immortal formation, offending my Jin family's dignity, you are the first person in several tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded from the distance, this shout carrying powerful killing intent. Following this, surging golden light rushed over from Jin family's core region, accompanied by intense astral winds. Terrifying whistling sounds could be heard as the mountain swayed. Boulders over 10,000 Jin in weight flew everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. The first to appear in everyone's line of sight was a divine bird. It was incomparably enormous, and its entire body was golden. It was mystical and extraordinary, and when it spread its wings, it was tens of thousands of jong long. It covered the sky and was shockingly resplendent. This was a terrifying bird of prey, and the cold light emitted from its eyes was terrifying to the core. That's the golden-winged Great Peng of the Jin family, and the 8th-generation ancestor of the Jin family. My God, is he going to do it himself? As far as I know, he's a half-step supreme being. When the cultivators who were watching from afar saw the appearance of the ferocious bird clearly, they exclaimed in surprise. When they saw the grey-robed old man standing on the back of the golden-winged great rock, their expressions stiffened, and they were speechless. I don't care who you are, but trespassing into the Jin family's cave is a serious crime. Do you want to end your own life, or do you want me to kill you on the spot? The grey-robed old man stared at Chu Bei and shouted coldly. Tell Jin Yang to come over. I have something to ask her. Chu Bei glanced at the old man indifferently. His expression did not change at all. How dare you? Mother's name is not something you can call as you wish. Hearing the name Chu Bei uttered, the grey-robed old man's killing intent surged. Screech. Without waiting for the old man to make a move, the golden-winged great rock under his feet screeched and dived towards Chu Bei. The great rock's speed was so fast that it turned into a blinding golden light in everyone's eyes. When it was less than 300 meters away from Chu Bei, it stretched out its giant claw. In the past, I once taught your ancestor, the Kuan Peng, to comprehend the Tao. I never would have thought that its descendants would be reduced to being someone's mount. How sad. Facing the golden-winged great rock's destructive claw, Chu Bei was incomparably calm. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and greeted the great rock. How dare you use my ancestor as a weapon? You're courting death. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the golden-winged great rock roared angrily. Divine light filled the sky and distorted the void. Under the claw, the divine might was peerless. It shook the mountains and rivers, and the void shattered inch by inch. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. However, just as the golden-winged great rock's terrifying claw was about to pierce through Chu Bei's body, a strange scene occurred. In the center of Chu Bei's palm, a huge chaotic net gushed out. In an instant, it enveloped the giant rock that was 10,000 feet long. Then, the chaotic ripples of the net shrunk. Along with it, the great rock also changed. 80,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 30,000 feet, the great rock's body was glaring with golden light. Its body was still rushing towards Chu Bei. However, its expression became more and more painful, and its screeching became more and more miserable. When it was still half a meter from Chu Bei, it already shrunk to the size of a palm. In the end, it fell uncontrollably into Chu Bei's palm. The great rock cried out in grief. It wanted to run, but its entire body was restricted by that layer of chaotic ripples. No matter how it struggled, its wings couldn't move at all. Master, is this the pet your respected self gifted your disciple? Shi Hao received the great rock that was already the size of a palm from Chu Bei, rubbing it in his palm, his small face carrying excitement. Ruthlessness, the golden-winged great rock continuously fluttered about. Even though it was violent, it immediately knew that the fella in front of it was definitely an unmatched figure, not someone it could provoke at all. Immediately, cries sounded one after another, calling for help towards the elder in the distance. The distant spectators stared blankly at the great rock that was already the size of a palm. When they snapped back to reality, they all sucked in a cold breath of air. From the aura the other party released before, he definitely already entered the self-release realm. Even in all of Imperial Pass, those at the self-release realm were top-level experts, to the extent where the most powerful individuals in some tribes still hadn't entered the self-release realm yet. If it was in the outside 9 heavens 10 earths, this would be an unmatched overlord. However, it was precisely this type of existence that was being toyed around in the palm of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Meanwhile, the instigator of all of this was that mysterious individual. Who exactly are you? When he saw the great rock subdue, Jin family's grey-clothed elder frowned. You don't have the qualifications to know. Chu Bei's voice was calm. When his voice fell, Chu Bei took action again, a finger pointing towards the elder. Offending Jin family, die. The grey-clothed elder didn't say anything else, directly using his finger like a blade, brandishing it towards Chu Bei. Resplendent blade radiance hacked apart the heavens, exceptionally sharp, powerful to an immeasurable degree. This was supreme being blade energy. He already stood at the peak of self-release realm, half a foot into the supreme being level, only a fine line away from becoming a true supreme being. Chong. However, it was precisely this blade that condensed 90% of his divine force. When it faced the other party's finger radiance, that blade shattered like thin ice, completely collapsing. On the other hand, the other party's finger radiance didn't weaken in the slightest, instead quickly enlarging, shooting murderously over. No, impossible. When he sensed the ferocious power rushing at him, the grey-clothed elder's mind went cold, feeling shock and regret. He didn't dare show the slightest bit of hesitation, hurriedly activating 100 jong wide blue shield monument in front of him. He originally thought that the other party was just like him, also a half-step supreme being, so he didn't test the other party, immediately using 90% of his divine force. However, the instant the two attacks collided, he knew that he was wrong, moreover gravely wrong. Peng! Another sky-shocking rumbling noise sounded. The crack in the heavens became even larger, the continuous mountain range directly breaking in half, the bottomless ravine extending into Jin family's core region. The finger radiance Chu Bei released was like a heaven-supporting pillar, smashing into Jin family's grey-clothed elder's blue jade shield monument. In that instant, the shield monument shattered into tens of thousands of pieces, the finger radiance smashing fiercely into the elder's body. Pu. Jin family's elder coughed out blood, his chest pierced through. Golden blood continuously flowed, the wound unable to heal. Ah! Jin family's elder released a miserable scream, the killing intent in his eyes becoming stronger and stronger, as well as a bit of regret. He underestimated the enemy, the one before him far from being someone he could face. The other party definitely already reached the supreme being level. Forget about the fact that you aren't a supreme being yet, even if you entered this domain, this great one can still kill you with a single finger. Chu Bei looked at Jin family's elder with contempt. In just a single exchange, Jin family's 8th-generation ancestor who is known as number 1 under Supreme Being in Imperial Pass was actually defeated, moreover seriously injured and on the verge of death. This person has definitely reached the Supreme Being level. A Supreme Being of a region, why have I never heard of him before? Could it be that he has slept for millions of years? He is an unmatched existence who survived Immortal Ancient's battle. Jin family's grey-clothed elder was defeated. The cultivators watching from the distance were immediately stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Who exactly are you? What grudge do you have with my Jin family? The grey-clothed elder stabilized his body, looking at Chu Bei. A supreme being came knocking on their door. This was something that had never happened before. This great one has come for the sinner's blood, to demand justice for them. Chu Bei's powerful voice reverberated through all of Imperial Pass skies, carrying heaven-overflowing power, engulfing the 9 heavens. After saying this, Chu Bei's finger pointed out, but this finger instead increased the power. No, don't. Suddenly, Jin family's elder was restricted, sensing the power of that finger. His eyes were full of alarm, unable to help but cry out. The finger's power was irreversible. Under this finger, his head was removed. Jin family's elder's entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Shio. Chu Bei brandished his sleeves, that remaining head smashing down from the horizon like a meteor, directly rushing towards Jin family's core region. There was a low explosion, and a massive palace in the core region exploded along with the old man's head, turning into countless silver metal shards that shot out in all directions. Then, Jin family's core region triggered a huge commotion. It wasn't just Jin family's branch family disciples, the direct line of descent were all alarmed as well. Countless figures flew into the sky, killing intent rushing into the heavens. The effects of this were too great. That collapsed palace was Jin family's main palace, but just now, it was blasted apart by someone, moreover by the head of one of Jin family's old ancestors. Jin family's 8th generation ancestor is dead. Imperial Pass number 1 under Supreme Being was killed just like that. The world is changing. A Supreme Being battle is going to erupt. Killing Jin family's old ancestor is a situation where one side will fight to the death. The cultivators who witnessed the entire process were all stupefied, as if they were struck by lightning from the 9 heavens, their entire bodies going numb. Endless years ago, ever since immortal ancient past, all the way until this great era began, this type of thing had never happened before. Chapter 452. Yet today, a mysterious supreme being of unknown origins took action. Not only did he attack Jin family, he even directly killed an old ancestor. For Jin family and all of Imperial Pass, this was a tremendous disturbance. Devil Leader King, Doutai King, and the other overlords were all absent-minded. The battle between the senior who came with them and Jin family was already unavoidable. Stone Clan's people looked at each other in dismay. They never expected that the one who sought justice for them would actually be a supreme being. For some reason, a hint of hope actually appeared in their minds. Perhaps the sinner's blood incident wasn't like what the rumors said, that there was more to the truth. 8th generation ancestor, he was killed. The Jin family disciples who came with him snapped out of their panic, all of them looking at Chu Bei in fear, shivering all over, their figures continuously backing up. Who exactly are you? A Jin family self-severing realm cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Have Jin Yang come over, this great one has things to ask her. Chu Bei spoke again, his voice like thunder, rumbling through Imperial Pass. The same voice echoed through the air, but it was different from before. This time, when everyone heard it, it directly shook their souls. They immediately knew that Chu Bei was also a supreme being. This was a supreme being shouting at another supreme being. When they heard the name Jin Yang, the direct descendants of Jin family's core region felt their scalps go numb, shivering inwardly. Who exactly was this invader? He actually dared call their ancestor like this. Who was Jin Yang? She was the granddaughter of the one who achieved immortality in Jin family, as well as the current Jin family's ancestor. One of Imperial Pass 4 great supreme beings, an unmatched existence who was only half a foot away from immortal ascension. Who dares act so savage here? Suddenly, Jin family's core region erupted with divine light, a powerful pressure covering heaven and earth as it swept over, engulfing all of Jin family's territory. When they looked over, they saw a person wearing a purple gold crown, moon-white daoist robes, each step carrying stars as he walked over. His aura was too terrifying, as if an immortal descended into this world. Big bro, you were also woken up. An indifferent voice sounded. Another person walked over from another direction, white hair like snow, immortal energy covering his body, extremely world-shocking. Is 8th brother dead? A voice filled with coldness rang out. A third figure appeared. He wore a golden daoist robe, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared beneath his feet. It was a shocking sight. Who are these 3 people? Why have I never seen these 3 people from the Jin clan? Their auras seemed to be even more terrifying than the 8th generation ancestor. Stronger than the 8th generation ancestor? He is already the strongest person below the supreme being level. Could it be that all 3 of them are already supreme beings? The appearance of these 3 people from the Jin family instantly became the focus of everyone around. The spectators in the distance were discussing and guessing their identities. Demon Leader King, where did these 3 people come from? The Doutai King, Old Celestial, and the others looked at the Demon Leader King with puzzlement in their eyes. The auras of the three individuals who walked over from Jin family's core region were too terrifying. They bathed in immortal splendor, as if they already entered the long life domain, possessing a type of unmatched power. The three dragons of the Jin clan, an existence who stood at the peak of self-release realm 200,000 years ago. For the sake of reaching the supreme being level, they all entered seclusion at the same time, which is why later on, Jin family's 8th generation ancestor was known as the number 1 below the supreme being level. The demon leader king looked at the three individuals who slowly walked over in shock. He took a deep breath. Now, they are willing to wake up from their seclusion, so I fear that they have already reached the supreme being level. What? 3 supreme beings? When they heard the demon leader king's words, the Daotai king, Old Celestial, and the other experts all sucked in a cold breath of air, their eyes filled with great shock. Stone Clan's people gave each other a look, and then they all looked towards Chu Bei, worry appearing on their faces again. As for Chu Bei, when he looked at the three dragons shrouded in mist, his expression didn't change in the slightest. Great ancestor, 2nd generation ancestor, and 3rd generation ancestor. They came out of seclusion. They reached the supreme being level. This means that our Jin family's 4 supreme beings are supreme beings. 3 great ancestors. It was him who killed the 8th generation ancestor, offended Jin family's dignity, even saying that he wanted the ancestor to personally meet him. While looking at Jin family's 3 dragons, even Jin family's direct descendant disciples were stunned for a moment. Only after a long time had passed did a self-release realm expert snap back to reality, crying out in alarm. Soon afterwards, all of the disciples woke up. After guessing the 3 individuals' identities, they were all wild with joy. Jin Taijun had 8 children. The elder who was killed by Chu Bei was precisely the youngest. Among them, the oldest, 2nd, and 3rd were born in the same generation. The 3 of them were all powerful among their peers in Imperial Pass, almost unmatched, known as Jin family's 3 dragons. Hong Long Long, suddenly, the mountain range trembled, the heavens rumbling with noise. At this time, 3 incomparably terrifying auras appeared from the east, west, and south. When one looked over, the void in these 3 directions split open into pitch-black openings. Within each opening stood several people. These people all had terrifying auras, powerful to the extreme. The people who walked out from the openings, even though their hair was white like snow, their skin was sparkling like that of an infant, extremely tender and smooth. This wasn't normal at all. One could tell from the great changes in their eyes that their ages were definitely terrifyingly great. However, every single one of their flesh was sparkling white, containing exuberant life energy. White hair, ruddy complexions, immortal flesh and divine bones, this was the best description of them. Their cultivation realms were unimaginable. Even though they had lived for endless years, they still maintained exuberant life force. Wang family, those are people from the long-life Wang family. Who were those 3 people? Even Wang family's 4 ancestors are actually standing behind them. Zhao family's people also came. That is Zhao family's 7th ancestor, rumored to also be at the peak of self-release realm, number 2 under supreme being in Imperial Pass. The auras of the 2 in front of him seem to be even more terrifying. Those are heavenly deity institutions' 5th elder, 4th elder, and 3rd elder. Even the 2nd elder is here. Heavens, these are unmatched existences that are normally rarely seen in Imperial Pass, yet they actually all came. When the cultivators in the distance saw the appearances of the people who came from the east, west, and south, recognizing their identities and origins, their expressions were all stunned, faces full of disbelief. The number of great figures they saw today was far more than what they had seen in several tens of thousands of years added together. Right now, these great figures' eyes first landed on Jin family's 3 dragons. When they sensed the auras on the other party's bodies, they couldn't help but reveal a bit of shock. However, when their eyes shifted towards Chu Bei's body, they all frowned, the shock on their faces replaced by confusion. The aura of this Jin family individual was too strange. Even though they could sense that the other party's aura wasn't weaker than theirs, they couldn't tell just what level the other party's cultivation was at. You killed Old 8. Regardless of who you are, you will die today. The Jin family great dragon who walked over first released a short shout, his moon-white daoist robes fluttering about, the purple-gold crown on his head flickering with immortal Tao might. His eyes were like stellar streams from ancient times, deep and immeasurable. His shout carried a type of demonic nature, as if it contained immortal Tao power, as if it was going to hack apart one's soul with just a shout, incomparably terrifying. Chu Bei didn't reply, only his body shone slightly. A layer of chaotic ripples scattered, erasing the terrifying sound waves that swept over. A confrontation between supreme beings? Devil Leader King, Daotai King, and the other experts' expressions changed. In that instant just now, this boss Chu already exchanged a blow with Jin family's great dragon. Previously, Jin family's great dragon's shout carried terrifying power. If it was them, their primordial spirits might have already been directly hacked apart. A battle of this level is astonishing as expected. It touches upon even higher great Tao profound mysteries, profound and immeasurable. Even those of us who have entered the self-release realm can only sigh in admiration, watch from the back. Old Celestial and Immortal Palace's Palace Master released a sigh of admiration. Even though your aura is strange, we can conclude that you have also reached the Supreme Being level. However, to dare behave atrociously in my Jin family, even Supreme Beings have to die. Jin family's 2 dragons who were dressed in golden daoist robes also walked up, each step carrying a star, as if he came from a world of primal chaos. An unmatched aura pervaded the air, flowing with brilliant colors, making one feel the urge to kowtow and worship him. The sun, moon, and stars embroidered on the golden magical robes rumbled with frequency as he walked, releasing rumbling noises, his aura terrifying and heaven overflowing. Nothing more than little fellas who have just entered the Supreme Being level, I fear that your horizons are limited to this. What you don't know is that there is always a mountain beyond the heavens, people beyond people. Chu Bei's eyes swept over Jin family's great dragon and 2 dragons, his words carrying disdain, his voice incomparably calm. Even though I don't know which clan's ancestor you are, perhaps your skills really are great, previously known as a generation suppressing expert, intimidating everyone for a long time. However, each generation has its own talents, each dominating for 100,000 years. The era that belongs to you has already passed. Provoking my Jin family like this, the only conclusion is death and Tao erase. When Cold in the Forest's voice sounded, Jin family's great dragon's moon-white daoist robes fluttered about, strong winds roaring, the sky dome collapsing. Under his aura, heaven and earth rumbled, mountains and rivers trembling uneasily. What kind of power was this? Every word and action affected the stability of the world, intimidating everyone. Us 3 brothers have already reached the peak. Even if we fight one-on-one, we might not necessarily be weaker than you. What? Do you think you're invincible just because you're a supreme being after killing our 8th brother? Moreover, you dare to threaten to be ordinary for the blood of sinners? You're not qualified. Jin family's 2 dragons' expressions were cold. The stars on their golden daoist robes shook violently, starlight rushing into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Reach the peak. What a joke. You actually think you can look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths and fight with anyone just because your cultivation has reached the peak of your life? Chu Bei snorted coldly, not showing any fear on his face. Big brother, second brother, why are you still wasting words with him? In the past, you all gave in to me. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the old rules have not changed. I will take this fellow's head. Jin family's 3 dragons also walked forward. With a raise of their hands, they isolated a battlefield in the distant sky. With a step, he appeared in the battlefield. The galaxies around him hung down one after another, as if he was standing at the center of the vast universe. Chu Bei's hands were behind his back as his figure swayed leisurely. Then, he appeared in the sky battlefield isolated by Jin family's 3 dragons. Swish. Jin family's 3 dragons' expressions were indifferent. They didn't say much, immediately using a vicious move. He used Jin family's supreme precious technique. Rumor has it that it was passed down by that immortal from Jin family. With a wave of his hand, purple radiance was like a rainbow, stars swirling about. streak after streak, dazzling and resplendent, about to hack Chu Bei to death. In that instant, in the sky battlefield, beams of light filled the sky like comets, smashing towards the same point. Facing this kind of terrifying attack, Chu Bei was as calm as before. With a raise of his hand, chaotic force appeared in his palm. He directly slapped out, and all of the purple radiance dimmed like candles in the wind, quickly extinguishing. Chapter 453. In the distant sky, none of the cultivators watching the battle from afar knew where the battlefield of the third dragon of the Jin clan was located. They could only raise their heads in astonishment. In the battlefield, the third dragon of the Jin clan was floating in the void. Looking at the chaotic power that appeared in Chu Bei's palm, there was a flash of surprise between his brows. When he came back to his senses, the third dragon of the Jin clan attacked again. His celestial light shone, and the void shook violently as he launched his most powerful attack. He used himself as the Tao and turned into tens of thousands of intertwining laws, pouncing towards Chu Bei. Look, the sky is broken. As expected of one of the three dragons of the Jin clan. He has shocked the border for an era. He has appeared again and is even more glorious. The third ancestor is mighty. Kill this invader. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle exclaimed, especially the cultivators of the Jin clan. They clenched their fists and were extremely excited. In the battlefield, stars fell. They were attracted by the great technique of the third dragon of the Jin clan. After a while, a hand reached out from the tens of thousands of laws. It wrapped around all the stars in the surroundings and refined them into a sphere. With its own power of the Tao, it slammed towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei's expression remained the same. He did not dodge. He rolled up his sleeve and the sphere that was pressing towards him exploded. All the terrifying energy was swept away by his sleeve. Then, his figure moved. As he took a step, he froze the universe and instantly appeared in the tens of thousands of laws that the third dragon of the Jin clan had attacked with. When the palm slammed down, there was a crisp sound. Slap. The tens of thousands of laws dispersed and the third dragon of the Jin clan returned. At this moment, the third dragon of the Jin clan pulled away from Chu Bei. Flames of anger burned in his eyes and he was about to erupt. Looking closely, there was a clear palm print on his right cheek. His cultivation was extremely high. Even if his physical body was completely shattered, he could still regenerate it. However, he could not use his divine power to remove this palm print because there was an unknown and terrifying power that was resisting his divine power. Could that sound be the sound of a slap? Looking at the clear palm print on the faces of the three dragons of the Jin family, countless cultivators who were watching the battle were stunned, and the scene instantly became silent. The big dragon and the second dragon of the Jin clan were also shocked. They didn't expect that the third dragon, who had taken the initiative to attack, would be defeated in the first battle of the supreme martial artist who had come out of seclusion. I want you dead. On the battlefield, the third brother of the Jin family glared at Chu Bei. He stroked his cheek with his left hand. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it almost materialized. His silver hair stood on end. However, before he could attack again, a figure floated in front of him. Strange chaotic ripples spread out from Chu Bei's body, and countless strange phenomena could be vaguely seen within them. This aura, in an instant, the Jin clan's third brother's expression changed drastically. His anger was replaced by fear. He suddenly realized that the divine power in his body was completely suppressed by the ripples. He couldn't even leave the battlefield if he wanted to. In his line of sight, an iron lump appeared out of thin air. It came closer and closer, carrying with it the supreme law of primal chaos. Peng. The power of primal chaos engulfed the Jin clan's third brother. In that instant, the latter's expression distorted, the endless natural laws within his body condensing in an attempt to resist. However, all of this was futile. Another rumbling noise sounded. The bodies of the Jin clan's third dragon exploded. Before his flesh could recombine, it was swallowed up and melted by the surrounding ripples. The Jin clan's third dragon released a miserable cry. His primordial spirit immediately wanted to flee, But before it could get far, it was grabbed by a giant primal chaos hand. Stop! At the same time, the Jin clan's big dragon and second dragon appeared on the battlefield. Their dignified roars carried worry. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their eyes carried a bit of seriousness. Why is there such a great difference between supreme beings? Countless spectating cultivators watched the scene on the battlefield, all of them greatly shaken, their faces pale. In their eyes, Chu Bei was also a supreme being. At the same cultivation realm, he actually suppressed the Jin clan's third ancestor with a raise of his hand. Not only did he crush the other party's body like crushing dry weeds, he even restrained the other party's primordial spirit. Jin clan's third ancestors might intimidated imperial pass for several eras, unshakable. Yet now, in his first battle after becoming a supreme being, he actually suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of this unknown boss Chu. It was just too hard to believe. Little fella, are you scared now? While looking at the Jin clan's third ancestor's primordial spirit that was continuously struggling in his palm, Chu Bei revealed a smile. The great cultivation realm of Supreme Being covered an extremely wide range of strength. The weak were equivalent to shrouding heaven's first-rank half-emperor, while the strong were comparable to great emperors. Supreme Being could be divided into 1 to 9 ranks. Forget about the fact that these Jin clan's third dragon were only rank 1 Supreme Beings. Even if they were rank 9 Supreme Beings, he could still kill them with a single finger. His rank 18 Xiao Hei's power was already equivalent to the true immortal realm above Supreme Being. Release third ancestor. Seeing the third dragon's pained expression, Jin clan's big dragon and second dragon shouted. Stars swirled around them one after another, incomparably terrifying. All of you, come back. You aren't his opponent. At this time, an indistinct voice sounded from the depths of Jin clan's core region. The sound waves rushed into the 9 heavens, turning into great Dao flowers that bloomed. In that instant, all of the cultivators' bodies inexplicably trembled, affected by this terrifying sound wave. Mother Great One has come. When they heard this, Jin clan's big dragon and second dragon gave each other a look, and then withdrew from the battlefield, bowing deeply towards the source of the sound. Is that Jin Taijun? Countless cultivators looked towards the core region. A hazy void figure appeared there, one could vaguely see a woman rising and falling within. Jin Taijun, one of Imperial Pass unmatched giants, a taboo figure who could truly sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earth. Even though she was a woman, from the moment she stepped onto the path of cultivation, she blossomed with brilliance. Many heroic talents of the same generation, compared to her, were like fireflies competing for brilliance against the bright moon, the difference just too great. It was rumored that she might be an immortal core, a creature sealed by Jin clan's immortal through heaven-reaching methods. As a long-life family, back then, Jin clan's power was at its peak. Even though they were weaker than Sha family, they were still close behind. There were also rumors that this Jin Taijun was actually that true immortal's daughter, previously obtaining the true immortal's inheritance, immortal energy pouring into her, cleansing her marrows and meridians. If not for being restricted by the great changes in this world's environment, she might have already achieved immortality. Wong wong wong, the void trembled. In the depths of the core region, Jin Taijun walked over, the immortal elephant above her head astonishing. There were immortal cranes flying about, great Dao flower petals scattering down, fairies dancing in the sky, a beautiful land appearing. Dao friend, you really don't place my Jin clan in your eyes. Jin Taijun appeared on the battlefield, calmly looking at Chu Bei, her words carrying a wave of fierce coldness. Her entire body surged, great Dao laws swirling about, eyes cold. Great Dao energy surged. This is Jin Taijun. When they saw Jin Taijun's appearance, countless cultivators were stupefied, a bit in disbelief. Jin Taijun, an existence who had lived for several tens of thousands of years, overlooking the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, what they saw before them was a graceful young lady, her youthful aura threatening. Could it be that she has lived another life? Countless cultivators stared at Jin Taijun in shock, especially the Wang clan's ancestors and the elders of the Tianqian institution. Their faces were full of disbelief. They could tell that Jin Taijun's appearance was not the result of forcefully changing her appearance. She was truly a young lady full of vitality. Whether it was her bones or her flesh, it all indicated that this was an 18-year-old young lady, not an old monster. There was only one possibility that could cause such a situation, and that was that the other party had lived a new life. Ever since the great change in the world, the 9 heavens 10 earths had been lacking immortal materials, making it difficult for anyone to become an immortal. Because of this, no matter how powerful you are destined to die. Even if you are a supreme being and can live for more than 1,000,000 years, there is an end to your lifespan. After countless years, Jin Tai-jun should be old and her flame of life should be weakening. However, right now, she gave off the feeling that she had just started, that she had just risen up. She had lived another life. This was a display of Jin Tai-jun's powerfulness. Dao friend, I have shown myself. Are you still not going to let Xiao-san go? Jin Tai-jun squinted her eyes and her voice turned colder. I came here today to hear about the descendant of the sinner's blood that you mentioned. Chu Bei looked at Jin Tai-jun mockingly. Then, his fingertips moved, and the giant chaotic hand beside him suddenly tightened. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, followed by a low rumble. Then, the primordial spirit of the Jin clan's third elder exploded in the giant hand and turned into nothingness. How dare you! The moment she sensed Chu Bei's attack, Jin Tai-jun made her move. The vision above her head condensed into a red beam of light that carried the power to destroy the world and attacked Chu Bei. However, before the red beam of light could reach Chu Bei, it was cut into a rain of light by a chaotic axe that appeared out of nowhere. In the end, Jin Tai-jun was unable to save the Jin clan's third elder from Chu Bei. Heavens! Boss Chu killed the Jin clan's third elder in front of Jin Tai-jun, too domineering. Is he not going to give her any face? The Jin clan's supreme being, who once dominated an era, died just like that. Speaking of which, what kind of blood feud does Boss Chu have with the Jin clan? Countless onlookers were frightened and looked at Chu Bei's back in a daze. Give me back my third brother's life. After witnessing the scene of the Jin clan's third elder being killed, Jin Da and Jin Er suddenly appeared on the battlefield as if they had gone mad. Their auras surged, and their eyes were fixed on Chu Bei. Their killing intent swept through the 9 heavens. Come back. Just as Jin Da and Jin Er were attacking Chu Bei from different directions, Jin Tai-jun's robes fluttered as he shouted. Immediately, the two figures stabilized. After glancing at Jin Tai-jun, they unwillingly retreated behind her and stared at Chu Bei like poisonous snakes. Mother, third brother can't die in vain. Jin Da and Jin Er took a deep breath. Countless stars rotated behind them, releasing a power that could split the sky. Shut up. Jin Tai-jun turned around and coldly swept her eyes over Jin Da and Jin Er. After shouting again, her eyes returned to Chu Bei. Her brows furrowed. Dao friend, for the sake of some insignificant sinner's blood ants, are you going to fight to the death with my Jin clan? Jin Tai-jun's voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated by everyone's ears. That cold in the forest voice indescribably made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. When they heard Jin Tai-jun's words, the stone clansmen's eyes were filled with unwillingness. 1,000,000 years ago, they were Imperial Pass' most powerful emperor clan, yet now, they became sinners' blood ants. Chapter 454. Sinner's Blood. You should understand the truth of the past better than anyone, right? After hundreds of thousands of years, everything you've done is already enough for you to die over 100 times. Chu Bei took a step forward, staring at Jin Tai-jun, releasing a cold snort. I fear that you are the true sinner, right? The reason this one came to your Jin family today is precisely to redress these so-called sinners' blood descendants you all started rumors about. Let the people in Imperial Pass see if they really are sinners' blood descendants or not. In that instant, Chu Bei's powerful voice that was full of unmatched dignity rang through all of Imperial Pass City, rumbling like thunder, scattering through the sky dome, continuing for a long time. What are you trying to say? When she heard Chu Bei's words, Jin Tai-jun's body trembled slightly, her expression changing for the first time. Even when Jin-san was killed, her emotions didn't fluctuate that much. Since you all came, why are you still hiding? Why don't you just show yourselves? Let's talk about this sinner's blood matter together. Chu Bei turned his head, his eyes indifferently sweeping over heavenly deity institution, long life families Wang family and Zhao family's old ancestors. Dao friend Chu, you've done something I've always wanted to do, but have never been able to. Behind heavenly deity institution's elders, purple mist appeared. A green-robed elder walked out from within. Great Elder. When the green-robed elder appeared, heavenly deity institution's elders immediately cupped their fists and bowed. Almost at the same time, a figure walked out from behind the long-life families Wang family and Zhao family's old ancestors. Unlike heavenly deity institution's great elder, these two figures looked extremely young, not more than 18 or 19 years old. That's heavenly deity institution's great elder Meng Tianjing, imperial pass unmatched supreme being. For tens of thousands of years, it was always him who intimidated the other side's supreme beings. I never expected to be able to see him from such a close distance today. There are also those two, one is Wang family's ancestor Immortal Wang, the other is Zhao family's ancestor Zhao Haotian. From their appearances, could it be that they also lived a new life? Imperial Pass 4 great supreme beings actually all came. All of this is thanks to Boss Chu. Countless cultivators shifted their gazes between Jin Taijun, Meng Tianjing, Immortal Wang, and Zhao Haotian. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They really didn't dare imagine that one day, they would actually be able to meet Imperial Pass 4 most powerful figures at the same time. Fellow Daoist Chu, although I don't know your background, what happened back then is already a foregone conclusion. Let's stop here. Immortal Wang released a deep sigh. Behind him, the purple primordial mist released endless irregular scenes, terrifying to the extreme. Chu Bei laughed, not paying Immortal Wang any attention, only leaving that battlefield, returning to Jin family's abode. Then, he waved his robe toward the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next moment, the void trembled, and a huge image was projected in the distant sky. Regardless of which corner of Imperial Pass they were in, they could clearly see it when they raised their heads. What was shown on the screen was the scene above the Jin family cave, including Chu Bei, Jin Taijun, Meng Tianjing, and the others. Look at the sky. Where is that? Isn't that heavenly deity institution's great elder Meng Tianjing? There is also Jin Taijun, Immortal Wang, and Zhao Haotian. Why are the 4 great overlords gathered together? Could it be that desolate border is going to change? I recognize that place. That is Jin family's abode. Could it be that this has something to do with that indistinct voice from before? Could it be that there really is someone who dares provoke long-life Jin family? At this time, within Imperial Pass, including the border regions several tens of thousands of kilometers away, all of the cultivators raised their heads, looking towards the image in the sky dome, their faces carrying shock. Fellow Daoist, you are stirring up a great commotion. Long-life Zhao family's ancestor gave the image in the sky dome a look. When he looked towards Chu Bei again, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Fellow Daoist Chu, what you are doing is exactly what this old man wants. The greater the commotion, the better. Meng Tianjing roared with laughter. With a step, he actually stood side by side with Chu Bei. At this moment, he seemed to have made some type of decision. Chu Bei nodded slightly towards Meng Tianjing, and then with a flick of his finger, several more images appeared in the sky dome. The first image. That was Stone Clan's tribe. There was an approximately 6-year-old child who successfully opened 10 heavenly passages within his body. Right when the clansmen were celebrating for him, a group of knights seated on vicious beasts descended from the sky, passing down a decree. They wanted this 6-year-old child to head to Desolate Borders battlefield to kill the enemy. Stone Clan's clansmen resisted, refusing to accept the decree. There were immediately several people who were killed, flesh and blood flying everywhere, dyeing the great earth. It was a ghastly sight. In the end, this 6-year-old child looked at the corpses of his parents on the ground, brought away by that group of knights while crying himself hoarse. The second image. Desolate Borders battlefield was in a state of emergency, needing elite soldiers from the various great tribes to kill the enemy. Several thousand powerful knights descended on Stone Clan again, directly selecting 100 of the most powerful Stone Clan clansmen, and then they were sent to the battlefield, forcefully sending them to the very front lines to fight. They were from the same camp, but when these Stone Clan soldiers fought bloody battles on the front lines, those knights watched from the distance. Even if there were soldiers who were seriously injured, they still didn't care, allowing them to die in battle. The third image. An elder with large golden characters on the back of his long robes descended on Stone Clan, declaring that he wanted to refine great medicine, that he needed someone to guide him, saying that he came to borrow people. Stone Clan's people refused. Under the elder's anger, he killed several people on the spot. In the end, he chose 8 powerful Stone Clan cultivators and left. The ninth image. It was still Stone Clan's tribe. 6 true Self-Realm soldiers surrounded a middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man was an approximately 10-year-old boy, the boy already entering the engravement realm. Even in all of Imperial Pass, there was no one more freakish than him. However, at such a young age, there was another decree that descended, wishing to send him to the front lines to kill the foreign villains. Fortunately, in the end, a group of people appeared. The young man in the lead raised his hand, killing 3 soldiers, ordering the other 3 to back off. Aren't the ones in these images all Stone Clan? Even if they are Sinner's blood descendants, they still can't be treated like this, right? In these tens of thousands of years, their contributions on desolate borders battlefield far exceeded ours. Just what kind of grudge does this Jin family have with Stone Clan? Those Stone Clan freaks all have hopes of reaching the supreme being level. Perhaps this Jin family is worried that there will be more traitors among the Sinner's blood descendant. That is why they wanted to kill these freaks while they were still in the cradle, not allowing for the slightest mistake. Inside Imperial Pass, all of the cultivators raised their heads, looking at the images in the sky one after another, sympathy appearing in their eyes. Meanwhile, right now, the eyes of the Stone Clan people behind Chu Bei were bloodshot, all of their fists clenched tightly, looking at Jin family's cultivators with resentment. The images in the sky dome above were precisely the various misdeeds Jin family did to Stone Clan in the past tens of thousands of years. Old woman Jin, were these all your decrees? Good. No wonder the past number 1 Emperor clan never produced another supreme being in these tens of thousands of years. Turns out these freakish seedlings were killed by you when they were young. I am guarding desolate borders front lines. Is this the explanation you are giving me? Meng Tianjing roared out, terrifying aura spreading. It was as if a great world appeared behind him. Jin Taijun didn't reply, only releasing a cold snort, his expression ugly to the extreme. This is this one's matter, there is no need for you to interfere. Chu Bei turned his head, giving Meng Tianjing a look, saying calmly. As his calm voice faded, the scene of the stone tribe being treated unfairly in the sky disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a scene of a tragic battlefield. Kill. Inside Imperial Pass, before all of the cultivators could see the scene clearly, sky-shaking shouts of war first sounded by their ears. Immediately afterwards, the images became clearer and clearer. That was an ancient giant city. Outside the city was a boundless battlefield. The experts there could pluck stars and seize moons, every one of them ridiculously powerful. That pool was incomparably sturdy, resting in desolate border, inconceivably large, as if it was a world of its own. Hong Long Long. In the boundless battlefield, there were immortal Dao auras that fluctuated, symbols rushing into the air, stars falling from the sky. That type of battle was too intense, unimaginable. As the images changed, several figures appeared, supporting each other. Under the setting sun, they walked towards the desolate land's ancient giant city. Their ruined bodies swayed, as if they might fall at any time. Under the dusky setting sun, their bodies seemed especially large, not showing any signs of decline because of their injuries, all of them possessing a type of matchless aura. The 7 of them were like 7 unmatched kings, supporting each other just like that, stepping over endless corpses, returning to the giant city, carrying out a defense. Soon afterwards, there were endless terrifying creatures who slaughtered their way over, possessing the aura of the highest divine Tao, as if they were already undying, as well as immortal radiance, incomparably terrifying. Kill. Those 7 individuals were covered in blood, incredibly large. They stood on the city wall, roaring angrily towards the sky, rushing out again, slaughtering their way towards the endless enemies. When they looked into the city again, there were many people in ragged clothes, disheveled hair and dirty faces, including skinny elders, thin and weak youngsters, little girls whose beast-skin clothes were tattered and patched. They all ascended the city wall, wishing to participate in the battle. Under the world-shaking sounds of fighting, holy light rushed into the heavens from these people's foreheads, merging together, shattering the clouds, piercing the heavens. In the end, they gathered into a sin symbol. The 7 kings dragged their heavy injuries, fighting while bathed in blood, fighting against the invading enemies until the sky became dark. As the scene changed, the battle continued. The 7 great kings fell one after another, the stars in the sky all becoming dim. Behind them, the elders, youngsters, and little girls with the sin character between their brows raised their heads towards the sky, weeping bitterly, carrying grief. In that battle, the 7 kings fell, but through the eruption of the sin character's power, they also successfully forced back the terrifying invading enemies, successfully protecting the giant city that was who knew how many tens of thousands of li behind them. That battlefield is Desolate Border. Who exactly are those 7 people? It was them who used their lives to protect Imperial Pass. Why have I never heard of these 7 before? They used their lives to protect Imperial Pass, so why have I never heard of these people before? Did you all see that sinner's blood symbol? Could it be that those 7 are also sinners? No way, they clearly protected Imperial Pass. If not for them, Imperial Pass would have already fallen. At this moment, all of the cultivators in Imperial Pass City cried out in grief, staring blankly at the battlefield in the sky dome above. All of their blood seemed to have been ignited, truly wishing to immediately head to Desolate Border and fight against those from the other side. Of course, they were guessing at the identities of those 7 who used their lives to protect Imperial Pass. The battle back then, do you know anything about it? Above Jin family's cave, Chu Bei pointed at the scene in the sky dome above, suddenly looking towards the distant Jin Tai-jun, his ice-cold questioning resounding through the 9 heavens 10 earth. Chu Bei's questioning voice seemed to carry a type of terrifying and mysterious power. The instant his voice sounded, the divine force within all of Imperial Pass cultivators suddenly froze. In the distance, Jin Taijuan's expression became more and more ugly, increasingly overcast. His gaze towards Chu Bei surged with vicious killing intent. Chapter 455. Compared to Jin Taijun, whose eyes were full of killing intent, right now, the stone clansmen behind Chu Bei all stared blankly at the scene in the sky dome above, tears hanging from the corners of their eyes. Their eyes were red from crying. It was all because the ones fighting while bathed in blood were their ancestors. Gradually, stone clansmen's blood began to resonate with the scene, surging violently. Sin symbols appeared on their foreheads one after another, becoming even more resplendent than before. Symbols interweaved, holy light surging into the heavens. Disciple, remember your master's words. Your ancestors aren't sinners, they are Imperial Pass true protectors. You all are the protector's bloodline. The symbols between your brows not only don't represent sin, it is the exact opposite, they represent glory. They record your ancestors' achievements and glory. Chu Bei carried Shahao. His words weren't only for Shahao to hear, but also for stone clansmen, as well as for everyone in Imperial Pass and the 9 heavens 10 earths to hear. Turns out our ancestors didn't sin, we aren't sinners either. The blood flowing through our bodies isn't filthy, it represents glory. Even when our ancestors died, they still fought for Desolate Border, they didn't sin. The stone clansmen cried, then laughed, all of their expressions as if they obtained relief, the heavy burden on their bodies finally being removed. What exactly is going on? Could it be that stone clansmen, fire clansmen, and those with the sinner's blood symbol between their brows aren't sinners' descendants? Who can tell me what the truth of this matter is? Those are clearly 7 protectors, they protected Desolate Border, so why did their descendants become sinners? What exactly is there that we don't know about? During these tens of thousands of years, could it be that we were always wrong? Those so-called sinners' blood are actually the descendants of heroes, they represent glory. Inside Imperial Pass, Countless cultivators snapped out of their daze. They all looked at each other, eyes carrying confusion and confusion. They wished to know the truth of this matter. Why would the descendants of heroes mysteriously become sinners? They are the saviors of the 9 heavens 10 earths, the true protectors. However, after fighting in desolate border for so long, in the end, they couldn't even protect their descendants properly. Meng Tianjing shook his head, his voice carrying shame. So the people of Xin province aren't guilty. They are the descendants of the protectors. King Dao Tai, demon leader king, old celestial being, and the other cultivators looked at each other with shock in their eyes. If it weren't for the mysterious boss Chu projecting images of the Japanese battlefield, they would probably continue to instill this idea in their minds. Master, this disciple does not understand. Why did we later become sinners? Shihao raised his head, widening his eyes. Chu Bei gave Shihao a look, and then pinched his cheeks. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 more scenes appeared in the heavens. The first image. In the Jin family cave. The king of the Stone Clan was defeated on the battlefield. Father, now is the best time for us to replace them. How? You're the only one who survived this battle. Isn't the truth of this matter up to you? Moreover, in this battle, even though Imperial Pass was able to hold on, they were still the defeated side. Your respected self can completely attribute the reason for their defeat to Stone Clan's king. I know what to do. Inside the cave, a woman respectfully stood at the side of a middle-aged man, offering advice. Upon closer inspection, this woman was precisely Jin Taijun. The second image. The middle-aged man stood on Imperial Pass walls, announcing the reason for their defeat to the millions and millions of creatures in the city. Everything originated from Stone Clan's king and Fire Clan's king's betrayal, joining hands to kill the 3 desolate border king. How could it be like this? Is this the truth? Turns out the mastermind behind everything was Jin family. For the sake of becoming the #1 emperor clan, they actually twisted the truth. No wonder Jin family would strangle Stone Clan's terrifying little fella in the cradle from the very start. They were scared that one day, the truth would be exposed. This damned Jin family, they actually deceived all of Imperial Pass cultivators. These clans with sinners' blood are so pitiful. After seeing these 2 images, the millions and millions of cultivators in Imperial Pass were first stunned, and then when they reacted, they all criticized Jin family's actions. It's you all. Turns out everything was because of you all. The Stone Clan people behind Chu Bei went crazy, all of their veins bulging, truly wishing to slaughter Jin Taijun into 1,000 pieces, tear her corpse into 10,000 pieces. Sigh, we only found out about this later on as well. However, things have already passed, the truth is no longer important. Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian exchanged a look, releasing a long sigh. Back then, if it wasn't for you all protecting her, I would have already killed her. Meng Tianjing coldly swept his eyes over Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian, roaring out angrily. Desolate Borders' situation is becoming more and more tense. The other side has undying existences, so no matter what, she is still a great fighting force. Since things are already irreversible, then we might as well just drop the matter here. Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian spoke up again. What you all say sounds good. The reason why you all are watching from the side, the true reason is because Stone Clan's decline is also beneficial to your 2 clans' development, right? Chu Bei's eyes swept over Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian, releasing a cold laugh, face full of contempt. Dao friend Chu, cease your slander. When he heard Chu Bei's words, Zhao Haotian's face fell, his fists clenching slightly. The stars behind him swirled and collided, an incomparably terrifying aura spreading outwards. Chu Bei didn't even give Zhao Haotian a look, his eyes returning to Jin Taijuan's body. With a wave of his sleeve, his eyes narrowed. Is there anything else you want to say? Truly laughable. All of this is nothing more than an illusion you produced, trying to numb Imperial Pass people. The truth is the truth, no matter how you cleanse the sinner's blood descendants, they will always be sinners. Jin Taijun quickly recovered, releasing a cold snort. Even at this time, you still dare quibble. Chu Bei's face became grave and stern, primal chaos surging behind him. At the same time, His entire body released resplendent and dazzling white light, ripples surging beneath his feet. The surrounding heavens released profound and difficult to understand great Tao sounds, as if tree leaves were swaying, rustling about. While taking a step, a streak of white light rushed into the heavens from Chu Bei's body, aura continuously rising, becoming more and more powerful. Breaking my Jin family's immortal formation, killing my third and eighth sons, do you really think I am scared of you? Jin Taijun glared at Chu Bei, shouting. Her entire body surged, astral energy surging, great Tao laws swirling about, eyes cold. Are Boss Chu and Jin Taijun going to fight again? One easily killed Jin family's 3 dragons, the other one is one of Imperial Pass 4 unmatched supreme beings. Just how terrifying is the battle between them? Perhaps even the foreign creatures on the other side of desolate border can sense it. When they saw the scene above, countless cultivators were speechless. For the sake of your own selfishness, distorting the truth, harming heroic descendant. You truly deserve to die. Chu Bei shouted. His young and handsome face was filled with coldness and killing intent that overflowed into the heavens. Around his body, dense white primal chaos rippled, an expanse of dazzling rainbows moving behind him. One could vaguely make out the scene of millions of people bowing down in worship. He stood on the battlefield, his aura oppressing Imperial Pass, pervading the 9 heavens 10 earths. During these millions of years, if it wasn't for my Jin family overseeing it, desolate border would have long been broken through. Jin Taijun replied. Laughable. Was there even a single person from your Jin family who killed on the desolate border's front lines? A group of useless ants. Chu Bei's cold eyes stared at Jin Taijun, berating again. He was like an immortal spirit, roaring out, the 9 heavens 10 earths resonating. The faces of countless cultivators in Imperial Pass turned pale, their courage about to split apart. Fortunately, even though Chu Bei was angry, he still controlled himself, not harming Imperial Pass millions and millions of cultivators. Otherwise, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. You are purposely slandering my Jin family. Jin Taijun frowned. The immortal image above his head was astonishing, immortal cranes flying about, great Tao flower petals scattering down, fairies dancing in the sky, a swirling pure land appearing. Honglong. Chu Bei didn't say anything else, directly reaching out his right hand. A giant primal chaos palm imprint carried dazzling divine light, covering the entire battlefield sky dome, smashing down towards Jin Taijun. Wherever it passed, endless great stars would explode. A bit of pressure seeped out from the battlefield, pouring down in torrents. The group of metal attribute cultivators immediately trembled, putong noises sounding continuously. They fell weak one after another, shivering all over. Jin Da and Jin A released divine splendor at the same time, illuminating the metal attribute cultivators, but despite this, it still didn't do anything. These metal attribute cultivators still felt as if they fell into an icehouse, as if they entered hell, trembling in fear. Are you treating me like I don't exist? On the battlefield, Jin Taijun gave the Jin family cultivators below a look, releasing a cold snort. Then, his hands moved, activating an ancient treasure. This was a violet gold mace that carried immortal Tao aura. When it was brandished, it smashed murderously towards Chu Bei, wishing to pierce through that primal chaos palm imprint. Chu Bei rushed forward, another wave of divine force pouring into the primal chaos palm imprint. Peng! The giant primal chaos palm and violet gold mace collided, the noise shaking the heavens. In almost an instant, the violet gold mace was sent flying. Looking at the shadow of the iron lump that suddenly appeared in the palm of the giant primal chaos palm, Jin Taijun frowned, and a slightly serious expression appeared on her face. This violet gold mace was her Tao attainment weapon. It was sturdy and indestructible, containing a large amount of divine gold. It could be said to be a half-step immortal weapon, but in the end, it was sent flying so easily. Above the Jin family cave abode, Meng Tianjing, Wang Changxing, and Zhao Haotian, the 3 supremes, looked at the floating iron lump with a hint of surprise in their eyes. What is this? Jin Taijun pointed at the iron lump in front of the giant primal chaos palm, frowning and asking in a deep voice. Chu Bei didn't answer Jin Taijun's question. He controlled the giant primal chaos palm to continue pressing forward. At the same time, the iron lump released a terrifying tearing force that covered the sky, instantly appearing in front of Jin Taijun. Jin Taijun shouted softly, holding the violet gold mace with both hands, and an avatar appeared behind her as she went forward. However, in the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. Outside the iron lump in front of the giant primal chaos palm, there was another layer of bluish-green light. This was a mysterious aura that she had never encountered before. In the light, she could see the avatar of thousands of people worshipping. In the end, it condensed into a terrifying swastika symbol. Crack! This supreme symbol was very domineering and indestructible. In an instant, it broke the violet gold mace that contained a large amount of divine gold. How can this be? Impossible. Looking at the broken violet gold mace, Jin Taijun was stunned and lost her mind for a short moment. What kind of power is this? He can actually break Mother's Dao attainment weapon. Is he really so strong that he can compete with Mother? No, looking at the current situation, he even has the upper hand. Looking at the broken violet gold mace, Jin Da and Jin were stunned at first. When they came back to their senses, they looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. In the next moment, the two of them appeared on the battlefield at the same time, one on each side of Jin Taijun. Kill! Jin Da shouted. The yin and yang qi in his abdomen spun and his sea of reincarnation appeared, forming the yin-yang life and death diagram. It enlarged rapidly and surrounded him. At the same time, Jin Er's organs shone and his chanting echoed. It was as if all the Buddhas and demons were chanting at the same time, supporting his undefeatable body. His four limbs seemed to be connected to the universe and could suppress the four extremes of heaven and earth. After the two of them looked at each other, they held their Dao attainment weapons and attacked Chu Bei from different directions. Are you in such a hurry to die? Both of you, come back. Chu Bei's mocking voice and Jin Taijun's anxious shouting echoed in the 9 heavens and 10 earths at the same time. Jin Taijun's expression changed drastically. However, before she could stop Jin Da and Jin Chu Bei had already gotten close to them. Chu Bei swung his fist. Although it was simple and direct, it contained Xiao Hei's power and was mixed with all kinds of techniques and theories. The moment he punched, the stars in the sky appeared behind him. Between his fists, the river of stars swirled. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were moving with him. The scene was extremely terrifying. Boom! Chu Bei took the lead and punched towards Jin All of a sudden, the chanting of sutras around Jin Er's body disappeared. His glowing internal organs became distorted and dimmed. With a boom, he exploded in the 10,000 feet long ripples, and his body and soul were destroyed. Seeing this, Jin Da's pupils suddenly shrank and fear emerged in his eyes. He tried to withdraw his attack and retreat, but Chu Bei's palm seemed to have an irresistible suction force. He could only continue to move forward. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom. Chu Bei's second punch accurately landed on Jin Da's abdomen. The life and death pattern formed by the flowing yin and yang qi turned into a rain of light and dissipated. The surrounding stars also exploded at the same time. The howling wind swept through the 9 heavens. Just like Jin Da's primordial spirit did not have time to escape. Before he could scream, he was buried under Chu Bei's fist. From Jin Da and Jin Er's attack to being killed by Chu Bei, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Ah! You killed my fourth son, I won't rest until you are dead. Jin Taijun hurried over, but it was already too late. While looking in the direction Jin Da and Jin disappeared, she suddenly seemed to have gone crazy. She roared towards the sky, her voice full of domineering killing intent. While carrying hatred, Jin Taijun continuously released several dozen terrifying attacks. However, they were all easily neutralized by Chu Bei. What? You are someone who has lived for millions of years, yet you still feel the pain of losing your children? Chu Bei's hands were behind him. He looked coldly at Jin Taijun, his voice becoming overcast. Then when you issued the decree to send those children from Stone Clan to Desolate Border's front lines, have you thought about their parents' feelings? The ice-cold and indifferent voice drifted through the battlefield, sounding in the minds of everyone in Imperial Pass. Chapter 456. Jin Da and Jin were killed. Although they just came out of seclusion, they are still supremes, killing Jin Taijuan's son in front of her. In the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, I'm afraid only this unknown boss Chu can do that. The discussion started again. Outside the Jin family's cave, the cultivators who were watching the battle were even more frightened and in disbelief. Die! Jin Taijun roared. Her expression was completely different. Although she was still very delicate, there was an indescribable terrifying aura, as if a demon had awakened. Originally, she was a graceful young lady who had lived a second life and had a kind of immortal temperament. But now, although she was still surrounded by immortal qi and was in a pure white fog, her appearance had turned into that of an old woman. She was incomparably fierce and intimidating. Like an immortal sword unsheathed, killing intent burst out, and the universe was about to be thrown into chaos. Even if my cultivation is suppressed in this world, I can still destroy you with a finger. Chu Bei's voice was cold. After sensing Jin Taijuan's aura, his words were still full of disdain. At the same time, a terrifying aura that shook the sky covered the sky and spread in all directions with him as the center. In an instant, all the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths were terrified. Their souls were trembling, and many ferocious beasts in the mountains trembled and quickly knelt down to worship. It was also at this moment. Jin Taijun attacked again, but unlike before, this time she didn't use the so-called Immortal Dao's grand technique. When she waved her hand, no divine power could be felt, and vast laws intertwined. It could even be described as casual. As her robe fluttered, she used her right hand as a blade and slashed directly at Chu Bei. Although it wasn't flashy, the moment Jin Taijun attacked, everyone clearly felt that the surroundings suddenly became dead silent. It was as if only her right hand was left in the originally noisy world. Chu Bei glanced at Jin Taijun indifferently and was as calm as before. He casually raised his right leg slowly and kicked towards Jin Taijuan's right hand. The cultivators looked at each other speechlessly, and even a little dazed as they stared blankly at the battlefield. They really couldn't imagine that this was a life and death battle between two supremes. His moves were too ordinary. There were no energy fluctuations at all, nor were there any worldly laws. However, unlike the ordinary cultivators, Meng Tianjing, Wang Changxing, Zhao Haotian and the other early-stage supremes were watching the battle between Chu Bei and Jin Taijun with great seriousness. All of them had grave expressions. They were naturally able to see that Chu Bei and Jin Taijun had restrained their Daos within their bodies. There wasn't the slightest bit of energy leaking out. Although it seemed as if they weren't affected by any fire energy and seemed very casual, as if they were two ordinary people fighting, in reality, the might and power of their battle was unimaginable. Once it detonated, it would definitely cause the world to collapse and destroy everything. On the battlefield, Jin Taijun was constantly shifting his position like an eagle spreading its wings. His arms were resonating, and his mouth was whistling. From time to time, he would change his attacks and tease Chu Bei. There was no dazzling brilliance, nor were there any symbols of the great Tao. Everything was very direct. On the other hand, Chu Bei had one hand behind his back. His eyes flashed as if he didn't care about Jin Taijuan's attack at all. Bang! In the dull collision, a fist and a leg collided, bringing about a dull sound. The sky didn't collapse. Only the place where the two bodies collided made an abnormal sound. Amidst the dull sound, Jin Taijun retracted his hand and immediately retreated. His face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His breathing was chaotic. Your cultivation level could it be? Jin Taijun retreated, but before he could finish his words, Chu Bei appeared in front of him. Following that, Chu Bei waved his sleeve and, under the latter's incredulous gaze, gave him a big slap on the latter's face, causing a clear pa sound. How dare you humiliate me? On the battlefield, Jin Taijun staggered. Golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was slightly stunned at first. His right hand touched the cheek that was slapped. When he came back to his senses, his face was ashen. He directly roared into the sky. Rolling thunder burst out, and his killing intent swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, because of the monstrous anger in his heart, Jin Taijun couldn't calm down. The power of the great Tao that he controlled couldn't be restrained in his body anymore. It burst out directly from his body. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sky split open, the void collapsed, and countless spatial gaps spread far and wide. On the battlefield, one after another, terrifying pitch-black holes appeared. Countless stars collapsed, turning into billions of fragments that shot into the gaps. The terrifying aftermath of the divine power continued to spread, faintly showing signs of spreading towards the 9 heavens 10 earths. Meng Tianjing, Zhao Haotian, and Wang Changsheng didn't hesitate. They immediately took action and took out their weapons. Only then did they block the divine power that Jin Taijun emitted outside the 9 heavens 10 earths. This was the terror of a peak supreme being. When angry, heaven and earth would collapse, and all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. At this moment, on the battlefield, Chu Bei waved his sleeve. Chaotic ripples spread out, bringing Jin Taijun to an even more distant battlefield. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces and never let you enter the cycle of reincarnation. Jin Taijun roared at Chu Bei like a madman. His eyes were bloodshot, and one hand tightly held the cheek that was slapped previously. In these millions of years, she had never suffered such great humiliation. In Imperial Pass, her words were imperial edict, no one daring to go against them. She was used to being domineering. However today, not only did she have 4 of her children killed, she even suffered a slap to the face. Hong! Another great explosion sounded. As for Chu Bei, not only did he not fear Jin Taijun's crazy appearance, there was even a smile on the corners of his lips. He got close again, his large hand smashing down, as if the heavens were smashing down. Ah! Jin Taijun roared out, eyes releasing flames. Her entire body surged with battle intent, blood energy burning. She faced him, blocking this strike. Dong! Another clash at the peak. Stars exploded, silver streams flowing in reverse. After a moment of deadlock, Jin Taijun's body backed up, unable to stop Chu Bei's attack. However, right when Jin Taijun was about to accumulate power and release another attack, Chu Bei's palm reached out again. Chaotic force could be seen surging in his palm. A palm smashed down, brilliant radiance erupting. Pa! Another clear sound that shocked the 9 heavens 10 earths sounded. Chu Bei delivered another slap to Jin Taijun's face, this time landing firmly on the other side of Jin Taijun's face. The strange Xiao Hei's power erupted on Jin Taijun's face, immediately producing a clear palm imprint on the other side of her face, golden blood flowing out from the corners of her lips. If it was an ordinary cultivator, even if they had just entered the supreme being level, under Chu Bei's slap, their head and primordial spirit might have instantly turned into a bloody mist. However, Jin Taijun was still a peak supreme being, the toughness of her skin far from what normal supreme beings could compare to. She used all of her blood energy, divine light surging, neutralizing her greatest danger and humiliation. Why? Why is this the case? Jin Taijun was driven mad, her hair disheveled, eyes cold, crazily questioning Chu Bei. She had been nurtured by a true immortal since she was young. After millions of years, she had long reached the peak of supreme being. It could be said that she didn't fear anyone under the true immortal level. However, why was it that she just couldn't win against this fella called Boss Chu? She didn't believe that in this age, their 9 heavens 10 earths still had immortals. In her opinion, no matter how strong this person was, he was definitely at the supreme being realm like her. However, the result of this battle didn't seem like they were on the same level at all, the other party crushing her so easily. It was to the extent where the divine force the other party displayed was something she had never come into contact with before, as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens 10 earth. As an existence high above in Imperial Pass, she was slapped by the other party twice in a row. This type of humiliation was unendurable. She knew that after this battle, even if she was a supreme being, her reputation would still be swept through the floor, losing her true great prestige. Throughout the 9 heavens 10 earths, from immortal ancient until now, in the past million years, apart from her, which other supreme being would be slapped by another? That person is actually powerful to this degree. Is he really only a supreme being? He didn't give Jin Taijun any face, continuously slapping her twice in front of all of Imperial Pass cultivators. Jin Taijun has towered at the peak of supreme being for many years, yet she still isn't that person's match. I fear that he might have already achieved immortality, right? In my opinion, this boss Chu definitely has a great relationship with the Wasteland 7 kings who protected Imperial Pass back then. Otherwise, why would he be so furious? If all of this is true, then this Jin Taijuan's death isn't worth regretting. At the same time, it wasn't just the cultivators around Jin family. All of Imperial Pass and even all of the cultivators in the 9 heavens 10 earths raised their heads, looking at the scene in the sky dome above in a stupefied manner. The scene of this battle was projected by Chu Bei to every corner of the 9 heavens 10 earths, including the lower realms of the 3,000 Dao provinces. At this moment, all of the cultivators were stupefied, inwardly incomparably shaken. They simply didn't dare believe that the high and mighty Jin Taijun would actually fall to this extent, be struck down so powerfully by another. Jin family's cultivators' faces were deathly pale, all of them revealing great unwillingness. Their eyes that looked at Chu Bei carried hatred, but also restraining fear and fear. Stone Clan's people's faces were full of joy, unable to help but cry out, their expressions stirred up. Boss Chu is the one who is truly worthy of being the #1 expert of the 9 heavens 10 earth. Devil Leader King, Daotai King, Old Celestial, Immortal Palace Master and the other self-release experts who came with Chu Bei were all dazzled, looking at Chu Bei's rear figure with greater and greater reverence. Great Ancestor, well done. Yi Qingxian slapped the table in praise. Towards this result, she wasn't surprised in the slightest. After all, this great ancestor of hers could freely move through the great river of time. Even if it was someone as powerful as her great father, he still couldn't casually rewrite history like the other party, coming and going as he pleased. Towards Chu Bei's strength, she naturally wouldn't have any misgivings. She firmly believed in the words the other party spoke. Because of some mysterious power, the other party's unmatched cultivation was restricted. Meng Tianjing, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian exchanged a look, remaining silent. Jin Taijun obtained the inheritance of immortal ancients true immortal, his strength not weaker than any of them. For 1,000,000 years, his might shook the 9 heavens 10 earths, yet right now, he was completely suppressed by this boss Chu who appeared out of nowhere, beaten until he couldn't retaliate at all. Chapter 457. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, the demonized Jin Taijun once again pounced at Chu Bei with a strong killing intent. However, within a few breaths, she was shaken until blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. During the battle, Chu Bei had been playing it down, as if he hadn't used much strength. Slap! Jin Taijuan's left face was slapped by Chu Bei again. This time, it was particularly serious. Half of her face was smashed off, her cheekbones cracked, and teeth fell out of her mouth. Even from afar, it was still a shocking sight. You humiliated me 3 times. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Jin Taijuan's eyes became colder and colder. Her hair was disheveled, and her gaze was as cold as a poisonous snake's. She couldn't wait to eat Chu Bei. As she shouted coldly with surging killing intent, the great Dao in Jin Taijuan's body trembled. Countless golden blood condensed into blood beads and floated around her body. As the golden blood beads burned and rose, her aura rose again. Under the supreme power, stars exploded one after another. At this moment, Jin Taijun burned her blood essence and sublimated to the extreme. Clang! Jin Taijun pinched a seal, and a golden light condensed at her fingertip. It was condensed from the divine power produced by the burning of her blood essence. The golden light was too terrifying. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. As soon as it formed, it shattered the sky and thousands of stars. It even revealed a 9-colored heavenly river. Die! As soon as the cold in the forest voice filled with monstrous killing intent fell, Jin Taijuan's fingertips suddenly stabbed forward. The golden light that covered the sky instantly shot out. Chu Bei's face was expressionless, and his eyes were still full of contempt. As he stepped forward, a chaotic great Tao appeared under his feet and spanned the entire battlefield. Then, the moment the golden light hit, his right hand slapped out, and a flower of the great Tao bloomed to meet the golden light. Boom! The battlefield collapsed, and the power of the immortal Tao spread. Even watching the scene, countless cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The aftermath dissipated, and a figure flew out. Jin Taijuan's body was covered in wounds. After flipping several times, she stabilized her body. Her aura was chaotic, and she glared at Chu Bei with a face full of unwillingness. On the other side of the battlefield, Chu Bei's clothes didn't move, and his aura was as stable as before. Dong, dong, dong. Chu Bei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stepped on the great path of chaos and walked towards Jin Taijun. With every step he took, a flower of the great path bloomed beneath his feet. Fellow Daoist Chu, let's end this battle here. There's no need for anyone to die. At this moment, Wang Changsheng and Zhao Haotian, the two peak supremes, appeared on the battlefield at the same time. After exchanging a look, they stood side by side and blocked Chu Bei's path. You have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. Moreover, up until now, I still haven't killed him. Chu Bei gave Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian an indifferent look, calmly saying, move aside for this one. Dao friend Chu, right now, Desolate Borders situation is tense. Jin Taijun is one of our side's most powerful forces, so no matter what, she cannot die. The truth of what happened back then has already been announced to the 9 heavens 10 earths. From today onwards, towards the descendants of these protectors, we will definitely double the compensation. Let's end this battle here. Immortal Wang didn't back down, speaking out in reply. When I want to kill someone, I will never leave them alive. Chu Bei continued forward, his aura becoming more and more powerful. When he was less than 100 meters away from Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian, he shouted, Scram! Dao friend Chu, you should stop before going too far. Jin Taijun is already injured, and she has been humiliated by you in front of everyone in the 9 heavens 10 earths. It's time to stop. Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian sighed deeply, still not moving. What if this one insists on killing her? Chu Bei's gaze was cold, speaking word by word. Hearing this, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian exchanged a look. After exchanging a few glances, they sighed, if Dao friend Chu insists on doing this, then we can only join hands and exchange some pointers with you. What? You want to fight 3 against 1? At this time, a cold snort exploded in the battlefield like thunder from the 9th tribulation. Meng Tianjing appeared beside Chu Bei, coldly glaring at Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian. When Meng Tianjing appeared, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's expressions immediately became ugly, a bit of seriousness appearing between their brows. This is this one's business. Chu Bei turned his head to give Meng Tianjing a look, and then his eyes swept over Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian, saying with a sunken voice, do you two think you have the qualifications to fight against this one? Dao friend Chu, the two of them are different from Jin Taijun, possessing true immortal artifacts. Immortal artifacts? So what? Meng Tianjing spoke up to remind him, but before he finished speaking, Chu Bei waved his hand, cutting him off. Forget it, then I'll just watch from the side. When he faced Chu Bei's gaze, Meng Tianjing didn't say anything else, withdrawing to a star. What kind of situation is this? Could it be that Boss Chu is going to fight Imperial Pass 3 supreme beings alone? Do these old fellas still have any sense of shame? If they have the skills, then fight Boss Chu one-on-one. Regardless of how this battle ends, Boss Chu's name has already resounded through Imperial Pass. Imperial Pass countless cultivators looked at Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian who appeared on the battlefield, discussing spiritedly. This old one is going to stake it all against you. Perhaps because she had Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's help, Jin Taijun whose aura gradually stabilized released a roar, rushing murderously at Chu Bei again. Chong. Immortal Wang also took action. Because he had seen Chu Bei's strength, he didn't hold back either, directly using the chaos calming art. This was an immortal Dao technique that had been intimidating since Immortal Ancient until now, Known as one of the 3 most powerful sword arts of all time, its attack power unmatched under the sky. A sword core rushed out from between Immortal Wang's brows, its size extremely small, only the size of a palm. It was entirely pitch black, as if it was made from black jade, specks of dark light flickering about. This was a primordial spirit sword core, known to be an extreme method for cultivating the primordial spirit, forging the primordial spirit, turning it into an unstoppable sword core, able to cut down demons and kill immortals. Zheng. Sword cries sounded. That sword core shot murderously at Chu Bei. In that instant, heavenly stars were boundless, primal chaos erupting, destructive energy engulfing the heavens above and earth below. Chu Bei remained unmoved. His right hand formed an imprint, a Dao flower appearing, directly facing the sword core. Dang! A metallic explosion sounded. The sword core was directly sent flying. Immortal Wang's body trembled fiercely. Immediately afterwards, a hint of shock appeared in his pupils. Previously, when he was watching the battle, he already sensed the power on this boss Chu's body, but he couldn't see through it. Now that he personally fought, only then did he truly experience the terror of this wave of divine force. Just die for me. Jin Tai-jun suddenly laughed crazily, her laughter carrying complacency. It was because when Chu Bei and Immortal Wang exchanged blows, she arrived behind Chu Bei. Moreover, he had successfully accumulated power. A divine spear condensed from the divine power generated by burning his blood essence was completely formed. Chu Bei was expressionless. Right when the divine spear in Jin Taijuan's hands was about to pierce through his body, an iron lump appeared in front of him. This iron lump happened to be facing Jin Taijun. It leaned forward, a strange power gushing out of its palm, and took the lead to slap the divine spear. Crack! The divine spear shattered. Then, the iron lump closed in on Jin Taijun, reached out an arm, and grabbed Jin Taijuan's neck, lifting her up like a little chick. As for the other hand, it slapped toward his face. Slap, slap, slap. In an instant, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were filled with the crisp sound of slaps. Poof! Jin Taijuan's body couldn't move. It was as if her entire body was sealed. She could only endure the terrifying giant palm that continuously swung at her. She spat out mouthfuls of golden blood, and all her teeth fell out. In the blink of an eye, Jin Taijun suffered a total of 108 slaps from the iron lump. During this time, her head exploded and reassembled a total of 36 times. When the cultivators in the 9 heavens and 10 earths saw this scene, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. It was too unbelievable. Even with the help of the other 2 unmatched supreme beings, she still couldn't escape from this boss Chu's hands. Dao friend Chu, number 1 in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you are worthy of this title. When they sensed that Jin Taijuan's aura was becoming weaker and weaker, her primordial spirit about to explode, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian both took a deep breath, as if they made some type of decision at the same time. Zheng. A metallic sound rang out, as if dragons and tigers were roaring. A war halberd appeared in the void in front of Immortal Wang, releasing dazzling immortal light. Its sound was cold, making one's soul tremble. This war halberd was 8 feet in length, full of radiance, immortal light dazzling. It was a terrifying weapon that left one with a deep impression with a single look. It carried immortal energy, swirling with immortal splendor. It was an immortal weapon. However, it also carried a wave of killing intent that went against the auspiciousness of the immortal Tao. It spread outwards, turning into a divine killing weapon. At the same time, in front of Zhao Haotian, a picture scroll unfolded, covering the sky. In the picture scroll, mountains and rivers were magnificent, great stars moving about. A complete great world was presented, incredibly realistic. It rested quietly in the void just like that, yet a wave of terrifying aura pervaded the air, as if it was going to suppress the universe. Could that be Wang family's Shenyuan war halberd and Zhao family's 10 realms diagram? Heavens, turns out these 2 immortal artifacts weren't lost. Immortal Dao weapons refined by true immortal ancient era immortals. Some of the self-release realm and above existences recognized the war halberd in front of Immortal Wang and the picture scroll in front of Zhao Haotian, all of them incredibly shocked. These two great immortal artifacts were too famous. They had previously been separately possessed by Wang family and Zhao family's immortals, displaying great brilliance in Immortal Ancient's last phase battle, slaughtering the foreign experts until ghosts wept and deities howled, slaughtering out a brilliant reputation, shocking past and present. Dao friend Chu, they have immortal artifacts, so why don't I lend you my war banner? Not far out, Meng Tianjing spoke. With a wave of his hand, a tattered cloth appeared, dyed in blood. One could vaguely hear endless shouts of war from within. This cloth was extremely tattered, moreover extremely wrinkled. There were a few holes on it, as if it was about to completely rot away. Despite this being the case, one could roughly tell that this was a banner. There were all types of filthy blood traces, too many traces left behind by time. Immortal King corpse wrapping cloth. When they saw Meng Tianjing summon the blood-dyed war banner, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's expressions changed at the same time. The reason why it had this name was because this tattered cloth had previously wrapped around the corpses of two immortal kings. When dealing with these ants, why would this great one need to borrow other things? Chu Bei gave the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth a look, shaking his head. When his calm voice sounded, Chu Bei took a step out. A giant Taiji diagram made of all life source energy, grand mist energy, and Xiao Hei's power appeared around him. Chapter 458. Under countless gazes, in the distant battlefield, an enormous Taiji diagram rose and fell. Grand mist energy and all life source energy interweaved, each occupying half. The eye of the formation was Xiao Hei's power wrapped in primal chaos. At this moment, Chu Bei floated above the primal chaos. With a wave of his arms, Xiao Hei's power poured into the grand mist energy. Wong wong wong. In that instant, the battlefield rumbled. The enormous Taikai diagram beneath Chu Bei's feet seemed as if it had come to life. Various profound talisman markings flickered above it while a myriad of phenomena appeared, and it was extremely gorgeous. Countless stars in the outer realm trembled as if they were resonating with it. Hurry and look. That's the energy Senior obtained from the coffin on Fiend Island's immortal tomb. Dao Tai King, Old Celestial, and the other experts looked at Chu Bei, revealing shock when they recognized the grand mist energy. A portion of Great Ancestor's aura comes from the same source as Father's all-life source energy cauldron. Yi Qingxian's eyes landed on the other half of the Taiji diagram's all-life source energy, muttering to herself. Ah! Jin Tai-jun screamed miserably. She was grabbed by the neck by the iron lump that Chu Bei summoned, her primordial spirit being torn apart bit by the latter's chaotic power. The other party didn't directly kill her, instead torturing her to death bit by bit. Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, save me. Jin Tai-jun's aura became increasingly weak. Her primordial spirit floated before the space between her brows, trembling. There were actually a few cracks, like porcelain that would shatter at any time. She wanted to run, but Iron Lump's large hand carried a terrifying mysterious power, forcefully suppressing her divine force. No matter how she struggled, it was all to no avail. Dao friend Chu, don't blame us for being impolite. When he heard Jin Tai-jun's cry for help, Immortal Wang gripped the halberd in front of him. In the next moment, the halberd released a purple beam of light, piercing through the heavens, piercing through the great stars in outer space, blooming like fireworks. At the same time, the Ten Realms diagram in front of Zhao Haotian released Huala sounds, trembling, the surrounding void immediately collapsing. The sound of sacrifice rang out from within. It was clear, grand, and intimidating. At this moment, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's auras rose to the peak. With immortal artifacts in hand, they attacked Chu Bei from both sides. Although the two of you didn't participate in what happened back then, you also turned a blind eye to it. Today, you even protected Jin Yang like this. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Chu Bei's voice was calm. After giving Immortal Wang Tu a look, his green robes fluttered about. When Chu Bei's indifferent voice filled with supreme majesty fell, the Taiji diagram under his feet suddenly released a strange light. Then, the primordial qi and myriad qi, which carried Xiao Hei's power, rose at the same time and wrapped around him. Chu Bei stepped forward. Everywhere he passed, runes lit up on the battlefield, interweaving in the void and covering the sky. Immortal Wang's hands held the Shenyuan war halberd, thrusting outwards. Terrifying offensive energy turned into densely packed lines, as if they were golden sword edges, surrounding Chu Bei. Under this strike, even imperial pass cultivators who were separated by many great regions couldn't help but feel their minds sink, feeling as if they were going to suffocate. Zhao Haotian spread out the 10 realms diagram. Hundreds to over 1,000 different types of radiance surged from within, surrounding the battlefield. These radiances shot in all directions. Even if a self-release realm expert made contact with these radiances, their flesh and primordial spirits might immediately explode. 2 great immortal artifacts, under the control of 2 peak supreme beings, released terrifying attacks that could destroy the heavens one after another. However, when this type of terrifying heavenly might was about to engulf Chu Bei, the myriad qi and primordial qi surrounding the latter's body erupted. The former turned into a longbow, blue-green radiance moving about the bow. One could vaguely see the scene of endless people bowing down in worship. The latter turned into a black arrow, the arrow covered in primal chaos, the strange aura making one tremble inwardly. Kang. Chu Bei held the bow in one hand, an arrow in the other. The arrow flew out, shattering the heavens. Shenyuan war halberd's endless golden sword blades formed from offensive energy were instantly torn apart by the arrow's terrifying power. The mountain and river radiance outside the 10 realms diagram also instantly collapsed. Dang! A metallic noise sounded. The sharp arrow continued forward, continuously smashing into Shenyuan war halberd and the 10 realms diagram, directly blasting the 2 out of Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's control. How is this possible? The immortal artifacts left their hands. Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's pupils suddenly contracted. However, before they could summon their immortal artifacts back, that arrow split into 2, and then transformed again, splitting into 2 giant palms, grabbing their necks. In that instant, the divine force within their bodies was restricted, formless and terrifying primal chaos power engulfing every single cell. Their entire bodies felt as if they fell into an icehouse. This type of feeling was as long as they dared struggle, the wave of primal chaos power that spread through their bodies would tear apart their flesh and primordial spirits, forever preventing them from reincarnating. Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian exchanged a look, shivering inwardly, not daring to move at all. Then, they looked at Chu Bei with faces full of horror, their eyes full of restraining fear. Impossible. Why is it like this? Seeing that Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian had suffered the same fate as her, Jin Taijuan's face became even paler, and the fear on her face became even more intense. 2 supreme beings with immortal artifacts attacked together, yet they still couldn't do anything to this unknown Boss Chu. Who else could save her now? Who could stop this Boss Chu? She knew that the situation was hopeless, but under the palm of this iron lump that was currently controlling her, she didn't even have the chance to burn her origin and self-destruct her primordial spirit. All of her divine force was restricted, and she couldn't move at all. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Bei gave Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian an indifferent glance. Then, he turned around, and his gaze landed on Jin Taijun. He walked towards him, and with every step he took, the heavens would explode with a loud bang, as if resonating with him. Let me go, the matter's back then. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have twisted the truth for my own selfish desires, and even more so shouldn't have made things difficult for the descendants of these heroes. I am still useful, I can still kill enemies in Desolate Border. While looking at Chu Bei who was getting closer and closer, Jin Taijuan's body began to tremble. She no longer had her high and mighty attitude, continuously begging for forgiveness. Desolate Border, with or without you, it's the same. If you really are useful, then this great one will replace your position. Chu Bei's expression was indifferent, his ice-cold voice spreading from the battlefield, spreading through Imperial Pass, spreading through the 9 heavens 10 earth. Hong. The iron lump returned to Chu Bei's body, and at the same time, a fist smashed out. This fist had the support of Grand Mist energy and all life source energy, chaotic force overflowing in all directions, exceptional and unmatched. Radiance overflowed, blasting this battlefield until it exploded. The fist imprint's power was unmatched. Peng! The unmatched supreme being Jin Tai-jun was blasted apart by Chubei's fist, her body directly exploding, turning into a bloody mist. Her primordial spirit didn't even have time to escape, completely crushed by the fist force, not a single primordial spirit fragment escaping. The bloody mist scattered, the Taiji diagram returning to Chubei's body. The battlefield gradually became quiet. What also became quiet were all of the cultivators in Imperial Pass. In that instant, the entire 9 heavens 10 earths became deathly still. On the battlefield, everything became quiet. Wang family's Shenyuan War Halberd, Zhao family's 10 realms diagram, these two great immortal artifacts each floated in the void, quietly rising and falling, releasing hazy radiance. Meng Tianjing held the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth in his hands, looking at Chubei's rear figure in shock, entering a state of silence. When he looked at immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian, these two great peak supreme beings, they still had their necks grabbed by two giant hands, stupefied as they stared forward, not moving at all, their eyes carrying a bit of alarm. This great one has already said that the two of you can be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. Finally, Chubei's calm yet dignified voice broke the battlefield's deathly stillness. Then, his sleeves lightly moved. Before immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian recovered from their fear, those two giant hands suddenly clenched, stars filling the sky appearing in the palms. Peng! Uniform explosions sounded on the battlefield, ringing through the 9 heavens 10 earth. Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's bodies exploded at the same time, turning into a resplendent rain of light. Fortunately, their primordial spirits were still there, but they were swaying, their auras in disorder, clearly also seriously injured. This can be considered a small punishment this great one is giving you too. Chubei's calm voice sounded again. With a wave of his hand, the Shenyuan War Halberd and 10 realms diagram were tossed over to immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian. Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's primordial spirits gave each other a look. They didn't say anything, directly leaving the battlefield with their own immortal artifacts, disappearing into the horizon. At the same time, above Jin family's cave, Zhao family and Wang family's early-stage supreme beings who arrived first gave each other a look, and then their figures all disappeared. On the battlefield, after the two giant hands turned back into the primordial energy, returning to Chubei's body, the battlefield entered a state of silence again. Dao friend Chubei, how do you plan to deal with this Jin family? Meng Tianjing put away the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth, and then with a step, he appeared at Chubei's side. Chubei revealed a calm smile. With a raise of his hand, a ripple was released from the battlefield, landing in Jin family's cave's core region. A sky-shocking rumbling noise sounded, rubble flying everywhere, the sky flickering with brilliance. Not long after, the Jin family's cave residence, which was originally like a fairyland, turned into a stretch of ruins. It's over, everything is over. Jin Tai-jun is dead. From now on, Imperial Pass no longer has a long-life family like Jin family. Too terrifying. Even immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian who had immortal artifacts were actually not this Boss Chu's opponent, to the extent where their bodies were even directly blasted apart. If not for Boss Chu being lenient, their fates might have been the same as Jin Taijuan's. After the deathly silence, what replaced it was deafening noise. Most of the cultivators in Imperial Pass watched this world-shaking great battle from start to finish, all of them looking at the figure in the battlefield, their eyes carrying respect, full of worship. It wasn't just Imperial Pass, this scene was projected to every corner of the 9 heavens 10 earths by Chubei. Compared to the cultivators in Imperial Pass, the cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths were even more confused. Of course, there was no lack of great shock. Who exactly are they? Where is that battlefield? Also, that giant city, its surface area might be larger than one of our provinces, right? Judging from their Dao names, the one who won is called Boss Chu. Just what kind of cultivation does that person have? Is the truth of Sinner's blood really like what he said? The cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths were at a loss, but even more so confused. 3,000 Dao provinces, Sin province. Our ancestors didn't sin, they weren't sinners, but rather heroes of the 9 heavens 10 earth. Correct, they used their lives to protect the 9 heavens 10 earth. The imprints on our foreheads aren't sinners' blood symbols, but rather symbols of glory. Even though I don't know what kind of background this boss Chu has, it really is all thanks to him. Otherwise, this truth might never be revealed. He is our benefactor, the benefactor of all of Sin Province. Sin Province, tens of millions of cultivators raised their heads, looking at the figure in the sky dome image. While cheering, they bowed down in worship, the resplendent Sin character imprint shining between their brows. Lower Realm, Stone Country. Was the one senior killed a peak supreme being? Who would have thought that not only was senior unmatched in the lower realm, he is still the same in the higher realm? When I break through, I will definitely head up and explore the scenery there as well. Inside the Imperial Palace, Stone Emperor, Ghost King, Thousand Happiness, the old giants, Shizhongtian, and the others gathered together, all of them looking at the sky dome in shock, not even blinking. Gradually, the scene in the 9 heavens 10 earth sky dome began to disappear. Chu Bei also returned from the battlefield to Shahao, Yi Qingxian, and the other's side. Truly a terrifying fella. Cao Yusheng sneaked a look at Chu Bei, who returned to his side, unable to help but swallow his saliva. This person was millions of times more terrifying than his master. Chapter 459. Master. Great Ancestor. Shahao and Yi Qingxian cried out at the same time. Chu Bei nodded, indicating his response. Benefactor, many thanks for your respected self's redress. Stone Clan's people knelt down towards Chu Bei one after another, their eyes carrying deep gratitude. All of you can rise. You all are the descendants of heroes. During these tens of thousands of years, the 9 heavens 10 earths truly owe you all too much. Chu Bei raised his hand, producing a ripple, supporting Stone Clan's people, releasing a deep sigh, deeply moved. Devil Leader King stared at Chu Bei in a daze, as if he lost his soul. Just what kind of unmatched existence did he bring back? Dao Tai King, Old Celestial, and other experts looked at each other in dismay. They never would have thought that the first thing Boss Chu did after entering Imperial Pass was kill one of Imperial Pass' 4 great unmatched supreme beings, Jin Tai-jun, and wipe out the entire Jin family. Moreover, he even blasted apart the flesh of the other 2 unmatched supreme beings, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian. This was just too shocking. The truth of the sinner's blood is clear. They aren't the descendants of sinners, but rather the descendants of heroes. From today onwards, if anyone tries to target them, they will be killed without mercy. Several seconds later, Chu Bei's calm voice echoed through Imperial Pass, transmitting to the 9 heavens 10 earths, continuing for a long time. It carried a might that couldn't be resisted, directly shaking everyone's hearts. Dao friend Chu, I wonder how much longer you will remain in Imperial Pass? Meng Tianjing spoke up, asking in a probing manner. Mission 6. Host quells the chaos of Desolate Border. During the mission, host possesses level 18 Xiao Hei's strength, can also use level 19 goods once. Right when Chu Bei was about to reply to Meng Tianjing, the system's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Chu Bei stared blankly for a moment. He turned around, saying to Meng Tianjing, Jin Yang was killed by this Great One, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian were seriously injured by this Great One, so this Great One naturally won't leave. This Great One will stay behind until Desolate Border's situation stabilizes. Of course, Chu Bei's words also gave Meng Tianjing a bit of assurance. With Dao friend Chu's words, it is great. Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, Meng Tianjing laughed. This boss Chu was far more powerful than Jin Tai-jun. Great. Great Elder, the Desolate Border is in danger. They are coming. Please go. Right at this time, a long rainbow instantly arrived from the distant horizon. This was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the self-severing realm, already half a foot into the self-release realm. However, at this moment, his entire body was covered in wounds. The wounds that were difficult to heal were a ghastly sight. A terrifying energy was nibbling away at his life force. Bang! Before he could reach Meng Tianjing, he had just finished speaking when his body suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered across the void. Did something happen in Desolate Border again? Meng Tianjing's brows furrowed tightly, immediately afterwards looking towards Chu Bei. Let's go. Meeting Meng Tianjing's gaze, Chu Bei said calmly. The so-called Desolate Border was located in the southernmost part of Imperial Pass City. It was a boundless battlefield. Look. Senior Meng is here. This is too great. On Imperial Pass City walls, a soldier cried out in alarm. In his line of sight, several divine rainbows flashed past, several hundred people in total. Woo! On the city walls, the horn sounds became louder and louder. Countless soldiers' expressions were serious, dressed in armor, weapons in hand, waiting in formation. On the other side of the city walls, shouts of war shook the heavens, endless dazzling brilliance flickering about. Yi! Why is it only Meng Tianjing? Where are Immortal Wang, Zhao Haotian, and Jin Taijun? Could it be that the fella who went back to report didn't say that the situation was urgent? Two early-stage supreme beings stood on the city walls, their brows carrying serious expressions. Previously, Chu Bei had also tried to project the scene of his battle with Jin Taijun onto Desolate Border, but there was a mysterious power that stopped it. As a result, the cultivators guarding Desolate Border didn't know about Jin Taijun's death. Those fellas are all so unfamiliar. They should all have just been recruited from the 9 heavens 10 earths. Who is that person? He is actually walking side by side with Senior Meng. Moreover, from the looks of it, Senior Meng seems to be quite polite towards him. The soldiers standing guard looked at Chu Bei's group with endless shock, their eyes carrying a bit of confusion. Brother Meng, why did you come alone? Where are Jin Taijun, Brother Wang, and Brother Zhao? As soon as Meng Tianjing landed on the city wall, a supreme being walked up to ask. Jin Taijun is already dead, Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's bodies are in tatters, they can't come. Meng Tianjing said indifferently. What? What is going on? There are still people in Imperial Pass who can injure them. When they heard Meng Tianjing's words, the two supreme beings revealed stunned expressions, their faces full of disbelief. This matter is a long story. You all will naturally understand when you have the time. As for our side's strength, you all don't need to worry either. We have Dao friend Chu joining us. Meng Tianjing gave Chu Bei beside him a look, saying this. Dao friend Chu? The two supreme beings exchanged a look, their eyes carrying confusion and confusion. They had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, yet they had never heard of this type of existence. So this is Desolate Border. This was the first time they saw Desolate Border's Daotai King, Clan Chief Jin Luan, Immortal Palace's Palace Master, Old Celestial, and the other cultivators. They stared blankly at the other side of the city wall, inwardly incomparably shaken. That was a boundless great desert, vast and boundless, as if there was no end to it. In the depths of the great desert, there was a star domain that rested in the heavens, as if it was a streak of heavenly punishment. Daotai King, Old Celestial, and all of the other cultivators were shocked. They raised their heads towards that star domain. It was like demonic clouds, but also like immortal mist, pure white and darkness intertwining, as if yin and yang were embracing each other. The most crucial thing was that it formed a giant circle, turning into a terrifying vortex, forming an abyss. Only, this abyss led into the heavens, entering the boundless unknown, and not into the underground. It really was too large, boundless, surrounding the great desert. Could that be Desolate Border's heaven abyss? A self-severing realm cultivator muttered to himself. Daotai King and the other experts were stunned. Along the way, they had heard Devil Leader King say that there was this type of abyss, only, it didn't lead into the depths of the great earth, but rather into outer space, extremely mysterious. This was formed from spatial walls, a mysterious domain of its own. Black and white, two colored mists intertwined, interweaving together, slowly swirling about, possessing terrifying power. In Heaven Abyss, there were many star fragments, rising and falling. As they swirled about, they formed a wave of demonic power, the scene grand. This wasn't a normal abyss, even stars able to be swallowed up. However, it wasn't a black hole, really just an abyss. It was because as they walked forward in the great desert, they could see that Heaven Abyss was about to touch the ground. This way, They could see even more clearly. There were many star remains inside, slowly moving about. There were even some giant skeletal remains that floated about, spinning about, making one's heart tremble inwardly. As if sensing Doubtai King and the others' confusion, Devil Leader King said, "This heaven abyss divides desolate border into two halves, the other side belongs to the other side. It is mysterious and unknown. Our side previously had many experts move along heaven abyss, but no one has ever reached the end. Didn't they say that this heaven abyss is helping our side defend Imperial Pass? Then how is it protecting Imperial Pass?" Countless cultivators were confused. They looked into the distant heaven abyss, unable to sense any special power. Our side's greatest fighting strength is Senior Meng, Immortal Wang, these peak supreme beings, but the other side has undying existences, their fighting strength equivalent to our side's true immortals from endless years ago. In this type of situation, once the other side's undying existences come, they might be able to rewrite Desolate Border's battle situation with a single finger. It is precisely this heaven abyss that guarantees the stalemate. Even though it is ineffective against normal cultivators, once the other side's undying existences wish to cross realms, this heaven abyss will release unmatched power, suck those undying existences into the abyss, thus disappearing without a trace. Devil Leader King said with a serious expression. Even immortals can be swallowed. After hearing Devil Leader King's explanation, countless cultivators turned pale with fright. When they looked towards heaven abyss again, their eyes revealed great reverence. Hong Long Long. Right now, the two great armies were currently fighting in heaven abyss, densely packed, carrying boundless auras as they tore at each other. As far as the eye could see, it was a black expanse like a sea, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Kill. Defend desolate border, kill all of these invading enemies. Even from the distant city top, the soldiers could still hear the sonorous war songs from the battlefield, as well as iron-blooded shouts of war. Heaven abyss immediately became the most intense battlefield, all types of tyrannical auras pervading the air. The true self-realm cultivators who were revered by the outside world, in this desolate borders battle, served as cannon fodder. In the outside world, the self-release realm supreme existence who became the overlord of an area was nothing more than a general on the battlefield. A single careless move and there would similarly be the risk of death. Dao Friend Chu, I am leaving first. Meng Tianjing gave Heaven Abyss battlefield a look, and then he cupped his fists towards Chu Bei, and then left. When they saw this, the two initial stage supreme beings who were originally guarding the city top followed behind Meng Tianjing, also entering Heaven Abyss battlefield. On the battlefield, the other side had 5 supreme beings working together to kill the 9 heavens 10 earths 3 supreme beings, the battle incomparably intense. Brother Meng, you finally came. With Meng Tianjing's addition, the originally one-sided battle situation immediately reversed. As soon as Meng Tianjing entered, he directly used the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth. Even though there were all types of filthy blood traces on its surface, the passage of time also leaving behind too many imprints, this didn't stop it from being an immortal artifact, or even an immortal king precious artifact. Under Meng Tianjing's control, the corpse wrapping cloth swayed in Heaven Abyss. One could vaguely hear endless shouts of war from within, making one feel incomparably excited. Hualala, in Heaven Abyss battlefield, the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth danced about. In just a few seconds, it forced back the other side's 5 great supreme beings. It's this damned banner again. Only, it is a pity that this time, even if you all have it in your hands, you still can't stop us from breaking through. A foreign supreme being roared with laughter. Chapter 460. My king has already awakened, not even Heaven Abyss can stop him. On the battlefield, that foreign supreme being's eyes locked onto Meng Tianjing, roaring with laughter. It had a human's torso, legs, and arms, but its head was a silver snake head, at the end of its spine was a thick snake tail. Apart from this, there was also a pair of silver-white yakshaw wings. Snake yakshaw, a foreign king race, exceptionally ferocious. After the snake yakshaw's powerful voice sounded, it immediately put on a pious expression. Immediately afterwards, The void in front of its body rumbled. Zheng. Accompanied by a metallic sound, as if a dragon roar or tiger roar, a golden spear appeared from the void, releasing dazzling immortal light. Its voice was cold, making one's soul tremble. The spear was 9 feet in length, full of sharpness, immortal light dazzling. This was a terrifying weapon that left one with a deep impression with a single look. It carried immortal energy, swirling with immortal splendor, clearly an unmatched immortal weapon. However, it also carried a wave of killing intent that went against the auspiciousness of the immortal Tao, spreading outwards, turning into a divine killing weapon. Irregular scenes of mountains and rivers appeared around the spear edge, great stars swirling about. It quietly rested in the void just like that, yet there was a wave of terrifying aura that pervaded the air, as if it was going to suppress the world. Die. The foreign supreme being released a cold shout. Immediately afterwards, this spear pierced through the heavens with a su sound, directly seeking out the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth. Almost at the same time, the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth released resplendent radiance. One could vaguely hear the sound of pity it released. When facing that spear, it was as if it found an enemy. Honglong. When the two clashed, they directly found another battlefield in Heaven Abyss, both sides fighting fiercely. Terrifying power pervaded the air. If not for Heaven Abyss' mysterious power suppressing them, Huang might have already been blasted apart. Meng Tianjing, without the war banner, how are you going to stop us? The foreign supreme being coldly stared at Meng Tianjing, releasing a cold snort. Then, symbols flickered in the surroundings, attacking Meng Tianjing together with the other two supreme beings. Meng Tianjing gave the immortal king corpse wrapping cloth a look, his brows furrowing slightly. His fists opened and closed, containing the unmatched Great Tao, facing the 3 foreign supreme beings. Master, they are all so strong. Shi Hao pulled Chu Bei with one hand, his other hand pointing at the desolate border battlefield, swallowing his saliva. Chu Bei nodded his head non-committally. Even the weakest warrior here would be an invincible existence in the lower realm. Let's kill the enemy together. Looking at the 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators who were bathed in blood, the demon leader king, old celestial, immortal palace's palace master, and the other experts all felt their blood boil. They roared out loudly while raising their auras to the limit, slaughtering their way into the battlefield. Kill all of these invading foreign enemies. Defend the border with our lives. On the battlefield, more and more cultivators fell. Their blood dyed the desert red. Even so, not a single cultivator retreated. There was no fear on their faces. Their eyes were filled with the desire to kill. Boom. In Heaven Abyss battlefield, an initial stage supreme being from the 9 heavens 10 earths was blasted back by a veteran supreme being from the other side. However, right when the foreign old supreme being condensed an unmatched attack, preparing to seriously injure this initial stage supreme being from the 9 heavens 10 earths, a terrifying rumbling noise erupted on the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, strange void ripples appeared in the heavens. An incomparably massive primal chaos giant palm descended from above, grabbing that veteran supreme being from the other side. Then, with a hong noise, he was crushed to death. It wasn't just his flesh, even his primordial spirit was crushed into nothingness. An explosive noise sounded. In that instant, Heaven Abyss battlefield entered a momentary deathly stillness. This was especially the case for the 3 foreign supreme beings who were originally attacking Meng Tianjing together. Their bodies seemed to freeze up at the same time, immediately turning towards the direction of the explosion, incredibly shocked. The foreign side's 5 great supreme beings, just now, one of them was instantly crushed to death by that giant primal chaos rippling palm. It was to the extent where that supreme being didn't even have time to release a miserable cry. What happened? Why did Bloodsea Supreme Being die? Where did that giant green palm come from? Could it be that there are still true immortals in the 9 heavens 10 earths? In the endless desert, millions of foreign cultivators looked towards Heaven Abyss battlefield at the same time, their eyes carrying fear, but even more shock and bewilderment. Could it be a king from the immortal ancient era? Were there still people alive from that era? As for the 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators, they stared blankly for a moment. When they recovered from their shock, they became extremely happy, incredibly moved. Every single one of their eyes stared rigidly at that giant primal chaos rippling palm, carrying hope, their bodies trembling slightly. Who is it? A foreign supreme being who was relatively closer to the foreign supreme being who was killed shouted out. His divine senses swept past heaven abyss, his ice-cold eyes sweeping over his surroundings. An unmatched voice full of dignity reverberated through the battlefield. Kyla. Right at this time, a pitch-black opening split open above his head. Inside the opening, a giant primal chaos axe wrapped in white radiance hacked down, the scene of tens of thousands of people prostrating themselves in worship vaguely visible. Unlike the previous supreme being, this supreme being clearly had long been on guard. The instant the giant primal chaos axe appeared, his entire body erupted with 9-colored immortal light. A pitch-black spear appeared in his hands. Then, he stepped on 9-colored immortal light, facing that giant primal chaos axe with the spear in hand. Catcher. However, the instant they clashed, the pitch-black spear shattered, turning into an endless rain of light, scattering outwards. That foreign supreme being's pupils suddenly contracted, chilliness surging within his mind. He didn't hesitate in the slightest, raising his hand to face this attack. However, that giant primal chaos axe that smashed down didn't attach any importance to this supreme being's attack at all, easily cutting through this supreme being's arm like tofu, and then it hacked down from his head. Ah! Before a miserable scream could completely spread outwards, that supreme being's flesh and primordial spirit were hacked in half by this giant primal chaos axe, and then they exploded, scattering into heaven abyss. Soon afterwards, heaven abyss and the boundless desert became completely still. The three foreign supreme beings who were originally attacking Meng Tianjing gave each other a look, and then they immediately huddled together, all of them vigilantly looking at the giant primal chaos palm and giant primal chaos axe that stopped not too far away, their eyes carrying a bit of alarm. It's immortal Ancient's king. It is definitely immortal Ancient's king. He saw that desolate border was about to be broken, so he took action. Kill. The 9 heavens 10 earths soldiers looked at the giant palm and giant axe in heaven abyss, surging with fighting spirit, their auras surging. How is this possible? Didn't they say that their true immortals all died? The expressions of the foreign cultivators were incomparably ugly, overcast to the extreme. Wang. Under the eyes of countless cultivators from the other side and 9 heavens 10 earths, heaven abyss battlefield rumbled with noise. Strand after strand of ripples scattered outwards. A young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a monarch patrolling the 9 heavens, slowly walking out from within, his indifferent eyes sweeping over this place. Turns out it was you. When he saw the appearance of the one who appeared, the pupils of the initial stage supreme being who was previously saved by the giant primal chaos palm rapidly widened, carrying great shock. He was precisely the supreme being who stood on Imperial Pass city wall, the first to see Chu Bei. Was it your respected self who saved me just now? Chang Tian supreme being spoke, cupping his fists towards Chu Bei. He really found it hard to imagine that the mysterious person Meng Tianjing brought back was actually this terrifying. It's him. The one elder Meng brought back. Was it him who took action just now? He easily killed 2 foreign supreme beings. Is it true immortal Great One? The 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators stared blankly at Chu Bei in heaven abyss, all of their eyes carrying worship, their mouths muttering to themselves. However, the Daotai King, Old Celestial, Demon Leader King, these experts didn't reveal too much shock, as if they had guessed the one who took action from the very start. Dao friend Chu Bei, I'll have to trouble you to take action. Meng Tianjing cupped his fists towards Chu Bei, his words carrying gratitude. And who are you? In these hundreds of thousands of years, why have we never seen you take action? The 3 foreign supreme beings who surrounded Meng Tianjing previously frowned, their eyes locked onto Chu Bei, questioning him. It's you. You destroyed this emperor's right eye. Right at this time, a roar filled with heaven overflowing anger sounded from the other side of heaven abyss, the roar carrying thick killing intent. In the blink of an eye, a blast of black mist appeared in heaven abyss. It was completely round like a ball, 100,000 zhong in diameter, pitch black, intimidating. This was an eyeball. When it was closed, It was hidden within the black mist, difficult to discover. Meanwhile, when it opened slightly, the eye released scarlet light, like flames, but also like lightning, directly shaking up heaven abyss. Suddenly, it opened wide. In that instant, the surroundings turned into scarlet multicolored light, filled with blood-colored radiance, carrying a wave of deep killing intent, as if one fell into a blood-colored hell. Devil Pupil Supreme Being. Hurry and look. It's Devil Pupil Supreme Being. While looking at the 100,000 Jong eyeball that suddenly appeared in Heaven Abyss battlefield, the foreign cultivators were first stunned, and then they revealed excited expressions, crying out crazily. This was one of their foreign side's three most powerful supreme beings apart from undying beings. It could be said that it already had half a foot in the undying level. The foreign undying beings, these were unmatched existences equivalent to the 9 heavens 10 earths true immortals. When they looked at the 9 heavens 10 earths powerful cultivators, when they saw the 100,000 Jong eyeball, their expressions of joy gradually replaced by seriousness, revealing horror. They sensed a wave of heart-shaking aura from this eyeball, powerless to resist. I have a blood feud with this person. Leave him to me. You three continue to capture the other supreme beings. When the calm voice sounded, that 100,000 Jong eyeball continuously shrunk, until it turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man, black mist curling about his body. However, his right eye disappeared, only the left eye that swirled with stars remained. When they heard Devil Pupil Supreme Being's words, the foreign side's three great supreme beings gave each other a look. After nodding, they all rushed murderously at Meng Tianjing again. Fight! Meng Tianjing was fearless, shouting loudly, facing them head-on. The enmity of destroying my eye, this emperor will repay it 100 times over. Devil Pupil Supreme Being stepped forward. With each step, the irregular scenes behind him would change. Endless roiling black mist surged like great rivers, giving one a feeling of endless gloominess, as if they arrived in hell. Amidst rumbling sounds, a black long sword appeared in Devil Pupil Supreme Being's hands. The sword trembled slightly, the divine force within the bodies of all of the cultivators in the boundless desert mysteriously froze for an instant. If I were you, I would have hibernated for 1,000,000 years, and not be in a hurry to court death like you. Chu Bei looked at Devil Pupil Supreme Being with a look of contempt, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. As his mocking voice fell, Chu Bei took a step forward, and a huge Tai Chi pattern appeared under his feet. All things Source Energy and Grand Mist Energy carried Xiao Hei's power and evolved violently. The former transformed into a longbow, and blue-green light swam around the bow. The latter transformed into a black arrow, and the arrow was surrounded by primal chaos. King Dao Tai, Old Celestial Being, and the other powerhouses cast their gazes towards Chu Bei. They had never seen this scene before. Arrogant fool! The reason why you were defeated back then was because it was only one of my eyes. Devil Pupil Supreme Being shouted coldly, and then his body became illusory, directly entering the long sword. Man and sword became one, turning into a wisp of black light, shaking heaven abyss, and charging towards Chu Bei. Clang! Chu Bei smiled knowingly, holding the bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. He casually drew the longbow and shot the arrow out. Chapter 461. Dang! On the battlefield, a clear sound rang out. That strand of black light formed by Devil Pupil Supreme Being was instantly completely penetrated by the arrow. Ah! Amidst a miserable cry, a figure flew out from within the black light, wishing to escape. However, before the black figure could get far, the arrow that originally pierced through actually turned back. Catcher! The arrow returned, the black figure collapsing. You deserve to die. My king will get revenge for me. A voice that was filled with unwillingness drifted through heaven abyss, spreading to the entire boundless desert. Even in death, Devil Pupil Supreme Being didn't expect this fella to already be strong enough to kill him with a single arrow. Dead! Devil Pupil Supreme Being is dead. This is impossible. He is number one under the Undying. How could he be defeated? Could it be that that fella really is an immortal from that side? Devil Pupil Supreme Being's unwilling voice sounded by their ears. In the boundless desert battlefield, The expressions of the foreign cultivators changed greatly, looking at each other in dismay, extremely alarmed. Everyone, listen to my orders, immediately retreat. Devil Pupil Supreme Being was killed. The three Supreme Beings who surrounded Meng Tianjing were first stunned, and then they snapped back to reality. After giving Chu Bei a look with incomparable restraining fear, they immediately gave the 10 million cultivators an order. Since you all came, why are you still leaving? A calm voice that didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion sounded from Chu Bei's mouth. He gave the three foreign supreme beings an indifferent look. The surrounding chaotic energy turned into 3 arrows, at the same time knocked on the bowstring, pulling back the bowstring and shooting out. These 3 arrows seemed to have the ability to lock down the void, moreover able to automatically lock onto their targets. With a pu sound, under countless gazes, they separately pierced through the bodies of the 3 foreign supreme beings. Uniform rumbling noises sounded. In the end, the 3 foreign supreme beings also exploded, their flesh and primordial spirits destroyed. Dead, the foreign invading supreme beings are all dead. Kill. Don't let these foreign dogs return. Kill them all. Boss Chu is mighty. The 9 heavens 10 earths soldiers snapped out of their shock, immediately cheering. Roar. Right at this time, on the other side of Heaven Abyss, in the foreign realm, a long roar sounded, shaking up desolate border. Foreign undying. Meng Tianjing and the other 4 early-stage supreme beings' faces changed drastically when they sensed the aura. They became extremely gloomy. Chu Bei's brows also furrowed, focusing his eyes towards the other side of Heaven Abyss. In the other side's sky dome, there seemed to be a speck of silver light. He was staring at desolate border. Chu Bei could feel the killing intent contained within the silver light, which was specifically targeted at him. Rumble. A foreign undying aura pervaded the air. There were fluctuations of the highest level that surged, oppressing the sky dome, engulfing the great desert. Incomparable undying might poured over from the other side like a roiling river. It wanted to blast towards Chu Bei, but when it passed by Heaven Abyss, the originally calm heaven origin suddenly became a heaven-devouring giant mouth, effectively devouring that undying might. As expected, once the foreign undying takes action, Heaven Abyss will stop them. In the desert battlefield, the 9 heavens 10 earths soldiers were secretly delighted, and then they continued to chase after those foreign invaders. Die. Separated by Heaven Abyss, an indistinct voice sounded from the other side. Immediately afterwards, only to see a finger appear in the other side's sky dome, golden in color, crushing heaven and earth, bringing some falling stars with it, actually directly crushing towards Heaven Abyss. This scene was extremely terrifying. This type of massive golden finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, the rumbling noises ear-splitting. Judging from its trajectory, it was precisely in Chu Bei's direction. The foreign undying took action. Could it be that he wants to ignore Heaven Abyss, fight against that true immortal Great One? The 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators were horrified. They had all heard about the various things that happened in Heaven Abyss. Even if it was someone as powerful as a foreign undying, a single misstep could result in them being devoured. Meanwhile, right now, that foreign undying was currently sitting high up in the sky dome, actually taking action against the mysterious true immortal on their side. Chu Bei's eyes narrowed, remaining silent. He was hesitating whether or not he should use a level 19 good right now. After all, his current level 18 Xiao Hei's strength was only equivalent to the true immortal realm. If he wanted to kill the other party's undying, the difficulty wasn't small. Hong. However, as soon as that foreign undying's golden finger made contact with Heaven Abyss flickered with blazing light, instantly wrapping around that golden finger. Kai kai kai. Under the gazes of countless creatures, that foreign undying's finger actually instantly turned into withered bones, flesh completely disappearing without a trace. Moreover, the blazing light released from Heaven Abyss even followed the golden finger, extending towards that foreign undying sitting high up in the sky dome. Ayo! Even though there was Heaven Abyss between them, they could still see that foreign undying being wrapped in blazing light, his appearance of extreme pain. Even though his entire body released immortal light, it still couldn't stop that wave of mysterious nibbling power from Heaven Abyss. Just what kind of power does Heaven Abyss have? Who exactly was it built for? It can actually injure even a legendary existence like an undying being, too terrifying. Fortunately, Heaven Abyss exists. Otherwise, the foreign side has an undying being, while our side didn't even have a true immortal before, we would have long been captured by those foreign dog. Who said our side doesn't have a true immortal? Isn't that mysterious senior a true immortal? The 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators looked at that foreign undying being tormented by Heaven Abyss power, revealing secret delight. You were too careless. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded from the foreign side again. Immediately afterwards, they only saw a strand of ripples lightly sweep past that foreign undying being. The Heaven Abyss power that was originally nibbling at him was mysteriously scattered. At the same time, imperial bells sounded. Even though the great desert was vast and boundless, even though there was Heaven Abyss protection and isolation, regardless of whether it was the 9 heavens 10 earths or the foreign side, all creatures could still hear the copper bells ringing between heaven and earth. Moreover, no matter how far away they were, even if they didn't have heavenly eyes, all creatures in desolate border could still see the scenes at the limits of the foreign side's horizon. There was a war chariot that slowly drove over. It carried all types of traces, all of them left behind by weapon attacks, for example, axe marks, sword marks, blade marks. The surface was mottled, recording the glory of great battles one after another. This was a war chariot pulled by an old bull, slowly moving, heading towards Heaven Abyss. That bull's figure was massive, dark red fur, but its back was golden, the 2 horns also like this, as if cast from gold. It was in charge of pulling the chariot. Many thanks to my king for lending a hand. That foreign undying being immediately bowed towards the war chariot, his words carrying gratitude. We kowtow to my king. As the war chariot stopped, all of the foreign cultivators knelt down, all of them raising their eyes towards the ancient war chariot, incomparably pious. Who is the one in that war chariot? Why is even a foreign undying being bowing down? King. An undying king. What kind of existence is that? The 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators looked towards that ancient war chariot from Heaven Abyss, all of them sucking in cold breaths of air, their bodies becoming ice cold, feeling as if they fell into an icehouse. Is it a foreign undying king? Meng Tianjing muttered to himself, looking at the other supreme beings in dismay, his expression incredibly grave. An undying king has woken up. Is he going to knock on the pass? Can Heaven Abyss really stop him? On the distant imperial pass walls, there were 2 incomparably powerful primordial spirits floating, looking towards the other side of Heaven Abyss in a daze. They were precisely Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian. That is Anlan's war chariot. Chu Bei calmly said. What? The one in that war chariot is the foreign Anlan. When the supreme beings heard this name, they were all extremely shocked. Anlan's name, even in the 9 heavens 10 earths ancient texts, there were bloody historical records. In immortal ancient great era, his name shook the world. His reputation was established by stepping on the corpses of countless experts, shocking past and present, sweeping through the 9 heavens 10 earth. Back then, there were indeed people who could fight against him, but in the end, they all died, their bones buried in the last great era, blood soaking the yellow earth. Anlan's name shook the world, intimidating the world, moving through endless time, sweeping through all enemies. What a pity. Back then, my 9 heavens immortal kings were outnumbered, not having the chance to fight one-on-one against him. Otherwise, this war chariot might not have appeared in this great era. A supreme being seemed to know something, saying this quietly. Dao friend Chu, in your opinion, do you feel that this undying king has a chance of breaking through Heaven Abyss? Meng Tianjing looked towards Chu Bei. He was at the peak of supreme being level, able to see further than normal people. He could sense Chu Bei's strength. In his opinion, the other party should be a veteran true immortal. Only, even if he was a Mahayana true immortal, there was no way he could be the undying king's opponent. Thus, he didn't have any hopes that Chu Bei could defeat the undying king, only placing his hopes on Heaven Abyss, hoping that Heaven Abyss could stop the undying king's footsteps. Towards Meng Tianjing's question, Chu Bei shook his head, remaining silent. Anlan's appearance meant that if he didn't use the level 19 goods, just the current level 18 Xiao Hei's strength, he wouldn't be the other party's opponent. After all, the Undying King was too powerful. In the Great Desert, the bell sounds were clear and pleasant, long and drawn out, sounding from the limits of the horizon, extremely pleasant to listen to. However, in the ears of the 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators, it was like a soul-capturing song from the 9 underworld. That sound came from the war chariot. The imperial bell sounds weren't loud, but they clearly spread through the Great Desert, passing through Imperial Pass, entering everyone's ears. When they heard the bell sounds, Imperial Pass cultivators only felt their scalps go numb, every strand of hair feeling as if it weighed 1,000 jin, as if their scalps were going to be ripped off, chills running from head to toe. When an Undying King descended, who could face him? The Great Desert was boundless, no end in sight. That ancient war chariot was still at the other end of the desert, not under Heaven Abyss. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have been able to see it, but in reality, it was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. The golden-backed barbaric bull's figure was robust, extremely bold and powerful, carrying chaotic energy. Moreover, its bull horns were golden, not too fast or too slow. The ancient war chariot it pulled carried mottled battle scars, as if it was a living history book, recording the past world's shocking great battles. When the bull hooves landed on the ground, it was as if it was trampling on the hearts of everyone in Imperial Pass. My king has already arrived, Heaven Abyss cannot be stopped. When Heaven Abyss is broken, I will definitely cut you down with my own hand. On the other side, that undying being's entire body was silver white, full of vicious killing intent. His voice condensed into wisps, penetrating Heaven Abyss, ringing through the 9 heavens 10 earths. When the cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths heard this, they all trembled inwardly. They all couldn't help but look towards Chubei's direction. They knew that the foreign undying being's words were targeted at this mysterious true immortal. The foreign undying being floated at the other end of the Great Desert, extremely far away. However, that type of aura, that type of power that looked down on the 9 heavens 10 earths was still released, making everyone feel great humiliation. Chapter 462. If Heaven Abyss is really broken, do you think that mysterious true immortal can stop that otherworldly undying? Undying is too terrifying. Don't forget, the 9 heavens 10 earths true immortals are on the same level as the imperishable. That true immortal senior shouldn't have a problem dealing with the foreign undying. I'm just worried about whether he's a match for the creature in the chariot. That's right. That's the undying emperor that even foreign undyings have to bow to. The cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 earths first glanced at Chubei, then looked to the other side of Heaven Abyss with serious expressions. The Daotai King, Old Celestial, Immortal Palace Master, and the other experts' gazes towards Chubei also wavered for the first time. It wasn't that Chubei's strength was weak, but rather that he might have to face a foreign king. Immortal King. He was an unrivaled existence in the immortal ancient era. The imperial bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner. The old golden-back ox pulled the ancient war chariot, slowly approaching Heaven Abyss. The pressure was suffocating. From the beginning until the end, there was no movement from within the carriage, nor was there a single word. It was as if everything in the world, the myriad of living beings, the brilliance of the heavens, and the boundless mortal world were nothing in his eyes. Finally, the war chariot got close, truly arriving below Heaven Abyss. At this moment, the golden-backed barbaric bull seemed to be suppressed by Heaven Abyss. Its speed slowed down, and in the end, it stopped in front of Heaven Abyss, unable to take another step forward. Boom! Suddenly, the war chariot rumbled as a strand of supreme light gushed out from within. It seemed to have come from the hand of the person within the war chariot, and it seemed as if it wanted to directly pierce through the abyss and shatter the world. I don't fear death. This is the only battle. However, just as the supreme light from the war chariot shot into Heaven Abyss, a roar came from the huge black hole-like haze above Heaven Abyss. The roar shook the mountains and rivers and pierced through the sun and moon. It was very tragic. Did you hear that? Whose voice is that? Could there be living people in Heaven Abyss? Could it be a supreme expert of our 9 heavens 10 earths? Hearing this, the cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths shuddered. In the next moment, under their shocked gazes, an enormous city appeared in heaven abyss. It cast down a large shadow, covering the heavens. The light it released carried strange and complex symbols. When the giant city appeared, countless foreign cultivators revealed looks of shock. It was clear that they didn't know that heaven abyss actually had this type of existence. Could this be the immortal city that immortal ancient 7 kings controlled? A supreme being seemed to know something. Looking towards that enormous city in heaven abyss, his expression stirred up. There were records that in immortal ancient great era, 7 kings commanded an immortal city to defend desolate border, forcing the other side to retreat many times. But for some unknown reason, this immortal city disappeared from the river of time. Now, it seemed like it had always been there, intimidating the other side's undying existences in heaven abyss. I don't fear death. This is the only battle. The same voice resounded through the battlefield again, shocking all of the creatures in the 9 heavens 10 earths and the other side. That city surged with unmatched killing intent, immortal light, all immortal Tao symbols, terrifying beyond compare. It shook the past, present, and future, illuminating the boundless desert. It's the Scarlet Eye Elder. It's him. Number 1 under immortal ancient 7 kings. When they saw the appearance of the single-armed elder who appeared above the giant city, all of the supreme beings of the 9 heavens 10 earths, including Meng Tianjing, cried out in alarm. While looking at the single-armed elder, Chu Bei's brows furrowed slightly. This single-armed elder's aura was extremely powerful, far exceeding that of the other side's undying existence. However, his aura instead gave one a feeling of being tossed about by a storm, about to be destroyed at any time, as if a candle flame had reached the end of its life. Fight. The single-armed elder's figure moved, standing on top of the city, controlling the immortal city to smash down on the other side. Turns out there were still survivors. Back then, even your kings died in battle. Could it be that you want to stop this king with just you? This was the first time a voice sounded from the war chariot, incredibly calm, carrying disdain. This was arrogance that overlooked the 9 heavens 10 earths. Then, the war chariot rumbled. A hand reached out from within. Even though it was slow, it was extremely powerful, reaching towards the heavens. Honglong. The immortal city smashed down, endless immortal Tao symbols flickering about. The void exploded, unmatched killing intent erupting. However, these immortal Tao symbols couldn't injure the hand that reached out from the war chariot. What was even more terrifying was that in the end, that hand actually propped up the entire immortal city, as if it possessed heaven's supporting power. Is this the other side's undying king? It is just a single hand, yet it actually supported the immortal city controlled by immortal ancient 7 kings. What do we do now? Could it be that the other side's undying king really can cross heaven abyss? Is Imperial Pass really going to be broken through today? Inside heaven abyss, that immortal city erupted with endless immortal light, yet it couldn't force back Anlan's hand. When they saw this scene, the 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators all shivered inwardly. Immortal ancient Scarlet Eye Elder was still alive, moreover appearing. He was known as number 1 below the 7 kings, but even with him controlling the immortal city, he still couldn't stop the other side's undying King Anlan's advance. If the city exists, then everyone exists. If the city dies, then everyone dies. Kill. On top of the city, the single-armed elder roared out in grief. His scarlet eyes swirled about, producing scarlet black flames. However, the flames in his eyes didn't shoot out, but rather burned his own body and sparkling jade-like bones. What is the Scarlet Eye Elder doing? The supreme beings frowned. He doesn't have much life left. He is burning his withered body, trying to transfer Heaven Abyss' most powerful natural law force, control the immortal city, wishing to take Anlan down with him. Chu Bei said calmly. Can he succeed? Meng Tianjing looked towards Chu Bei, asking with a frown. Chu Bei shook his head. The difference in strength is too great. When he heard Chu Bei's words, Meng Tianjing's fists clenched tightly, his expression changing slightly. Is there any way to stop him? This is his final long-cherished wish. Just satisfy him. Chu Bei raised his eyes, looking towards the single-armed elder whose entire body was burning with black flames, saying this with a sigh. Hong Long. A rumbling noise sounded. Immortal City shone, especially at the center. There was a heaven-overflowing streak of light that directly pierced the heart of Heaven Abyss, carrying endless magical force, immortal might matchless. In that instant, Heaven Abyss burned, releasing heaven-filling immortal energy, turning into flames, turning into symbols, merging with Immortal City. Immortal Tao laws descended streak after streak from the bottom of Immortal City, like world-shocking divine rainbows, imperishable for all ages. If gods stood in their way, they would kill gods. If Buddhas stood in their way, they would kill Buddhas, exterminating all creatures. Ants, nothing more than meaningless struggles. An indifferent voice of disdain sounded. A decree flew out from Anlan's war chariot, radiance illuminating the endless sky, carrying an unmatched aura, locking down the world, facing the endless streaks of immortal Tao laws. The Scarlet Eye Elder burned his withered body, drawing on Heaven Abyss power, borrowing Immortal City's power to launch an unmatched attack. Undying King Anlan released a decree, facing it. Hong. The two collided. In that instant, heaven and earth collapsed, ghosts wept and deities howled. Above the boundless battlefield, the distant sky dome seemed to be opening again, being refined anew. This was especially the case with that decree that carried the aura of an undying king, unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, looking down on past, present, and future. At this moment, heaven and earth continuously recombined and was destroyed. The most terrifying thing happened in Heaven Abyss, this type of battle unimaginable to outsiders, shaking up past and present. Ordinary people couldn't understand, this was a confrontation of the highest level. In the end, only an expanse of primal chaos remained in everyone's line of sight. After who knew how much time had passed, everyone felt suffocated, even their souls becoming rigid. Only then did the boundless battlefield become peaceful, the scenery gradually becoming discernible. The great desert was still there, not destroyed. It could only be said that regardless of whether it was the Scarlet Eye Elder or Anlan, even though they were matchless and unmatched, all of their attacks were restrained to the extreme, not causing any accidental injuries. The 9 heavens 10 earths and the foreign side's great army weren't damaged in the slightest. If you took a step further, this king might have treated you seriously. However, in the end, you still stopped, moreover with a ruined body. A sigh sounded from within the war chariot. The previous great collision had a result. The decree was still there, that Immortal City also unharmed. However, it became dim, the resplendent endless light disappearing. On the city wall, the single-armed elder turned around, lowering his head to look at the 9 heavens 10 earths behind him. His entire body's flesh was already burned away, only a skeleton remained. 2 streaks of scarlet light shone from his eyes, revealing sorrow. His unwilling gaze shifted away from the 9 heavens 10 earths, landing on Anlan's war chariot again. His gaze became cold and fierce, carrying killing intent. He took a step out. Heaven and earth trembled, releasing strange wong sounds, as if they were weeping. Catcher. The skeleton shattered, turning into a blast of black flames. The flames rapidly expanded, and then in the end, they contracted into a terrifying black fireball. That was what the Scarlet Eye Elder turned into. He used the last of his life force to rush towards Anlan's war chariot. However, following a faint sigh from within the war chariot, a giant palm gently slapped towards the black fireball. Kyla. The black fireball was destroyed. Did the Scarlet Eye Elder evolve? The 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators stared blankly at the black fireball that turned into nothingness, their faces gradually becoming pale. In that instant, there wasn't a single cultivator who wasn't moved, a mysterious feeling of sorrow surging within them. They all bowed down piously in that direction. In the past, they didn't recognize the Scarlet Eye Elder. Even if they knew, they only saw him from ancient texts. However, just now, they personally saw a single-armed elder burn the last of his life to protect Imperial Pass. Even when his lifeblood flowed out completely, he still didn't cower back. The Song of Life erupted angrily. He used his body to prove his will, using the last of his strength to protect Imperial Pass with his life. Master, did that grandfather die? Shi Hao pulled Chu Bei's large hand, his eyes blurry. Chu Bei nodded. He took a deep breath, a bit melancholy. This is his long-cherished wish. His final destination is precisely this wasteland, the same as those immortal kings in Immortal Ancient. The supreme beings gave each other a look, and then they looked towards the empty immortal city that was still floating in heaven abyss, their expressions becoming incomparably ugly. Are there any survivors from the past? Inside the foreign war chariot, Anlan's voice sounded again, piercing through heaven abyss, scattering through the 9 heavens 10 earths. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one in the 9 heavens 10 earths replied, entering a deathly silence. Chu Bei naturally sensed the countless pairs of eyes on the battlefield landing on his body. He also understood the hopes these soldiers had for him, wishing for him to stand out. However, even under so many encouraging gazes, Chu Bei still didn't express anything. Before that, he had to make sure that the Anlan on the other side really could ignore Tianyuan's suppression. After all, the right to use level 19 goods was still precious. Did they all die? Anlan's voice sounded. The war chariot trembled again. However, this time, it wasn't a giant palm, but rather a giant fist. This fist directly smashed towards heaven abyss. Wherever it passed, stellar streams flowed, great stars collapsed. Wung wung wung. Heaven abyss trembled. That massive black hole released incomparable devouring force. This was heaven abyss natural law power. It was doing its best to resist that giant fist. A long time later. Catcher. A clear sound rang through the air. Heaven abyss produced a fine crack. A strand of aura seeped out from that fist, arriving in the 9 heavens 10 earths. In that instant, miserable howls sounded from the 9 heavens 10 earths. The cultivators closest to that strand of aura directly exploded, dying. The cultivators further away had their bodies crack apart, as if they were cut by invisible blades, their faces full of fear. Hurry and retreat. Meng Tianjing immediately gave the order, his face also carrying horror. Even though that was just a strand of aura, the level of power and great Tao profound mysteries it contained was something even a peak supreme being like him found hard to resist. He couldn't help but kneel down in worship. Is this the strength of a foreign undying king? Under a single fist, not even heaven abyss can stop it. Once heaven abyss is blasted through, won't the 9 heavens 10 earths perish? Did this day still come? The 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators looked at that fist in heaven abyss, all of their faces filled with fear, their eyes carrying horror. As for the foreign cultivators, they were incomparably excited, cheering in joy. Time passed second by second. Catcher. Another loud noise sounded. That massive fist pierced through heaven abyss, bringing with it a world-destroying unmatched aura as it descended upon the 9 heavens 10 earths. In that instant, desolate border collapsed, ghosts wept and deities howled, the stars growing dim. While looking at the terrified expressions of the 9 heavens 10 earths countless cultivators, Chu Bei's divine will moved. However, right when he exchanged for the most powerful level 19 killing goods, preparing to face Anlan's fist imprint, the void rumbled. Then, a drop of blood appeared out of thin air, releasing dazzling blood-red radiance, wrapping around Anlan's fist imprint, forcibly erasing it. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, everything became calm again. Hurry and look. At this moment, the eyes of the 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators all looked towards the same direction, their eyes carrying horror, faces full of disbelief, unable to believe the scene they just saw. That was a drop of blood, bright red like a fiery diamond, bright red and translucent. As soon as it appeared, divine multicolored light rushed into the heavens, releasing a wave of terrifying and immeasurable pressure. What was even more terrifying was that it actually erased Anlan's fist imprint not even heaven abyss could stop. Just now, if not for this drop of blood, all of Imperial Pass and even the 9 heavens 10 earths would have been destroyed. This seems to be that drop of blood from Immortal Tomb. Dao Tai King, Immortal Palace Master, Old Celestial and the other 5 great overlords gave each other a look. While feeling incomparably shocked, they all looked in Shi Hao's direction. They clearly remembered that this drop of blood entered that little fella's body in the end. At the same time, the foreign cultivators' fine hairs stood on end. They looked at each other in dismay, their expressions a bit absent-minded. What kind of blood was this? It was just a single drop, yet it actually stopped the attacks of their undying kings. Immortal Wang and Zhao Haotian's primordial spirits on Imperial Pass city wall were also stunned, extremely shocked. Countless eyes focused on this drop of blood, shockingly resplendent. What left the 9 heavens 10 earths and foreign cultivators the most inconceivable was that this drop of blood didn't carry any killing intent, as if it was a harmless drop of blood. Even though this was the feeling, it mysteriously gave off a type of pressure that was terrifying to the point where it was hard to resist. Chapter 463. A drop of blood floated in the void of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The pressure it released penetrated heaven abyss, landing on the foreign land. All of the foreign cultivators were directly forced to kneel down, unable to help but tremble. It was inconceivable and too shocking. Where did this monster come from? Let me have a look. The foreign undying existence spoke. One could only see his eyes swirl with immortal light, piercing through heaven abyss, landing on that drop of blood. After entering the immortal realm, he had the heavenly eye, which could see through everything in the world. However, no matter how he stared at this drop of blood, no matter how dazzling the immortal radiance in his eyes was, he just couldn't see through it, unable to see through it. The surface of the drop of blood was wrapped in strands of chaotic aura. It was impossible to see what kind of laws and order were contained within the blood. How could this be? Why is it that not even I can see through it? A long time later, the foreign undying released a cry of shock. Your realm is not there yet. An ethereal voice came from within the Anlan war chariot. At the same time, a wisp of aura spread out from the war chariot. In the next moment, the pressure that the drop of blood enveloped the foreign cultivator's body disappeared without a trace. Thank you for saving me, Your Majesty. The foreign cultivators kowtowed towards Anlan's war chariot. When they looked towards that floating drop of blood again, their faces carried a bit of restraining fear. Is this drop of blood also from our 9 heavens 10 earths? Could it be that he is the blood of immortal ancient 7 kings? I wonder where this blood came from. Hope is still here. We cannot give up. Looking at the drop of blood in front of them, the gloominess of the cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was swept away. They exclaimed loudly and there was a hint of hope in their eyes. Meanwhile, at this moment, Shahao's eyes were widened. He looked at Chu Bei with great fright. At the same time, he didn't forget to point at himself, and then at that drop of blood. Master, that drop of blood flew out. Shahao's trembling voice sounded by his ears. Chu Bei nodded slightly. His heart was also a bit shaken. This drop of blood had followed Yi Fan before, yet it was perfectly compatible with Shahao. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud noise. That drop of blood suddenly flickered with blood-red radiance, starting to erupt with incomparable surging aura. It was like a sea, shaking heaven abyss until it resonated, trembling intensely, about to collapse. Another earth-shaking explosion rang out. Inside heaven abyss, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Immediately afterwards, a great cauldron suddenly appeared, massive beyond compare. It carried the might of lightning, immediately suppressing desolate border. The sudden appearance of the cauldron shocked every cultivator. Where did it come from? Its aura was too terrifying, shaking up the boundless desert in the heavens above and earth below. No one expected that during the great battle, a cauldron would appear, descending into heaven abyss. Enormous stars revolved around the cauldron one after another. The cauldron gushed with myriad source energy, and the cauldron walls made of immortal gold was dyed with blood. As for the opening of the cauldron, all of the stars in the heavens were about to be swallowed into the cauldron. Lightning from the 9 heavens filled the surroundings. Black, purple, green, all kinds of lightning were present. There were even some lightning that took the form of ancient divine beasts. Just by looking at them, one could not help but kowtow and worship them. Where did this cauldron come from? Could it be related to that drop of blood? All of the foreign creatures, including that undying being, revealed expressions of shock. Could it be the man who appeared above the immortal tomb? While looking at the all-life source energy cauldron, Dao Tai King, Old Celestial, Clan Master Jiu Jinwan, and the other experts all sucked in a cold breath of air. As for Meng Tianjing, Immortal Wang, the other supreme beings, as well as the cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths, their faces were all at a loss, staring blankly at the two objects in heaven abyss. My good disciple, did you appear again? Chu Bei muttered to himself, the corners of his lips curling up. Yi Qingxian pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but become red again. Wang Wang. Suddenly, the great cauldron descended, all life source energy swirling. A wave of power passed through heaven abyss, surging towards the foreign side. Immediately, the great desert trembled, the golden-backed barbaric bull trembling. It immediately released a miserable cry, its legs broken, kneeling in the sky dome above. Not belonging to this era, yet interfering with this king's matters, do you wish to fight across the great river of time? Do you not fear that the great river of time will collapse? Inside the war chariot, Anlan's cold voice sounded, echoing by everyone's ears. One could vaguely hear the cold anger within. What? That great cauldron is not in heaven abyss. It is in another space-time. It crossed the great river of time to come here? Even if it isn't in our space-time, it can actually make the foreign undying king's carriage kneel on the ground. My heavens! This means that the great cauldron's owner, just how powerful is he? Crossing the great river of time, affecting our space-time from another space-time. When they heard Anlan's words, it wasn't just the foreign cultivators. The cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths also revealed expressions of shock, full of disbelief. Was there really such a terrifying existence in this world? Finally, under the gaze of countless eyes in desolate border, a figure appeared above the great cauldron. That was a man, his body tall and sturdy, back towards everyone, covered in blood. It was as if he had experienced a bloody battle in another space-time, standing there like a heavenly emperor descending into this world. Roar. At this time, a great roar sounded from within heaven abyss, the roar shaking heaven and earth, making one's heart tremble. After that tall and sturdy man appeared, another creature appeared in everyone's line of sight. There were 2 horns on his head, blood pressure covering the sun and moon, the stars in the heavens shining, resonating with him. They only saw him reach out a great claw, covering endless stars, the stellar stream behind him jumping. With a hong sound, he grabbed towards the tall and sturdy man above the cauldron. Could it be that there is also a great battle in the other spacetime separated by time? The 9 heavens 10 earths and the foreign cultivators were all stunned. Not only did the tall and sturdy man with the great cauldron appear, there was also an unmatched creature that followed, fighting with the tall and sturdy man, the battle extremely intense. The tall and sturdy man had his back to everyone, facing the enemy alone. He was extremely calm, as if he had just experienced the most miserable great battle not long ago, slaughtering his way through a great army, now encountering another powerful enemy. Wang Wang. In the battlefield of the other spacetime, the tall and sturdy man's body shone, dazzling and resplendent, his head of black hair fluttering about. He stood on the all-life source energy cauldron, his entire body's aura erupting. Moo! At the same time, the golden-backed barbaric bull pulling Anlan's war chariot released a long roar, its voice carrying alarm. Even though there was the great river of time separating them, the battle between the two in heaven abyss still left it horrified. Hong Long Long. In that battlefield, the tall and sturdy man stood on the cauldron, all life source energy swirling about his body. When he brandished his fist, 9-colored lightning wrapped about the surface of his fist, all types of irregular scenes vaguely visible. His divine might was matchless, eternally unmatched. His fist smashed into the heavens, directly facing the other unmatched creature's great claw that covered the heavens. Pang! Under the sounds of collision, primal chaos erupted in the battlefield of the other spacetime. The tall and sturdy man's fist wrapped in 9-colored lightning collided with the great claw that carried the sun, moon, and stars. After just a single exchange, the latter warped and contorted, suffering serious injuries. Miserable cries sounded. That horned creature didn't back up, instead throwing itself at the tall and sturdy man again. Its body was even larger than the stars in the heavens, only, before it could be seen clearly, it quickly shrunk, turning into a humanoid creature. Chong. The sound of the immortal gold armor and all life source energy cauldron colliding sounded. That giant beast turned into a person, its body covered in green gold battle armor, even its face covered. Only a pair of green eyes could be seen, staring at the tall and sturdy man on the cauldron. These two experts from the other spacetime didn't pay the cultivators on the desolate border battlefield any attention, both of them completely focused on each other, their eyes carrying endless killing intent. Kai. Unmatched natural laws danced about, their attacks simple, containing the greatest great Tao. The tall and sturdy man stood on the great cauldron, irregular scenes appearing in the all-life source energy behind him, continuous attacks continuously released, like a great river that flowed endlessly. That humanoid creature formed from a vicious beast also continuously displayed great divine abilities, magical force boundless, natural law symbols splitting the heavens, forcibly resisting the lightning might and all life source energy cauldron. The confrontation between two great experts was unimaginable, shaking up the great river of time until it was about to break apart, as if it was going to change paths again. Who can tell me which era they belong to exactly? Who are they? Where did they come from? The foreign cultivators looked at the great battle of the other spacetime in Heaven Abyss with shock, their faces revealing shock. Master, senior brother is so strong, so strong. Shihao's eyes widened, looking at the tall and sturdy figure standing on the cauldron, his small face full of worship. A casual fist from the other party could produce the 9 heavens forbidden lightning. You don't need to be envious. In the near future, you will also enter that cultivation realm. Chu Bei smiled, pinching Shihao's cheeks. The Daotai King, Old Celestial, Immortal Palace Master, and the other experts were already stupefied. They had seen this figure in Immortal Tomb before, but only now did they truly witness this person's terror. It was simply indescribable. Meng Tianjing, Immortal Wang, and the other supreme beings also seemed to have lost their souls, absent-mindedly watching the battle in Heaven Abyss. This scene really was too shocking. There were records in bone books that a similar great battle of a different spacetime happened in Immortal Ancient, but that was something only a few people saw. When they looked at the current situation, it wasn't only the 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators who were watching over Imperial Pass who saw it, the endless foreign great army also saw everything. Great Ancestor, can your respected self help Father Great One? While looking at the two who were still fighting intensely in the other spacetime battlefield, a hint of worry and anxiety appeared on Yi Qingxian's face. She couldn't help but shake Chu Bei's arm, begging. Towards Yi Qingxian's request, Chu Bei shook her head. That creature isn't little Yi's opponent, there is no need to worry. Then that's good, as long as Father Great One is fine, then that's good. When she heard Chu Bei's words, Yi Qingxian lightly patted her chest, the stone hanging from her heart seemed to have been removed. What terrifying power of time! While watching the battle, the foreign undying seemed to have sensed something, their pupils suddenly contracting, their faces full of great horror. On the other spacetime battlefield, those two figures both displayed the most terrifying natural laws between heaven and earth, one fist, one kick, flowing light surging, time surging, powerful to the extreme. With a wave of their hands, all things were destroyed. Gradually, they tangled together, as if they became one, fighting intensely. Hong. Finally, that imposing figure who was like a heavenly emperor held a great cauldron with both hands, smashing it fiercely into the body of the creature protected by the green-gold battle clothes, producing an intense explosion noise. Amidst the tremendous noise, that creature coughed out blood, its entire body flying outwards. All life source energy cauldron carried lightning might, leaving that creature with serious injuries, its chest caved in, not enough even with the unmatched battle clothes protection. Are they already comparable to kings? The foreign cultivators sucked in a cold breath of air, subconsciously giving Anlan's war chariot a look, and then looking towards the other spacetime battlefield, only feeling their scalps turn numb. That cauldron was obvious for all to see. The cauldron mouth took in and sent out all life source energy, many stars rising and falling there. Just how massive was it? The majestic might was matchless. Apart from this, there was lightning surging in the cauldron's surroundings, all types of lightning they had never seen before jumping about. There was no lack of humanoid lightning existences among them, already exceeding heavenly tribulation. Chapter 464. While looking at that great cauldron in the other spacetime battlefield, the other side's undying existence shivered inwardly. If he was struck by that great cauldron or that lightning, he might immediately be blasted into ashes. However, that greenish-gold armored creature who was also on the battlefield was actually able to face it head-on. Even though he was injured, he was still unmatched. Hong Long Long. On the other spacetime battlefield, that imposing figure moved on the cauldron, quickly chasing after him, exceeding time. Everything seemed to be spinning in reverse, terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, he really looked like a heavenly emperor descending into this world, long hair scattering down, divine might unmatched. The great cauldron covered the sun and moon, rising into the sky, releasing the might of lightning. The stalwart figure chased after the green-golden armored humanoid. Soon after, he punched out again, striking forward. "King, are you going to take action?" The other side's undying existence secretly transmitted sound to the war chariot. He sensed the threat of that imposing figure. The other party might very well be related to that drop of blood. They don't belong to the same time as me. If I take action, the great river of time will erupt, the consequences unimaginable. These were Anlan's words, spoken only for that undying existence to hear. They were extremely quiet and calm, as if he was speaking about something unrelated to himself. "Even if I die, I am going to drag you into reincarnation with me." The greenish-gold armored humanoid creature suddenly stopped running, suddenly turning around, roaring towards that imposing figure. Immediately afterwards, a honglong noise sounded, heaven and earth splitting, ghosts weeping and deities howling. His greenish-gold armor burned, countless times more resplendent than the stars and moons of the heavens gathered together, condensing stellar force, carrying the highest natural laws, facing that imposing figure, his aura rising to the extreme. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, number, group, forward, advance. 9 heavens lightning descend. Cauldron suppression. At this moment, the imposing figure standing on the cauldron spoke for the first time. Even though there was the great river of time separating them, countless cultivators could still clearly hear his voice, as if the source of this voice was right by their ears. These 3 sentences shook the heavens above and earth below, as if a heavenly emperor descended, incomparably dignified, issuing a decree, grand to the extreme. They only saw the 9 symbols turn into 9 spheres of light, carrying immortal intimidating lightning, entering the all-life source cauldron. In the end, the great cauldron erupted with endless power, producing the highest secret method, instantly blasting through all obstructions. Pu. That greenish-gold armored creature coughed out blood, staggering backwards. An imposing figure followed closely behind. His movements were grand and majestic. He grabbed his opponent and then tore with force. With a Kailar noise, that creature was torn in half, its primordial spirit also like this. The opening of the cauldron shone, taking in and sending out stellar streams, collecting that creature's corpse and blood inside. Hiss! The battle in the other time-space ended. The 9 heavens 10 earths and the other side's soldiers sucked in a cold breath of air, all of them trembling because of this. The great battle ended, but the 9 heavens 10 earths and foreign cultivators who were watching couldn't calm down for a long time. This scene was too shocking. Who was that stalwart man? Where did he come from? And what era was it? Was it the era before Immortal Ancient, or the era after? A rain of blood drifted down from the battlefield, and every single drop that descended could incinerate a great star and sever a river of stars. Its might was terrifying to the extreme. Fortunately, that was a different spacetime and did not belong to this world, so it did not affect them. Look, look. Has he noticed us? At this time, the pupils of the foreign creatures contracted, all of them crying out in alarm. They looked towards heaven abyss in horror, their eyes not blinking. On the other time-space battlefield, one could only see that majestic great cauldron take in and send out divine splendor. All life source energy appeared, absorbing all of the enemy's blood essence. Then, that stalwart figure moved on the cauldron, slowly descending, as if he was going to land in Heaven Abyss. At this moment, Heaven Abyss scene was grand, as well as incomparable in this world. All life source energy engulfed Heaven Abyss. The stalwart man stepped on the cauldron, lightning irregular scenes behind him producing all things. He overlooked all living things, exceptional and unmatched. His body was tall and straight, head of black hair scattering down, pupils deep, heroic aura matchless, as if he ruled over the world. What is he trying to do? Stars swirled within the stalwart man's eyes, his gaze landing in the foreign side's direction. In that instant, the foreign army of millions and millions felt as if they were facing a great enemy. For them, this stalwart man was a variable. He suddenly arrived, making them feel restraining fear. After all, their king already broke through Heaven Abyss, about to wipe out the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, the other party just had to appear at this time, even intimidating their king's mount. At the very least, from the current situation, it would have been better if this stalwart man didn't appear. Did he come to help us? In Imperial Pass, the 9 heavens 10 earths soldiers stared blankly at that figure in Heaven Abyss whose back was towards them, their hearts trembling, hope surging within their eyes. Will he really help us deal with the foreign side? If he is willing to take action, he should be able to stop that foreign undying king, right? They don't belong to the same space-time. If they really clash, the results will be hard to predict. Imperial Pass supreme beings spoke one after another, muttering to themselves. Friend, the battle on your side has already ended, you should leave as well. In the foreign side, a calm voice sounded from the ancient war chariot, not carrying the slightest feeling of great changes, as if a young man in his golden years was speaking. The one who spoke was precisely the foreign undying king, Anlan. However, the stalwart figure didn't pay Anlan any attention, only giving the ancient war chariot an indifferent look, still descending. No one could see his true appearance clearly. There was all life source energy surging there, but they could sense that his outer appearance was also in his golden years, because there was a wave of vigorous life force. His eyes were just that deep, as if they were going to pierce through all worlds, peer into heaven's mysteries. Suddenly, the golden-backed barbaric bull pulling the ancient war chariot released a muffled thunderous noise again, as if it was currently enduring an unstoppable torment. As the stalwart man descended while stepping on the cauldron, all of its bones continuously released noises, as if they were going to explode. Catcher. Finally, its 4-leg bones completely shattered. In the end, it crawled in the sky dome, shivering all over. He is provoking the king. The foreign side's millions and millions of cultivators were alarmed. This scene was too shocking. The golden-backed barbaric bull was an ancient beast that pulled an undying king's war chariot. Even if it was an undying existence, they still had to treat it with respect. However, this mysterious expert from who knew which era he came from, yet he displayed an unmatched aura without any misgivings, shattering its 4-leg bones, suppressing the mount of an undying king in front of his face. Just how domineering was this? From past until now, who dared provoke an undying king? This person from the other space-time dared. He was currently taking action. Do you all see? He seriously injured the foreign undying king's mount. He really is helping us. The 9 heavens 10 earths are saved. In Imperial Pass, countless cultivators were excited. They looked at the crawling golden-backed barbaric bull, clenching their fists, their hearts surging with emotions. From their appearances, it was as if they really wished that the stalwart figure in Heaven Abyss was themselves, kicking that Anlan's war chariot over. Friend, you have gone too far. Do you wish to interfere with this king's matters? You know that we cannot fight. If you really do that, this space-time, the world behind you, will all undergo great changes. Anlan's voice sounded from the war chariot again, still calm. What if this heavenly emperor insists on interfering? The stalwart man from the other spacetime spoke, his words carrying a smile. Then we will fight. Anlan's voice became overcast, full of unmatched dignity. When Anlan's voice fell, a sky-shocking noise sounded. The ancient war chariot shone, chaotic energy surging. Then, The entire boundless desert was illuminated. Anlan appeared. Many people subconsciously closed their eyes. That place was too resplendent. A humanoid creature walked out of the war chariot, one hand behind his back, the other holding a golden ancient spear. That spear was too dazzling, golden radiance illuminating the past, present, and future, as if all ages returned to one, eternally present. In immortal ancient era, this spear pierced through the 10 vicious heavenly horned ants, piercing through immortal kings, divine might unmatched, shocking past and present. The foreign undying King Anlan appeared. His body carried brilliance, surrounding him, impossible to look directly at. It was extremely dazzling, just like the golden ancient spear in his hands, full of brilliance. What a pity, we aren't in the same era, or else I would have killed you with a raise of my hand. In heaven abyss, the stalwart man who stood on the cauldron spoke, releasing a deep sigh, as if carrying a bit of helplessness. When these calm words sounded, they immediately shocked the 9 heavens 10 earths and the foreign realm. In Imperial Pass, countless cultivators were stirred up, looking at this stalwart man with great admiration. Just how domineering and brash was this? He was definitely a matchless immortal king. This person's disdainful words originated from his unmatched loftiness, making one feel reverence. In the foreign realm, the faces of millions and millions of creatures were ugly, simply not daring to believe what they were hearing. The other party was too arrogant, actually daring to speak such crazy word. You can come and give it a try. This king is unmatched in this world, why would I fear you? Anlan said with a faint smile, extremely arrogant. Could it be that the king really is going to fight against him? Someone who doesn't belong to this era is going to cross the great river of time to come here? The foreign cultivators looked at each other in dismay, their eyes filled with horror. However, right when everyone thought that the stalwart man from the other spacetime was going to display an unmatched divine ability to fight against Anlan, he actually turned around, facing the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was this drop of blood after all, it brought me here. Unfortunately, this is still not the era I wanted. The stalwart man gave that drop of blood a look, and then his eyes shifted slightly, landing on Chubei's body. Immediately afterwards, under the gazes of millions and millions of people in the foreign realm, the 9 heavens 10 earths, he knelt down across space-time, across endless time. This action immediately shocked all of the soldiers in Desolate Border. Even that foreign undying king revealed a rare expression of shock, carrying shock, his face full of disbelief. As for the foreign undying beings, the instant that stalwart man knelt down in heaven abyss, their expressions already froze, to the extent where even their breathing stopped. Chapter 465. Master. In the other spacetime, the imposing figure standing above the all-life source energy cauldron spoke, 2 calm syllables crossing the river of time, crossing endless time and space, drifting through heaven abyss, spreading to the 9 heavens 10 earths and the other side. This cry wasn't loud, but it clearly sounded in the depths of the minds of millions and millions of soldiers, shaking their souls. When this voice fell, the boundless desolate border entered a deathly silence. Regardless of whether it was the soldiers of the 9 heavens 10 earths or the creatures of the other side, they all seemed to have been struck by lightning. They stood in place, their expressions sluggish, their faces absent-minded. One by one, their eyes filled with astonishment landed on Chubei's body. In that instant, Chubei became the focal point of all of Desolate Border's cultivators, including the king of foreign lands Anlan. How is this possible? Is what I saw real? That mysterious expert from the other spacetime actually knelt down towards that mysterious true immortal. Did you all not hear how he addressed that mysterious true immortal? It's Master. What exactly is going on? If that expert from the other spacetime is Senior Chu's disciple, then he should have also lived from the immortal ancient era until now. However, why would the other side's Anlan say that he doesn't belong to this era? Is he really Boss Chu's disciple? After a moment of silence, the cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths recovered from their shock, all of them opening their mouths, faces full of disbelief as they stared at Chubei, paying attention to the other party's every move. Dao friend Chu, you still have this type of disciple? Meng Tianjing's throat squirmed. He had lived for millions of years, experienced all kinds of great storms, but right now, he couldn't maintain that type of extraordinary indifference, a look of shock on his face. He found it hard to imagine that an existence who could wipe out a stellar river with a raise of his hand, able to shatter a golden-backed barbaric bull with a strand of his might, daring to threaten to kill undying King Anlan, would actually call this Dao friend Chu before him his master. In his opinion, even though this boss Chu's strength was above his, he was still only at the true immortal realm, far from being comparable to an immortal king. However, that expert from the other spacetime who had at least immortal king strength knelt down before him. He really couldn't figure out what was going on with this scene in front of him. Which era did the immortal king expert come from? When did he become Boss Chu's disciple? Did you hear that? The guy who dares to call himself king is actually that person's disciple. That person killed 5 of our supreme beings. Even Devil Pupil Sovereign died at his hand. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't even need king to make a move, we would have already taken down the 9 heavens 10 earth. Why is he the master of that person from another space-time? The foreign creatures also reacted one after another, clamoring noises sounding from all directions, intensely discussing Chu Bei, their faces all carrying strange expressions, carrying confusion. My king, what's going on? The foreign undying appeared behind Anlan, frowning slightly, a bit confused. Immortal light flowed in his eyes, piercing through heaven abyss and landing on Chu Bei. After entering the immortal realm, he had the heavenly eye, which could see through everything in the world. However, no matter how he sized up Chu Bei again, no matter how dazzling the immortal light in his eyes was, he still didn't discover any abnormalities. The other party had a mysterious force within his body, he couldn't see through it, unable to determine the power it contained. Previously, he still wanted to attack the other party from across Heaven Abyss, only, his attack was neutralized by Heaven Abyss. Now, he never expected that the terrifying expert from the other spacetime who had immortal king strength would actually kneel before the target he wanted to kill. This kneeling was too inconceivable, leaving him a bit stunned. There is a mysterious force on his body, but this king is sure that he indeed belongs to this era. Since we are from the same era, this king has never heard of him, then he is nothing more than an ant. The foreign Anlan gave Chu Bei an indifferent look, and then he gave this evaluation. If not for that imposing man from Heaven Abyss kneeling, he wouldn't even give Chu Bei a proper look. My king, then how could he be the master of that immortal king from the other spacetime? The foreign undying continued to ask. However, this time, even Anlan shook his head, not giving an answer, as if not even he could figure it out. Father Great One, Yi Qingxian's body was a bit unstable. She looked at the man standing on the cauldron in Heaven Abyss, her expression stirred up, tears continuously flowing from her beautiful eyes. Senior brother, Shihao cried out, to the extent where he couldn't help but wave his fair and tender small hands, his excited eyes carrying blazing worship. Yi Qingxian and Shihao's cries immediately made the atmosphere that had originally calmed down a bit become tense again. Shua. There were countless pairs of eyes that simultaneously landed on Yi Qingxian and Shihao's bodies, their faces full of great shock. They never imagined that apart from Boss Chu having a relationship with that mysterious expert from the other spacetime, he actually had this type of daughter. Little Yezi, your kneeling really does give your master a bit of pressure. Chu Bei nodded towards Yi Fan, reaching out a hand to point at his surroundings, the corners of his lips carrying a smile, his expression calm. Master, when will this disciple be like you, able to wander through the great river of time without any restrictions, descend to any era? In the other spacetime in Heaven Abyss, Yi Fan got up, looking at Chu Bei with incomparable respect, releasing a sigh of admiration. That day won't be far. Chu Bei replied indifferently. Master, if it isn't convenient for you to take action, then let this disciple take action in your place. In Heaven Abyss, Yi Fan bowed towards Chu Bei again, and then he turned around, his eyes landing on the foreign undying King Anlan's body again. Do you really want to fight? Anlan was calm, one hand behind his back, the other holding the golden ancient spear, divine might matchless. He calmly stood there, brilliance swirling about, divine radiance endless, intimidating the heavens above and earth below. If you establish a blood oath to not approach Heaven Abyss for 1,000,000 years, this heavenly emperor can leave. Yi Fan said coldly. Hong Long. As Yi Fan's indifferent voice sounded, he struck out a giant palm imprint, reaching into Heaven Abyss from the other spacetime, supporting that dim immortal city, sending it back into the black hole above Heaven Abyss. What qualifications do you have to make this king make a blood oath? With just you, it isn't enough. Anlan released a cold snort, his figure moving. With a step, he actually also appeared in Heaven Abyss. He faced Yi Fan head-on, but they were in different spacetime. Since you persist in going about things the wrong way, then this heavenly emperor can only suppress and kill you. The great cauldron beneath Yi Fan's feet shook, all life source energy spreading from the cauldron opening, many stars slowly moving about. In Heaven Abyss, to be more precise, in that other spacetime, giant stars moved about around Yi Fan's body one after another. The great cauldron beneath his feet surged with all life source energy, the stars of the heavens rising and falling. Behind him, a sea of lightning surged, 9 heavens lightning pervading the air. Black, purple, green, all types of lightning covered this place, to the extent where there were even some lightning that turned into the appearances of ancient divine beasts. With just a single look, one couldn't help but bow down in worship. Hong Long. A great noise sounded, crossing the great river of time, entering desolate border. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fan's body shone, becoming resplendent and dazzling. In that instant, the space around his body, time fragments surged, everything seemed to be spinning in reverse, terrifying to the extreme. In that instant, his divine might was matchless. He strode across the great river of time, about to cross spacetime and arrive in this era. Just like that, he carried unmatched power as he pressed towards Anlan. Anlan didn't move at all, incomparably calm as he looked at the other spacetime Yi Fan was in. He was an immortal king, an unmatched existence from immortal ancient era. He firmly believed that he was unmatched in this world, that regardless of past until now, no one could surpass him. He was arrogant, and also confident. It was because he had the capital, transcending above the mortal world. Even in the immortal Dao domain, he was still a king, the ruler of heaven and earth. Kai. The great cauldron flew towards Anlan. A wave of majestic aura seemed to have blasted through spacetime barriers, blowing Anlan's hair into the air. When they saw Anlan's hair move, the foreign army of millions and millions immediately revealed looks of horror. What was this person doing? He was provoking their faith, challenging the highest existence in their heart. Chong. Anlan brandished his spear, the golden spear stabbing forward, also blasting through spacetime barriers, smashing into the cauldron just a hair away. Then, it slid past the cauldron, pointing at Yi Fan's chest. Are you really going to ignore the consequences? The spear in Anlan's hand still didn't strike the all-life source cauldron. He had misgivings. When his shout sounded, desolate border's atmosphere became even more tense, because a great battle that might affect the great river of time was about to erupt. What do you think? The space between Yi Fan's brows shone, thick blood energy rushing out from the top of his head, illuminating the heavens, making even the great river of time in that spacetime tremble. Anlan's pupils contracted, his expression becoming serious. Could it be that this person really was going to take action? Back up! Anlan shouted, ordering the endless army of millions and millions of creatures in the endless desert, his expression serious. Once the two clashed, then there would be disastrous results. Perhaps nothing would exist anymore. When people of different spacetime clashed, that would destroy the original world's trajectory. Hong Long. All life source energy flowed, the inside of the cauldron was like a cosmos, primal chaos surging, immortal energy roiling, releasing the most terrifying power. Yi Fan stood on the cauldron, his right arm moving. His fist shone, becoming more and more resplendent, slowly striking towards Anlan. Mu. In the endless desert, the golden-backed barbaric bull who had long fled far away was so scared its soul was leaving its body, shivering, speeding up its escape. At the same time, the foreign great army was in chaos, all of them backing up. Right now, Anlan also released the aura of an undying king, protecting the foreign creatures, as if he was worried that Yi Fan would suddenly act out. In Heaven Abyss, Yi Fan's fist smashed over from his own spacetime, clearly about to pass through the spacetime barrier. The Golden War spear in Anlan's hands also rushed out, its target aimed straight at Yi Fan. The two individuals' attacks were both extremely slow, but the irregular scenes they produced truly shocked every single creature. Cracks appeared in Heaven Abyss, the 9 heavens 10 earths and the foreign realm skydome began to produce fine cracks, extending into the distance. These two experts from different spacetime didn't even truly fight, yet it already affected all living things in this world. Stop! Right when the atmosphere was tense, a faintly discernible vigorous voice resounded through desolate border. Then, another figure appeared in Heaven Abyss, standing at Anlan's side. The irregular scenes around him, including his aura, weren't weaker than Anlan's in the slightest. That's Shutuo, Immortal King. Another king. My heavens, who would have thought that I would be able to see two kings at the same time? Sure enough, existences like kings still can't fight through the great river of time. Even Shutuo, Immortal King, came out to stop them. The foreign realm's millions and millions of creatures looked at the figure that appeared in Heaven Abyss. They were first stunned, and then they knelt down piously, their faces similarly carrying respect. Is it another undying king? Is the foreign realms backing this terrifying? In our age where immortal kings have passed away, they actually still have undying kings overseeing them, moreover not just one, two undying kings. That stepping cauldron immortal king from a different spacetime, can he really stop them? Shutuo Immortal King's appearance made the expressions of the 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators change greatly, all of them carrying a bit of worry as they looked at Yi Fan. Meng Tianjing, Immortal Wang, and the other supreme beings' expressions were also ugly to the extreme. In Immortal Ancient Era, Shutuo's reputation wasn't inferior to Anlan's in the slightest. Just like Anlan, Shutuo's name was something that even in the 9 heavens 10 earths ancient texts, there were bloody historical record. In Immortal Ancient Era, his name shook the world, establishing his reputation by stepping on the corpses of countless experts, shocking past and present, sweeping through the 9 heavens 10 earth. There were records that he had previously killed an immortal king from the 9 heavens 10 earths. Even though he joined hands with others in that battle, one could still see how terrifying his cultivation strength was. Chapter 466. Another one came. Forget about two, even if there are more, this heavenly emperor still doesn't fear them. In the other spacetime, Yi Fan stood on the cauldron, his eyes sweeping over Anlan and Shutuo's bodies, possessing unmatched might. A battle that crosses the great river of time. Do you want this world to collapse? Shutuo released a cold snort. If you still don't leave, then don't blame the two of us for joining hands to wipe you out. When his ice-cold voice sounded, an explosive roar sounded in Heaven Abyss. This was Shutuo's aura, endless killing intent erupting, exploding in Heaven Abyss, as if an unmatched monarch was roaring. It was to the extent where even the other spacetime Yi Fan was in was affected, the universe exploding, the void releasing terrifying noises, as if malicious spirits were howling. Nothing more than an ant, it can be suppressed and killed. Yi Fan spoke these words, and then his hands held the great cauldron, smashing it towards Anlan and Shutuo. Do you really think this king is scared? Then I'll just destroy two spacetimes. Anlan seemed to have been angered, no longer holding back. The golden ancient spear in his hands stabbed out, this time facing the all-life source cauldron. Dang! The long drawn-out sound of metal colliding echoed through the two spacetime barriers. The great river of time in the spacetime Yi Fan was in shook, the stars in the river breaking apart, actually starting to crack apart. Wung wung. Under the rumbling sounds, the 9 heavens 10 earths, the heavens of the other side began to shatter, the originally small cracks directly becoming gaping holes, as if doomsday was descending. No, don't. Life force is flowing away. Save me. In that instant, cries of alarm sounded from desolate border. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the 9 heavens 10 earths or the creatures of the other side, their figures all became more and more blurry, as if they were going to disappear into thin air. Little Yi Fan, you should stop. Separated by the great river of time, you aren't suited for battle. If you continue messing around, the two spacetimes really are going to collapse. Right at this time, a deep sigh sounded through desolate border, seeping into heaven abyss. This was an exceptionally calm voice, extremely abruptly sounding in this desolate border that was about to collapse. It spread through the endless desert, the 9 heavens 10 earths, the other side, seeping into heaven abyss, and then into the other spacetime. Hearing the voice, Yi Fan's body trembled and he immediately stopped. With a wave of his sleeve, the cauldron that was spewing out chi of all creation disappeared along with the floating stars. The 9 heavens lightning that was surging around the cauldron also returned to his body. On the other hand, Anlan also put away the golden ancient spear, retrieving the terrifying energy he sent into the other time-space. Following that, the 2 dimensions buzzed. The river of time in Yi Fan's spacetime gradually calmed down, and the stars in the river stopped shattering. The 9 heavens 10 earths and the other side's heavens began to close up. The giant hole that originally seemed like doomsday began to shrink, becoming fine cracks, and then it was completely repaired. At the same time, the hundreds of millions of cultivators that had faded away solidified once more. I'm fine now. My life force is no longer flowing away. The billions of living beings seemed to have realized that the calamity had disappeared, and their faces were filled with joy. It was as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. After the excitement passed, the millions and millions of creatures thought of something, all of them simultaneously casting their eyes towards the source of that voice, Imperial Pass Wall. In Heaven Abyss, Anlan and Shutuo, the 2 great immortal kings' eyes similarly landed on Imperial Pass walls. As for Yi Fan, he bowed towards the city walls, his face full of respect. Little Yi Fan, if your master didn't say anything to stop you, were you really going to collapse the great river of time? On Imperial Pass walls, Chu Bei stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Yi Fan. Yi Fan scratched his head in a bit of embarrassment. At this moment, he was no longer that unmatched heavenly Emperor Yi, but rather more like a child who made a mistake. Master, this disciple's original intention was just to scare the 2 of them, to force them to establish a blood oath. Who would have expected that they would rather collapse the great river of time than establish a vow? Forget it, just leave the rest to your master. You just need to stay on the other side and watch. Chu Bei said indifferently. Master, wasn't your cultivation restricted? Yi Fan asked. Do you feel like your master can still just watch from the side? Could it be that I really have to watch as you 2 collapse the great river of time, collapse the 2 sides of spacetime? Chu Bei looked at Yi Fan and said, your master used a secret method, transferring over a bit of power. Even though my cultivation is still less than 1/10 of my peak, it is enough to deal with these 2 brats. When his voice that carried a smile sounded, Chu Bei on the city walls took a step out. In the blink of an eye, Chu Bei already arrived in Heaven Abyss. In that instant, his body shone, a giant axe wrapped in primal chaos appeared behind him. There were dozens to over 100 strange patterns engraved on the axe's handle. These patterns were the same in thickness, but the colors and shapes were all different, each having their own characteristics. The giant axe trembled lightly, releasing wong sounds. Several thousand colors of different shades rippled out from above, from time to time changing into all types of shapes. An extremely dense wave of refreshing energy that made one feel relaxed and happy spread out from the axe blade, rippling through the desolate border battlefield. It produced a mysterious scene that left one astonished. The patterns on the axe's handle flickered. If one looked carefully, every single one of them contained endless stars, as if they formed a star domain of their own. This was the heaven-splitting axe, the genuine heaven-splitting axe. Apart from the heaven-splitting axe, beneath Chu Bei's feet, a giant Taiji diagram appeared, all types of immortal Tao symbols flickering about. At the center of the Taiji diagram was a blooming immortal Tao flower. Grand mist energy and all life source energy were incomparably condensed, about to turn into liquid. A golden disc rested above Chu Bei's head, the center of the disc surging with blue-green radiance. Within the radiance, one could vaguely see the worshipping scene of millions and millions of creatures from different worlds, their faces full of piety. The blue-green radiance came from their worship, unmatched faith force. Don't you all feel like the feeling this true immortal senior gives off seems to have changed? I also feel it, but I can't say what exactly changed. What did his previous words mean? He doesn't want his powerful disciple to take action, leaving the rest to him? Even though he is extremely strong, he is still a true immortal in the end. Right now, the ones he is facing are two undying kings from the other side. Can he really do it? No, since he is the master of an immortal king from a different spacetime, how can he only be a true immortal? The 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators snapped back to reality, their eyes locking onto Chubei's body. At the same time, their eyes carried bewilderment and worry. I actually can't sense his aura fluctuations anymore. While looking at Chubei's rear figure, Meng Tianjing muttered to himself, a bit absent-minded. It wasn't just him, Immortal Wang, Zhao Haotian, and the other supreme beings also revealed bewildered expressions. Previously, they could still sense Boss Chu's energy fluctuations. However, in that instant just now, the other party's aura fluctuations disappeared. So this is Great Ancestor. Yi Qingxian pulled Shihao's small white hand, muttering to herself, eyes carrying strong expectation. Chubei took a step out, directly leaving Imperial Pass just like that, arriving in Heaven Abyss. Regardless of whether it was the 9 heavens 10 earths cultivators or the foreign creatures, their eyes all focused on Chubei's body. At the same time, their faces were full of shock. In their eyes, Chubei seemed to have become even more ordinary. If he was placed in a great army, he might even be a small figure that couldn't be found. However, right now, the other party appeared in Heaven Abyss, looking at undying King Anlan and Shutuo, yet he didn't give off that type of strange feeling, as if they were standing at the same height to begin with. However, if one looked at him for a long time, they would discover that this Boss Chu's aura was incomparably fierce, his pupils piercing, releasing light like immortal swords, making it impossible for one to look at him directly. The symbols on the surface of his body swirled about, as if they were going to crush the world. Master. In a different time-space, Yi Fan walked on a cauldron, standing at the limits of the great river of time, cupping his fists towards Chubei. You've changed. Anlan gave Chubei a look, his expression serious, eyes releasing divine radiance. He spoke indifferently, giving this evaluation. Immortal King, Undying King, do you all feel like this is the end of cultivation? Chubei's voice was calm. Regardless of whether it is the past or the future, I, Anlan, am unmatched in this world. Anlan spoke, releasing unmatched might. Unmatched. If there really is an unmatched being, then how could there be an age of emperor collapse? From past until now, who dared say they were undefeated? Just how much do you understand about this world? Perhaps only when this one was at his peak would he dare declare himself undefeated. Even if it was this one at that time, he still needed to temper his unmatched body. Chubei stood with his hands behind his back, his words carrying a type of fierceness, as well as a type of great changes. It was as if a monarch walked over from the distant past, witnessing the vicissitudes of life after reviving, questioning the heavens. What do you all amount to? In the end, Chubei indifferently gave Anlan and Shutuo a look, releasing a cold snort, his voice carrying disdain. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? Anlan's eyes were cold and deep. I will suppress you with a raise of my hand. Chubei spoke word for word. A sonorous voice sounded from Heaven Abyss, resounding through the endless desert. Suppress Anlan. These words were spoken lightly from Chubei's mouth. The cultivators of the 9 heavens 10 earths in front of Imperial Pass first became quiet, dead silent. Then, their blood surged, expressions stirred up. On the other hand, the endless creatures of the other side also had expressions of anger. Someone who had just stepped into the immortal Dao domain not long ago actually said that he could suppress Anlan with a raise of his hand. These were undying kings, the highest level existences, their faith. Who dared look down on them? They touched upon the taboo, they had to be killed. Those who offend our king, die. Before Anlan could reply, the foreign undying was the first to release a cold shout. Great Dao immortal light surged around his body, symbols flickering about. His palm slapped out, directly pointing at Chubei. Great stars swirled about in his palm, irregular scenes appearing one after another. If not for Heaven Abyss stopping him before, he would have already attacked the other party. How could he allow the other party to act like this, offend an undying king like this? This really was daring to the extreme. The other party's arrogance should be skinned alive, his bones pulled out, his soul suppressed into the eye of the sea of bitterness. Even though he also sensed Chu Bei's changes, in his opinion, the other party definitely didn't reach the king level. Chu Bei swept his eyes over the foreign undying. He shook his head, releasing a type of aura that devoured mountains and rivers, as if he was the sole sovereign of the heavens above and earth below. If he didn't do it, who else could? His head of black hair fluttered about, divine eyes like lightning, so dazzling that it was hard to look him in the eyes, making one tremble in fear. Honglong. The stellar domain in Chu Bei's eyes swirled in reverse, his eyes narrowing. In that instant, it was as if the heavens collapsed and earth split apart, the skies splitting apart, the great desert caving in. That gaze was even more terrifying than the great void crack. Kai. Anlan took action, the golden ancient spear lightly moving, separating the sky, wishing to stop this beam of light, but it was too late. Ah! This beam of light landed on the foreign undying's body, the giant palm he slapped out disappearing without a trace before entering Heaven Abyss. As for his body, it was instantly cut in half, the scene extremely terrifying. As soon as a miserable scream sounded from his mouth, the two halves of his body and primordial spirit turned into a blast of bloody mist. Immortal light scattered. The foreign undying died. Undying Great One died. This is definitely impossible. That is but an unmatched existence who stepped into the immortal Tao domain. It was actually, how could he be killed so easily? It was just a beam of light. Could it be that he also stepped into the king realm? While looking at the bloody mist that scattered in the sky dome above, the bodies of millions and millions of foreign creatures suddenly trembled. Their eyes all returned to Chu Bei's body, full of alarm and fear. They didn't dare imagine that an undying being would actually be killed by a beam of light. This was just too terrifying. When they looked at the soldiers of the 9 heavens 10 earths, their expressions were the exact opposite. After being stunned for a moment, they reacted, starting to cheer loudly, their expressions stirred up. The mysterious senior who stood on their side was actually already powerful to the point where a strand of light could kill a foreign undying being. The foreign undying being, this was an unmatched existence equivalent to a true immortal, an undying being who had lived from immortal ancient until now. In the annals of history, he had a brilliant reputation. Is this Boss Chu's true strength? Or perhaps this is just a corner of his strength. The path of cultivation, just what kind of cultivation realm is at the end? Dao Tai King, Old Celestial, Immortal Palace Master, and the other self-release realm cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Along the way, the shock this Boss Chu brought them really was too great. Meng Tianjing, Immortal Wang, Zhao Haotian, and the other supreme beings stared blankly at that figure in Heaven Abyss, their expressions a bit absent-minded. This was especially the case with the latter two, their expressions even more so full of strangeness. Not long ago, they actually fought against the other party, to the extent where they even spoke vicious words. Now, it seemed like that was just a joke. Chapter 467. Are you not attaching any importance to this king? Anlan spoke up, his tone calm. Even now, even when he saw the foreign undying being killed, he didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. You do not have the qualifications. When the calm voice sounded, Chu Bei raised a single hand. The heaven-opening axe behind him shook, thick divine radiance rushing into the heavens from the axe blade, as if a volcano erupted with magma, illuminating Heaven Abyss, the power shaking up the 9 heavens 10 earths and the foreign realm. Honglong. A sky-shocking noise sounded. The endless patterns on the axe handle released radiance at the same time, the universe trembling. The endless radiance merged with the grand mist energy and all life source energy below his feet, turning into a blade radiance, a Tao-severing blade. Kai. That blade hacked through Heaven Abyss natural laws, splitting apart the great Tao patterns, hacking outwards, tearing through all obstructions. Kill. At the same time, An explosive roar sounded from the other side of Heaven Abyss. This was Anlan's shout. He erupted with endless killing intent, erupting with noise, vaguely like the roar of an unmatched monarch. Heaven Abyss was blasted apart, the void releasing terrifying noises, as if malicious spirits were howling. Anlan gripped the spear with both hands, fiercely facing that blade. King, he is actually holding the spear with both hands. The foreign realms creatures looked at Heaven Abyss, especially the older supreme beings, their faces immediately revealing expressions of shock. Is that person from the 9 heavens 10 earths really already strong to this degree? Just what kind of background does he have? Why are there no records related to him in the ancient texts? The last time King held the spear with both hands was in immortal ancient era. At that time, his opponent was an immortal king. When they saw the battle in Heaven Abyss, the foreign realms creatures were shocked, looking at Heaven Abyss in disbelief. Anlan was an undying king, the faith of millions and millions of foreign creatures, yet now, he was forced to hold the spear with both hands. Ever since the Battle of Immortal Ancient, when had Anlan ever been this serious? Before, even when the scarlet-eyed elder who was number 1 under immortal kings pressed down with an immortal city, his expression didn't change at all. However now, his face was grave and stern. It was clear that Anlan attached great importance to that person from the 9 heavens 10 earths. This was a true great confrontation, unprecedented and unmatched. Dang! Metal trembling noises, blade and spear colliding. At the point of collision, white ripples spread out in Heaven Abyss. Resplendent light dazzled, erupting with ocean-like energy fluctuations. The interweaving divine radiance even drowned Heaven Abyss all of a sudden, terrifying to the extreme, making one's soul tremble. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Heaven Abyss shook violently. This abyss that had existed since the Age of Emperor collapse seemed like it was about to collapse. Fortunately, just as it was on the verge of collapse, black blood flowed out of the black hole above. This blood came from an unknown place and flowed along the periphery of Heaven Abyss, as if strengthening it once again. However, despite this being the case, the power of Chu Bei and Anlan's collision still had wisps of aura that penetrated Heaven Abyss, spreading outwards. In an instant, the boundless army of a myriad of living beings in the boundless desert fell weakly to the ground with a thump, and they trembled with fear. They were restrained by the supreme pressure, and they were simply on the verge of exploding. Even peak 9 heavens supremes like Meng Tianjing and Wang Changsheng were suppressed, unable to use their god force. This was still the result of Heaven Abyss being strengthened by that mysterious black blood. Otherwise, just the shockwaves from the collision of the 2 great immortal king experts were enough to destroy all of the cultivators in the boundless desert. Inside Heaven Abyss, Shutuo Immortal King released a decree towards the foreign heavens. The decree scattered down endless rain of light, as if it was protecting the foreign great army. The other spacetime Yifan stood on the all-life source energy cauldron, displaying unmatched divine abilities through the great river of time, also producing a barrier of energy light above the 9 heavens 10 earths. Dang! Inside Heaven Abyss, the sound of metal colliding lingered in spirals. The unmatched immortal Tao aura of the confrontation of 2 powerful individuals covered heaven and earth. When the immortal radiance at the point of collision completely scattered, the 9 heavens 10 earths and the foreign cultivators all woke up from their shivering. How is this possible? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The eyes of millions and millions of creatures were focused on the battlefield. When they saw the scene clearly, they were first stunned, and then their pupils suddenly contracted. This was especially the case for the foreign creatures, their faces even more so filled with disbelief, carrying alarm and fear. On the battlefield, that golden ancient spear wrapped in immortal radiance actually had a gap appear on one side of the spearhead. There was even a fine crack that extended into the distance by the edges of the gap. Undying King Anlan's Tao-proving weapon was actually damaged. It broke in the previous collision. In immortal ancient great era, this spear pierced through one of the vicious 10's heavenly horned ants, killing countless half-immortal kings. Even in an intense battle against an immortal king, it still released unmatched immortal might, not suffering any damage. However, right now, It was precisely this type of unmatched immortal weapon that slaughtered its way through immortal ancient great era that had a gap produced from the collision just now. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? The foreign creatures were stupefied, inwardly shocked to the extreme. Every single one of them widened their eyes, finding it hard to accept the fact that the golden ancient spear was damaged. It wasn't just these foreign creatures, even the immortal King Shutuo's eyes flashed with a bit of shock. Even though the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal king's Tao-severing blade already disappeared, turning into a rain of light, that wasn't a real thing in the end, but rather the giant axe behind him. This terrifying blade could still be regenerated. In reality, this really was the case. The heaven-splitting axe behind Chu Bei trembled, a Tao-severing blade that was exactly the same as before appearing, its aura even becoming more and more terrifying. Anlan's weapon was damaged. In the exchange just now, Senior Chu seized the advantage. It seems like Senior Chu really has the strength to fight against Anlan. In front of Imperial Pass, the 9 heavens 10 earths soldiers were in a celebratory mood, their cries of alarm carrying excitement. In Heaven Abyss battlefield, Anlan was expressionless. Even though his Tao weapon was damaged, there was still no anger on his face, instead becoming more and more calm. His eyes were deep like a sea as he stared at Chu Bei, as if he wanted to see through his soul. "Where exactly did you come from?" Shutuo asked from the side. He was surrounded by divine radiance, incomparably hazy, intimidating all creatures of this world. He was confused. Why did this person of unknown origins instantly possess such strength, directly entering the immortal king realm from the true immortal realm? Kill him, carefully study him, and you will naturally understand. Anlan spoke again. At this time, the golden spear in his hand already recovered on its own, golden light flowing, extracting essence gold energy from Heaven Abyss. This was a supreme divine ability. It reforged the spear, becoming even more resplendent, golden light covering the sky, dazzling to the extreme. An exceptional immortal king weapon, unmatched in this world. "Study this great one." Chu Bei laughed, his eyes swirling, stellar streams flowing within. In the next moment, a fierce aura erupted from his body, as if an unmatched immortal sword was unsheathed, oppressing one's soul. A beam of light shot out from his eyes, as if all creatures of this world ascended to immortality, a boundless rain of light condensing into an arrow, crushing the heavens as it shot towards Anlan. This was merely the light in his eyes, shocking to the extreme. Anlan's expression didn't change, his expression becoming increasingly cold, his eyes like a deep starry sky, within them the scene of the heavens being destroyed, but also the grand scene of all things reviving. He fiercely shook the golden ancient spear, facing that arrow. Honglong. The arrow turned into a rain of light, dissipating. Anlan held the golden ancient spear, taking half a step back. There is always a heaven beyond the heavens, a person beyond a person. Even if you become an immortal emperor, you still need to know that there is still a heaven above the heavens. Chu Bei's words were spoken under his fierce aura, pressuring one's primordial spirit. He was arrogant and aloof, as if he was facing an ordinary creature, casually speaking. At this moment, Chu Bei's aura seemed to have changed once again. The immortal radiance around his body not only illuminated Heaven Abyss, it even illuminated the 9 heavens 10 earths and the heavens of the other side, erupting with an exceptional aura, possessing a great power that was unmatched since the ancient time. He floated in the void of Heaven Abyss, not moving. However, above his head, 9 little figures appeared, as if he had 9 primordial spirits. In the hands of these 9 little figures, there was a golden disc, a small heaven-splitting axe floating at the center of each disc. Deliberately mystifying things. Anlan frowned, berating, his expression becoming increasingly cold. His eyes were like deep starry skies, within them were scenes of the heavens being destroyed, but also scenes of all things reviving. This time, he still held the golden ancient spear with both hands, but this time, he changed his brandishing motion, as if he had merged with Heaven Abyss. He fiercely struck out with the golden spear, brandishing it towards Chu Bei. Rumble. Under the gazes of millions of soldiers, Anlan stabbed the golden ancient spear towards Chu Bei in the Heaven Abyss battlefield, the power stronger than the previous 2 times. As for Chu Bei, he still didn't dodge, but the 9 little figures above his head quickly merged together, becoming one little figure, the surface of its body releasing 9 types of radiance. In the rumbling sound, that little figure replaced Chu Bei to face Anlan. Boom! The palm-sized 9-colored little figure brandished the heaven-splitting axe, heaven abyss rumbling. Dang! Although the axe was small, its surface derived the terrifying power of 9 different laws. The power of fire, the power of wood, the power of metal, the power of lightning, the power of water, the power of earth. 9 different powers intertwined and blocked the tip of the ancient golden spear. Meanwhile, the 9-colored little figure continued to hack down with the axe in its hand, divine and invincible. The power of the axe, 9 types of primitive laws interweaved, accompanied by primal chaos, thousands of avatars alternating, having the power to split heaven and earth apart. No matter who you are, I, Anlan, am not afraid. Only I, Anlan, am supreme in this world. Anlan roared, his body covered in symbols, erupting with power that suppressed heaven and earth, fully releasing the matchless divine might of an immortal king, blocking that 9-colored little figure. Ignorant child! That palm-sized 9-colored little figure actually responded to Anlan. As the disdainful voice fell, the 9-colored little figure waved its right hand, and with a rumble, the golden disc that was originally behind Chu Bei actually rapidly shrank, in the end flying into its hand, as if it had transformed into a weapon that could rival the heaven-splitting axe, surging with chaotic mist, flickering with brilliance. Rumble. The sound of the great Tao filled the air, and avatars appeared above the 9-colored little figure's head. At this moment, the 9-colored little figure held the heaven-splitting axe in one hand and the golden disc in the other. Although they were both very charming, they each released a supreme aura that could swallow the world. Looking down on the long river of history, wanting to ask the world, who could compete with it? Suppress. 2 light syllables came out of the 9-colored little figure's mouth. In an instant, the Taiji diagram under Chu Bei's feet spun, primordial energy and all things source energy turned into a surging river, surging like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens, converging on the 9-colored little figure's heaven-splitting axe and golden disc. Whoosh! The 9-colored little figure used the 2 divine weapons as weapons to whip Anlan at the same time. In an instant, heaven abyss shook, the black blood seeping out of the black hole madly burning, as if blocking the power released by the heaven-splitting axe and golden disc. In the end, countless black blood flowed out of the black hole, barely stabilizing heaven abyss that was about to collapse. At this moment, Anlan's expression changed greatly, his pupils constricting. Not only him, but Shutuo, who was watching from the side, also had a change in expression, a hint of seriousness between his brows. Peng! The 9-colored little figure held the heaven-splitting axe, tearing through all illusions, directly hacking down on Anlan's body. A low rumbling noise sounded. Anlan was sent flying, his body continuously backing up. During this process, it wasn't that Anlan didn't put up any defenses, but rather that the defensive light he produced was almost instantly destroyed by the heaven-splitting axe. Impossible. How could great ancestor Anlan be defeated? While looking at Anlan, who was sent flying, in the other side's direction, millions and millions of creatures were shaken, great waves surging in their minds, every single one of their spines going cold. The undying king who had never tasted defeat since immortal ancient great era, the high and mighty ruler of the world, the faith of all clans, was actually sent flying by a little figure just now. It wasn't just the foreign creatures, the 9 heavens 10 earth soldiers were also stunned. They were confused. What was going on with that 9-colored little figure? It could actually force back an undying king, however, they were only confused for an instant, and then they began to shout excitedly. They couldn't understand the process, so they could only look at the result. At the very least, from what they could see, that boss Chu who stood on their side seized the advantage. On Imperial Pass walls, Yi Qingxian looked at Chu Bei with an expression of worship. This was precisely her great ancestor, an unmatched existence who could break through the natural laws of time, wander through different eras as he pleased. No one knew his origins, no one knowing his peak strength. However, despite this being the case, under the other party's cultivation suppression, he still forced back an undying king without using his true body. As for Shahao, his eyes long released golden light, his eyes completely filled with Chubei's figure. In the other time-space, Yi Fan's expression was serious, as if he was observing Chubei's Dao, his brows relaxing from time to time, furrowing from time to time. Then, he revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if he was comprehending the Dao, learning. Shu Tuo's body suddenly trembled, his eyes revealing an expression of horror. If others could see his expression, they would discover that it was extremely strange, carrying astonishment and shock. How could it be like this? Is this little fella a primordial spirit? Why does he have such a powerful primordial spirit? Anlan stabilized his body, muttering to himself. 2 questions immediately popped up. However, before Chubei could dispel his doubts, that 9-colored little figure already appeared in front of him again, the heaven-opening axe in its hands just like before, hacking towards him. Apart from the heaven-opening axe, there was also a golden disc that similarly carried unmatched divine might, also smashing towards him. I, Anlan, am unmatched in this world. Throughout all of history, no one can suppress me. Anlan roared out, the heavens collapsing. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the golden ancient spear that was tangled with the power of 5 great natural laws. Chapter 468. Dawn. In Heaven Abyss battlefield, the heaven-opening axe was the first to hack down, striking Anlan's golden ancient spear, instantly sending the latter's spearhead in another direction. When he saw this, Anlan's body trembled, staggering backwards. However, before he could withdraw that far, the 9-colored little figure followed like a shadow, the golden disc in its hands striking his body again. This time, the power was even more ferocious. The golden disc released sinister radiance, the tens of thousands of irregular scene void images covering heaven and earth, pouring into Anlan's body. Then, with a peng noise, it exploded together with Anlan. Why is it like this? Great ancestor Anlan was actually blasted apart. Didn't the 9 heavens 10 earths immortal kings all die in immortal ancient? Why is there still someone who can injure our king? While looking at the flesh and blood in Heaven Abyss, the endless foreign creatures were simply about to go crazy. Their faith was actually directly blasted apart by a little figure. Even though this flesh and blood quickly reassembled into Anlan's appearance, the scene from before really did happen. Anlan seemed to have been completely angered, his hair flying upwards, veins popping on his face, his roar full of strong killing intent. Pointless struggle. That 9-colored little figure didn't seem to fear the crazed Anlan at all, striking over with the heaven-opening axe and golden disc again. Anlan shouted, using the golden ancient spear to block. However, a similar scene happened again. No matter how he operated the immortal Dao force within his body, he still couldn't change the outcome of the ancient spear being sent flying. In the end, he could only watch as the heaven-opening axe and golden disc alternately struck over. Peng! Anlan flew out, his body exploding again, and then reassembling. Who exactly are you? Anlan roared out. He was an immortal king, someone who could overlook endless time, overlook all under the sky, yet now, he encountered great trouble. This 9-colored little figure's attack contained great Dao force, forcefully suppressing him, making it extremely strenuous for him to fight back. This type of feeling of helplessness was something he had never felt even during Immortal Ancient's great battle. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the 9 heavens 10 earths or the foreign realm, it was completely silent, an expanse of deathly stillness. All of the creatures and cultivators were shocked, looking at Heaven Abyss in a daze, not saying a word, only horror remaining on their faces. Even those at the peak of Supreme Being level like Meng Tianjing and Immortal Wang were stupefied, their mouths wide open in shock, unable to close. In Heaven Abyss, the foreign undying King Anlan was struck by that 9-colored little figure, his body exploding, reforming, and then exploding again and again, this cycle repeating itself. In that instant, the only things left in Desolate Border were the rhythmic muffled explosions from Heaven Abyss, as well as Anlan's angry roars of unwillingness. I, Anlan, am immortal. You can't kill me. Anlan's body reformed, glaring at Chubei in the distance. A law decree appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the law decree, and the law decree burned with blue flames. Rumble, suddenly, a pitch-black gap appeared above Heaven Abyss. The gap was accompanied by lightning. Then, under everyone's gaze, a pure black shield tablet appeared. That's the Blackstone Immortal King's shield tablet. There were foreign supreme beings who recognized that pure black shield monument, unable to help but cry out in alarm. Has he really already been forced to this extent? Shutuo Immortal King gave the nine-colored little figure a look, and then his eyes landed on Anlan's body, muttering to himself. Blackstone Immortal King was just like them, previously also one of the foreign unmatched Immortal Kings. However, he died in Immortal Ancient's great battle. Before his death, he entrusted his Dao verification artifact to Anlan. In terms of defensive power, this Blackstone Shield tablet was fully deserving of being number one among Immortal King artifacts. However, because Anlan was prideful enough, even in Immortal Ancient's battle, he never used this shield tablet. But now, he had summoned the shield Steely. It was clear that when facing this nine-colored little figure, he already reached a point where he was at his wit's end. Dang! The nine-colored little figure lashed out again. Anlan didn't hesitate to hold a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, blocking it at the same time. This time, Anlan only backed up, his body not exploding. Dang, dang, dang. The nine-colored little figure pressed forward, one hand holding the heaven-splitting axe, the other holding the golden disc, continuously striking out several times. However, because of the Blackstone Shield tablet's defense, it was difficult for him to blast Anlan apart again. Our king has received it. With Blackstone Immortal King's shield tablet, Ancestor Anlan can forcibly resist that little figure's attack. The situation in the Heaven Abyss battlefield took a turn for the better. The gloominess on the faces of the foreign creatures swept away. However, just as the corners of their mouths rose, the situation changed again. The mysterious person who was originally standing in the distance suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already close to the nine-colored little figure. Boom! The nine-colored little figure and Chu Bei released nine-colored light at the same time. Then, under everyone's gazes, the nine-colored little figure entered Chu Bei's forehead. Returning, fusing together. In an instant, Chu Bei's aura rose, possessing an unrivaled aura of supremacy in the universe. Chu Bei personally brandished his axe, simple and direct. With a swing of the axe, many great stars moved, carrying a majestic pressure, suppressing Anlan. Kill. Anlan's expression was serious. As he shouted, he first used the Blackstone Shield tablet to block, and then stabbed out with the golden ancient spear, aiming directly at Chu Bei's chest. Catcher. Chu Bei's axe hacked down on the Blackstone Shield tablet. At first, it was a deadlock for about 3 seconds. Then, in the dead silence, a crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. In the next moment, the shield tablet exploded, and the heaven-splitting axe in Chu Bei's hand continued to move forward, chopping down on Anlan's chest. Poochie. This axe split open Anlan's chest, bringing with it golden blood. Ah! Unlike before when his body exploded, Anlan actually let out a painful roar at this moment. The roar was filled with killing intent, as if he was suffering an indescribable pain. This was inconceivable. A king who stood at the peak of the immortal Dao actually let out a painful scream. It was unbelievable. Amidst the roar, Anlan swept the spear horizontally, immediately pulling away from Chu Bei. Looking at his chest that had been split open, Anlan tried to use his immortal power to repair it. However, what made his heart palpitate was that the other party's immortal power was preventing him from repairing the wound. The Blackstone Shield tablet actually shattered. That is but the world's most powerful defensive artifact, yet it was actually directly hacked apart by that fella's axe. Could it be that he really has already surpassed old ancestor Anlan? If this really is the case, who else in this world can be his opponent? While looking at the floating rubble in Heaven Abyss, the endless foreign creatures were endlessly alarmed, their eyes full of fear. Honglong. Heaven Abyss shook intensely. Chu Bei brandished the heaven-splitting axe again, hacking down on Anlan, domineering to the extreme. With a raise of his hand, it was as if he was the ruler of immortal domain, casually suppressing his subjects, no one able to resist it. When one looked over, Chu Bei's body seemed to have become one with the radiance released by the heaven-splitting axe. When the axe hacked down, it was majestic, locking Anlan in place, binding him. This second axe hacked down on Anlan's shoulder, immediately severing his right arm. The third hacked down on Anlan's head, blasting half of his head into mincemeat. Chu Bei hacked down again and again. Anlan screamed miserably, the areas that were shattered unable to heal. This was the first time in several hundred years that he felt fear, as if he sensed the arrival of death. Ah! Blood sacrifice. Finally, when Chu Bei's 10th fist descended, Anlan seemed to have made some type of decision, an unwilling great roar resounding through the heavens. Then, only to see his flesh that was blasted apart by Chu Bei completely ignite, and then struggle free from Chu Bei's binding power, recombining once more. Shutuo, could it be that you're just going to watch from the side like this? If I am killed, do you think he will let you go? Anlan's entire body was covered in origin essence blood, wrapped within raging white flames. He was squeezing out his life force. Even if he won this battle, he would sleep for at least 1,000,000 years. When he heard Anlan's words, Shutuo gave the other spacetime Yifan a look, the spear in his hands trembling. Ever since he sensed that Anlan was at a disadvantage, he wanted to take action, but that fella's aura was always locked onto him. As long as he took action, the other party would definitely take action as well. This was why he was always watching from the side. But now, with the current situation, he had no choice but to help Anlan. Otherwise, Anlan might really die in this heaven abyss. Master, this time, let disciple fight alongside you. In the other space-time, above the long river of time, Yifan stood on the myriad chi cauldron, the 9 heavens lightning surging behind him, looking ready to take action. Little Yezi, do you not believe in Master's strength? Chu Bei looked at Yifan with a smile. Are you worried that Master will be at a disadvantage under their combined strength? Even if the two of them attack together, what does Master have to fear? As for you, you should continue to stay there and watch. As his smiling voice fell, Chu Bei's body suddenly swayed, erupting with 9 colors, and then his body split into 9. In the next instant, 9 identical Chu Bei surrounded Anlan and Shutuo in a ring shape. 5 identical but different Chu seniors. As expected, what we saw at the beginning was not an illusion. He can really split into 9 people. All of the creatures in Desolate Border stared at Heaven Abyss with stupefied expressions. They were a bit stunned. How did this boss Chu suddenly become 9? Moreover, the auras they gave off were all different. In Heaven Abyss, the 9 figures stood in different directions, surrounding Anlan and Shutuo in a ring shape. Honglong. The 9 Chu Bei moved at the same time, making the same movements, one hand holding the heaven-splitting axe, the other holding the golden disc, lashing out from different directions. As the 9 figures moved, Heaven Abyss swayed and trembled as a result. Kill. Anlan and Shutuo exchanged a look, their expressions serious, releasing their most powerful attacks at the same time. Anlan swept out with the golden ancient spear, Shutuo stabbed forward, releasing the most dazzling radiance. Regardless of whether it was Anlan or Shutuo, they were both extremely strong, peak experts, overlooking endless time, looking down on the world. However, the instant they exchanged blows with the 5 Chu Bei, their expressions changed at the same time, becoming even more serious and overcast. These 9 Chu Bei, even though their auras were different, none of them were weaker than them, to the extent where they were even above them. As soon as the battle began, Anlan and Shutuo were already suppressed by the 9 Chu Bei, continuously forced back. Chapter 469. Great Ancestor Anlan and Great Ancestor Shutuo still lost even after working together. Not even 2 great ancestors working together can win. When they saw the situation in Heaven Abyss battlefield, the pupils of millions and millions of foreign creatures contracted, carrying fear within their shock. In Heaven Abyss, the 9 figures worked together. Regardless of whether it was the frequency or power of their attacks, they were completely the same. Peng. Anlan was attacked from all sides by 4 figures. Even though his entire body's essence blood-burned, he was still in a dangerous situation. He flew out, his arms exploding. Shutuo was attacked from all sides by 5 figures. One of them focused on the spear in his hands, while the other 4 attacked from the sides, smashing into his shoulders and back, making him stagger about. A moment later, a wisp of dark red color appeared at the corners of his lips. The fierce attacks of experts at the same level were something not even he could endure. This was a battle between immortal Dao domain kings. It was already a world-shaking struggle from the very start. In that instant, blood radiance splashed out. Are these senior Chu's methods? Terrifyingly powerful. In the 9 heavens 10 earths, countless cultivators cried out in alarm, their faces carrying excitement. The unmatched Anlan and Shutuo were forcibly suppressed by someone today, their undefeated legend shattered. The foreign creatures trembled, their eyes carrying worry. Honglong. In Heaven Abyss, the 9 Chu Bei slaughtered their way forward together, unstoppable. Anlan and Shutuo continuously backed up. Even though they were immortal kings, when facing opponents of the same level, or even a bit stronger than them, this type of killing situation was still extremely passive. What was even more hateful was that in terms of numbers, the other party still had the advantage. Under rumbling noises, the 9 Chu Bei erupted with unmatched power, beating Anlan and Shutuo until they continuously coughed out blood. With a Kailar noise, a Chu Bei hacked apart Anlan's spear, piercing through his chest. Another rumbling noise sounded. Another Chu Bei got close to Shutuo's back, an axe hacking apart his back, revealing deep white bones. Retreat. Anlan and Shutuo's mouths were filled with golden blood, a bit of restraining fear appearing in their eyes, carrying alarm and fear. They found it hard to believe that there was actually such a terrifying existence in this world. However, reality was right before their eyes. If they continued fighting, they might really die in this heaven abyss. The 9 individuals that this mysterious person produced, every single one of them were stronger than them. That type of strange immortal force was too terrifying. Their bodies exploded again and again, even those as powerful as them couldn't take it. Dong. Anlan and Shutuo were struck again. Their bodies suffered heavy blows, and their bodies were sent flying. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, seriously injured. Everyone was stunned. Chu Bei displayed his might. His 9 incarnations chased after Anlan and Shutuo, shocking everyone. In that instant, the boundless desolate border actually became quiet, dead silent. This was too impactful. Those were 2 undying kings, yet today, their entire bodies were dripping with blood, seriously injured, chased by others, in extremely sorry states. Do you think you can leave? A calm voice rang out from Heaven Abyss. In the next moment, under the gazes of billions of people, the 9 figures in Heaven Abyss actually stopped chasing Anlan and Shutuo. They gathered together and clenched their fists at the same time, unleashing a dazzling beam of light towards the sky. 9 different colored beams of light intertwined together, and with a loud boom, the strange symbol of WN flashed, followed by the sound of the immortal Tao. A golden disc covered in runes emerged from within. Under the combined power of the 9 Chu Beis, the golden disc let out a trembling sound, and ripples spread out from it. In that instant, Heaven Abyss rumbled, shaking intensely like never before. It was to the extent where even that black hole was affected, the black blood flowing within actually showing signs of solidifying. Dang! Ripples swept out. Anlan and Shutuo's bodies suddenly trembled. In that instant, their pupils rapidly contracted. They turned around to look at the 9 Chu Bei that were gathered together, fear appearing in their eyes. This was a type of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. They were undying kings, unmatched existences in immortal ancient. They looked down on the 9 heavens 10 earths, all creatures like ants. After tens of millions of years, right now, they finally felt a type of emotion called uneasiness. They looked at the golden disc above the heads of the 9 Chu Bei in horror, their bodies actually starting to mysteriously tremble. There was a wave of power they had never come into contact with, one that transcended above them, difficult to resist. Under this wave of power, even if it was them, they were still restricted, the circulation of immortal force within their bodies becoming incomparably slow. Ah! Anlan, do not fear anyone. Anlan roared out, his roar shaking up desolate border, forcefully forcing himself to remain calm. At the same time, the essence blood within his body burned crazily, squeezing out his life force to struggle free from the golden disk's restrictions. Dawn. However, in the end, before Anlan could struggle free, a streak of divine multicolored light rushed out from the golden disk. With a peng noise, Anlan's body exploded. Collect. An indifferent syllable sounded from Chu Bei's mouth. Then, unmatched divine chains of order surged from the golden disk, dragging Anlan's body that was currently slowly reassembling into the bowl. Kai. Under the gazes of millions and millions of creatures, Anlan's exploded body was dragged into the golden disk by the divine chains of order. Immediately afterwards, a strange grinding noise sounded by everyone's ears, as if it was a type of chewing sound. Let me out. What exactly are you? Anlan's miserable screams of pain sounded from the golden disk, his voice carrying fear, as if he was currently suffering an irresistible torment. This was pain even undying kings found hard to endure. Millions and millions of creatures sucked in a cold breath of air, looking at the giant golden bowl in heaven abyss in fear, all of them shivering. The golden disk was shining, especially at the center of the disk, even more so surging with 9-colored immortal light. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a few breaths of time, Anlan's miserable screams disappeared without a trace. What disappeared along with them was that terrifying chewing sound. How is this possible? Old ancestor Anlan's body is gone, completely gone. Could it be that old ancestor has already fallen? What kind of background does that disk have? Why did I just see a mouth at the center of that disk? Was it just my imagination? Millions and millions of foreign creatures fell onto the ground, their trembling voices carrying heart palpitations. Just now, their faith, their king, was seized by that golden disk, his life or death unknown. Scarlet King, a great enemy is attacking. Wake up, save me. Within heaven abyss, Shutuo stared straight at the golden disk, eyes carrying fear. Anlan died, he couldn't sense Anlan's aura anymore. While in alarm, he condensed all of his immortal force, a streak of multicolored light flying out from between his brows, entering the depths of the foreign realm along with his vigorous voice. Hong. Immediately afterwards, a sky-shocking noise sounded from the depths of the foreign realm. A wave of majestic aura pervaded the air, producing heaven and earth irregular scenes. In the depths of the foreign realm, only a giant figure appeared, opening its eyes high up in the sky, as if a terrifying creature woke up from a deep slumber. He looked towards heaven abyss, a giant hand reaching over, a black river surging in his palm. However, upon closer inspection, there were actually millions of stars floating within the river. Dang! The golden disk trembled, a ripple shooting out, facing the giant hand that reached over from the depths of the foreign realm. The two were in a deadlock, all things in this world frozen in place. Those this great one wishes to kill, no one can stop them. Inside heaven abyss, the 9 figures merged into one Chu Bei again. After giving the figure that woke up in the depths of the foreign realm a look, his eyes locked onto Shutuo's body. Collect. When this word sounded, divine chains of order surged from the golden disk again, instantly piercing through Shutuo's body, firmly wrapping around him. Scarlet King, save me. Shutuo's eyes were filled with alarm. He didn't move, gathering all of his immortal force to release a vigorous voice, transmitting it into the depths of the foreign realm. Roar. A great roar sounded from the depths of the foreign realm. Another giant palm slapped over, overlaying the previous giant palm. Dang! When it looked like the ripples released by the golden disk were about to shatter, another layer of ripples overlaid. The two were in a deadlock again. When they looked at Shutuo again, he was already dragged into the disk by the divine chains of order amidst his alarmed cries. Catcher. Similar chewing sounds sounded again. What accompanied this was Shutuo's miserable howls of pain. This scene was incomparably similar. All of you look, it appeared again. That giant mouth at the center of the disk. It's not an illusion. This is a disk that can eat people. A disk that can even devour undying kings. Is old ancestor Shutuo going to follow in old ancestor Anlan's footsteps? How could such a terrifying fella appear in the 9 heavens 10 earths? Undying kings are taking action. Death. The foreign realm's millions and millions of creatures stared blankly at the golden disk in heaven abyss, watching as that giant mouth continuously nibbled at Shutuo, the strange chewing sounds echoing by their ears, all of them feeling great fear. Kill. The instant Shutuo's miserable cries disappeared, that figure in the depths of the foreign realm was completely angered, killing intent surging like a river, engulfing heaven abyss. At the same time, a wide silver blade moved through the void, directly appearing in heaven abyss, carrying a blazing rain of light as it hacked towards Chu Bei. The power of this blade seemed to be able to break through spacetime barriers. Even Yi Fan, who was watching from the other spacetime, couldn't help but frown. This one's time is already up, or else I will definitely cut you down. An indifferent voice drifted out from heaven abyss, transmitting all the way into the depths of the foreign realm. Then, with a dang metal ringing noise, Chu Bei recalled the golden disc, brandishing the heaven-splitting axe, facing that wide silver blade, sending it flying back into the hands of that figure in the depths of the foreign realm. Break for me. After sending the wide silver blade flying, Chu Bei stepped on the golden disc, the returning heaven-splitting axe lightly trembling behind him, arriving in front of the black hole at the very top of heaven abyss. Following a roar, the golden disc and heaven-splitting axe smashed forward at the same time. Hong long. A great noise sounded, the black hole exploding. The black blood inside carried red natural law order, turning into a waterfall, and then it turned into a blood-colored sea, vast and mighty as it poured down. In that instant, the originally hazy heaven abyss became a sea of natural laws, divine light of order pervading the air. Not good. Heaven abyss is collapsing. While looking at the changed heaven abyss, the endless foreign creatures snapped out of their fear of Anlan and Shutuo being killed, crying out one after another. Heaven abyss collapsed, the two worlds heaven and earth shaking, completely separated. This scene was too shocking. Great stars exploded one after another like firecrackers, the collapsing areas exploding, that wave of energy leaving everyone horrified. That immortal city previously controlled by desolate borders 7 kings flew out, breaking apart in the sea of natural laws, turning into fragments and scattering. It's over, heaven abyss dam burst, turning into a sea of primordial natural laws. We can't make it through. I fear that it won't be possible for at least 1,000,000 years. Among the foreign creatures, several powerful supreme beings gazed at the collapsing heaven abyss, muttering to themselves. Hong long long. At this time, that wide silver blade turned back, carrying an even more terrifying aura, smashing fiercely into the collapsing heaven abyss. However, the power of natural laws of order of heaven abyss that was filled with black blood like an ocean was thousands of times greater than before. The wide silver blade hacked out again and again, but it was completely useless. 9 heavens 10 earths, in front of Imperial Pass. The endless cultivators stared blankly at the young man who descended from the sky, his hands behind his back, calm and collected, completely speechless. Right now, the heaven-splitting axe and golden disc behind Chu Bei disappeared without a trace, the Taiji diagram beneath his feet disappearing. His aura underwent a change, as if he returned to the very beginning. Collapsed, Senior Chu destroyed heaven abyss. Finally, a cry of alarm was the first to break the deathly stillness. With this beginning, the endless cultivators all reacted. In that instant, excited cries filled Imperial Pass. The foreign Anlan and Shutuo are dead. Heaven abyss collapsed. We don't have to worry about these foreign dogs invading anymore. Haha, there's no need to fight anymore. Everything has returned to normal. I can return to the 9 heavens 10 earths. It's been a long time since I went back to take a look. The endless cultivators looked at heaven abyss that turned into a sea of natural laws, all of them hugging each other, incredibly excited. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.